Yeah. Let's talk. Look, ayo, we rose from the dust to the sun. They claiming that we the one, never one-on-one. Teamwork till we done. Sent on a mission, we got ambition. Never scared, we won't run. Never one and done. Some sit back and some like to hunt. I pick my teammates up when they fall. And if I ball, we all ball. Crashing balls, crossovers and all. Just call us the balls. Don't fear nothing, they call us galore. Serving them all. We outside, we barely indoors. Because we gave it everything when we had none. Gave it everything when we had none. Holding on by a thread, couldn't grab none. Seems we moved on to a better place. Shine away from the shade. But now that we're here, ain't no going back. This is the moment to go. This is the moment to shine. This is the moment to show. Show me the rocks you can climb. This is the moment to feel the path like you legally blind. I can promise this is ours cause we built for this, kill for this. Pushing buttons, do it quick, push it off and do assist. Oh, y'all think we new to this? Pound for pound, break it down. Watch what we gon' do with this. Teamwork got us fluent with. Make y'all look like sewages. Gave it everything when we had none. Gave it everything when we had none. Holding on by a thread, couldn't grab none. Seems we moved on to a better place. Shine away from the shade. But now that we're here, ain't no going back.
When you found me like that, I was doing not bad, didn't care about you. I was high as fuck, wasn't looking for love or anything new. It ain't funny, little devil in disguise, think you got me, yeah. You're so naughty, I feel something leaping into my body. Cause you shot me in the heart, can't get over it. In the other part, I recover it. And I know what you done, you made me fall too fast. Wait. Look what you done, I'm going mad. You shot my heart, the only is dead. I need your love so bad. Now I'm lying in bed, stupid thoughts in my head got me thinking of you. If you let me know lies, slowly losing my mind. Are you feeling this too? Don't be sorry, you're my angel in disguise. Yeah, you got me, yeah. It's be naughty, wanna put my body next to your body. Cause you shot me in the heart, can't get over it. In the other part, I recover it. Look what you done, you made me fall too fast.
Sarah, I hurt myself today trying to make the pain go away. Sarah, I want to fade away, be with the stars in outer space. You come and you go, you take me high, you take me low, but I don't know how to do this on my own anymore. Oh no, now it's my leave for the melancholy. Could he fill a hole inside me? Damned if I do, damned if I don't. Now it's Xannies till I numb my psyche. Cocaine just to feel my heartbeat. Nothing to lose, nothing to gain. Sarah, Sarah, why you leaving me? Sarah, I lost myself today trying to find ways to make you stay. Sarah, I want to go away, close my eyes, never wake up again. You come and you go, you take me high, you take me low, but I don't know how to do this on my own anymore. Oh no, now it's my leave for the melancholy. Could he fill a hole inside me? Damned if I do, damned if I don't. Now it's Xannies till I numb my psyche. Cocaine just to feel my heartbeat. Nothing to lose, nothing to gain. Sarah, Sarah, why you leaving me? Put me on my misery.
In the dark, stone cold, sinking deeper. We are here. We keep holding on, dusk till dawn. Fire.
lost and all alone. Time's not kind and it won't let go. No thoughts left in my head. My mind's not mine and it won't forget. But you bring me back from my darkness black. Cause the soul in me and the heart I have for you. It beats for you, it beats again. Oh, you bring me to life. Oh, you bring me to life. Oh, you bring me to life. Oh, you bring me to safe only, even though we burn from the that I bleed. But she bring me back, not a heart attack could take away all the love I had for you. It bleeds for you, it beats again. Oh, you bring me to life. 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 Oh, you bring me to
If you're looking for the hottest competitive Wild Rift tournament,
Tak payah tengok jauh-jauh. Dekat Malaysia pun ada pasukan hebat.
They're so good, even I can make a prediction.
Berjaya Dragons? Geek Fam? Even the new teams are top tier.
Expect to see the spiciest team fights, the sneakiest Baron Steel, and even the plays that you never see coming.
Detik-detik menghiburkan dan penuh gelak ketawa. Hey, puas kita pun kelakar juga.
And if you're not convinced, maybe our community giveaways would.
Musim yang paling panas. Chili, Fiesta. Musim paling pedas.
musim yang paling lezat.
Fall season. Musim jatuh.
Nice. Alright, go. Down first. Get in. Alright, down already. Nexus. Alright, okay. Nice! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
Lihat, tunggu Stewie. Boom! Wah, bakar, bro! Pulapan lagi nyawa Nadal dan itu the Infernal Bomb dan Turi Solar Blade. Lu fokus pada seorang saja untuk matikan Bobo sudah jatuh. Engkol Mega Infernal Bomb. Dia bisa melakukan. Tizi sekarang dipelahkan. Tizi akan menerima damage. Ada kali Berjaya mendapatkan triple kill. Mencari yang keempat. Dan kuasa kill.
And welcome, ladies and gentlemen. This is it, the final day of the Southeast Asia Icon Series for the League of Legends Wild Rift Malaysia Fall Season. We're gonna crown our kings today, but of course, we are your casters as well. I'm Husky, alongside me is Contra, and it's an exciting day. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great, and today is going to be historic as we will see who will be able to secure that final spot to the C Championship. And not only that, we'll also crown our champions of the Malaysian region of the C Icon Series itself. So it's going to be extremely exciting. It's going to be hot. It's going to be spicy. I don't know about you, Husky, but I'm feeling extremely stoked about this because we got some great matches ahead of us, and we got some fun stuff for those of you guys back at home as well. And we got to give thanks to everyone who made all of this possible, and big shout out to both Riot Games as well as ESL, and not forgetting our official tournament partners, Maggie Hot Cup.
Yeah, absolutely. There are a lot of storylines that has built up over the past 2 months. We saw how Geek Fam came all the way to the last chance qualifiers. We doubted them in the lower bracket quarters. They defied that. We doubted them again in the lower bracket semis. They defied that, and now they are in the lower bracket finals, about to take on Underank. And of course, in the grand finals, you have Berjaya Dragons, who at least have secured their spot into the C Championships, but have yet to prove that they are the returning kings. But like you mentioned, before that, we have a lot of amazing, entertaining matches coming up. If you guys have been watching the show throughout the entire weekend, you will know that we have two influencers who will be on board shortly. It's going to be Fabra and Eliminate, where we will play some fun and games with them, and they will also duke it out against each other. We'll be giving away a lot of exciting prizes, including this limited edition t-shirt that you see us wearing right here, exclusive for Wild Rift, alongside some badges courtesy of our partner Maggie Hot Cup and Wild Rift as well. So you definitely don't want to miss a single beat. But before that, we will show you guys what is coming up. It's going to be Eliminate taking on Fabra in our community showdown.
And of course, I'm extremely hyped up for this matchup. We've just been speaking to the both of them. And apologies if you guys may not have been able to hear me for the past few moments, but we got that all sorted out. And anyways, Fabra versus Eliminate. I don't want to make predictions just about yet, but I wonder how will they fare when they go right into the Rift. So Fabra recently hitting Challenger by just going solo queue on jungle. I think that this is going to be extremely exciting.
Yeah, it's a man of insight, of course, a man of the people as well. We got to spoke to them, but for those who thinks that are they going to just duke it out on the Rift, it might seem a bit unfair. Don't worry, it's not just a test of how good you are on some of the Rift, it's also a test of knowledge, a test of words, and a test of wisdom. So today we are kind of gathering these two together and testing the cumulative experience throughout life to see how good they are in and out of the game. So one might be good with the wits, but when it comes to brawn, it might be a different question. We'll just find out later on.
That's right. So we will start off today on a special note, as it's going to be a show match between the two of them. And Eliminate's been playing Wild Rift and also League of Legends for quite some time now, and I wonder who would she possibly be able to field in the Wild Rift. And against Fabra, it's definitely not going to pass, but again, it's going to be pretty much fun to see what can they actually bring up to the table here. Now, what do we actually have for them? Because I know it's not only games, we're just going to be speaking to them in a couple moments from now. So those of you guys who are currently witnessing this either through your social media or on your big screen TV, pop all those questions down in the chat if you guys are hanging out on Facebook, Twitch, or anywhere else that you guys are currently watching. And just go ahead, ask for anything right down in the comments.
Yeah, absolutely. And remember, if your comments get featured as one of the spotlighted comments during the show, you will walk away with an exclusive badge in courtesy of our partner Maggie Hot Cup and Wild Rift. So you definitely want to make it as quirky as possible. We've seen a pretty interesting one. How Geek Fam is the one about the fall season plot twist where Geek Fam kind of comes back as the protagonist to take on Berjaya Dragons. We've seen some interesting petitions about wanting Berjaya Dragons team manager to cosplay as Gragas if they win again. So if you can come up with that kind of quirky comments, you will stand a chance to win that. But not only just the badges, because we also are giving away these t-shirts, like we said. And all you have to do is when you're watching the show, I know you guys love social media, you guys love posting on the stories, do it right now throughout the show, and of course with the hashtag whatever team that you think is going to win, hashtag BJD, hashtag UR, or hashtag GeekFam. But we'll put that for later on, because we're ready to bring in our two influencers, Lemonade and Fate Bruh. If you guys are ready, we're gonna welcome them onto the show right now.
Any moment from now, and of course, once again, please
bersama Fate Bro dan juga Lemonade. Halo semua, hai semua. Hai Fate, hai Lemonade. Hai guys. Wih, tu dia Fate. Okay, pertama sekali Fate mungkin boleh perkenalkan diri. Kenapa ada macam ration? Adakah Fate dah bersiap sedia untuk duduk dalam rumah begitu lama dengan Maggie Hot Cup di tepi tu?
Hi guys. Tak ada. Benda ni sebelah ni actually, kalau korang tengok ni sebenarnya semua dah kosong dah sebab dah habis makan dah sebenarnya. Dalam masa 2-3 minggu dah gone guys. Gone. Bayangkan 2 kotak Maggie gone. Guys, serious guys. Okay. Chili Fiesta Maggie Cup sedap gila.
Oh, mata sampai macam tu. Mungkin Fate boleh perkenalkan diri sedikit. Fate siapa, mungkin ramai yang kot tak kenal. Mungkin boleh Fate perkenalkan diri sedikit tentang Fate Bro.
Sup guys. My name is Fate Bro. Ada abang takdir apa benda. People call me now. So, sekarang dah panggil lah. So I'm a streamer. We stream Wild Rift every day. Okay. Kalau korang tak percaya, aku pun tak percaya lah, but kita orang ni ada website sendiri. Okay. Nama dia Most Positive Gamer. Okay, no joke, korang type mostpositivegamer.com, jumpa semua stream kita. Okay, all our streams always on, tak pernah rage, senyum sentiasa, tak pernah jerit, tak pernah type langsung dalam game. Okay, completely most positive. Kalau korang masuk kan, korang macam sedih tiba-tiba happy masuk stream.
Lain macam.
So siapa-siapa yang masuk tu dapat enlightenment lah, as compared to sometimes all the raging streams and stuff. I love the energy.
Dia macam tahu apa kontra?
Apa tu?
Press X to dot. Press X to dot. I'm pressing my X to dot, you know.
Enough X to dot. Right out the gate, Ikuto is starting to doubt. I can vouch for it. Positive. I feel like a happier man whenever I tune in. Yesterday yesterday we are on the same boat, Ikuto, but today we are going against each other. It's on.
Kita dah memperkenalkan Fate Bro. Apa kata kita berkenalan pula dengan satu-satunya bunga yang ada di dalam stream ini. Mari kita berkenalan pula dengan Lemonade. Apa khabar Lemonade pada hari ini?
Hello. Okay, I speak English, okay? Because we have the English classes and we have the BM classes. And Satu Malaysia, we have all the languages, okay? Hello everybody, my name is Lemonade. You guys can call me L. I am a streamer, cosplayer, and also recently picked up a bit of casting, so I guess you can consider that. Yeah, and just like Fate Bruh, he is a very positive gamer, and I definitely there's no reason why the community started calling me Fate Sis at all. No reason whatsoever. Yeah. Yes.
Mr. Takdir.
Okay. Semua nak jadi takdir hari ini. Okay. Kita tahu hari ini kita akan ada perlawanan di antara Fate Bro dan juga Lemonade. Jadi sebelum kita memulakan perlawanan, saya nak dengar dulu undian para pengulas kita. Pertama, kontra. Siapakah yang kontra rasa akan menang? Fate ke Lemonade?
Ya, ni susah sikit. So, of course, I know I'm usually on the English side, but of course, we need to stare down first. I want to stare down between the two. So, the ones that actually has a little bit more power wins. Okay, since Fade started first, I think he won.
Uh-huh.
So, my vote's on
Okay,
him.
Team Fate bro. Let's go. Hashtag Team Fate
Okay.
bro. Okay, itu kontra. Husky pula team mana?
Here's the thing. When I look at the stare down, I like a bit of mystery, and I cannot see Eliminate's eyes, and that is exactly what I'm looking forward to. So I'm with Team L. Team L right here.
Let's go.
I stick by
Team L.
I stick by Team L.
Okay, interesting. Okay, nampaknya kita ada seorang yang betul-betul sejati, seorang agak sim, tapi kita pergi kepada Mikos pula. Mikos, team mana Mikos? Come on Mikos. Team janggut ke ataupun team misai ke ataupun team bersih?
Saya kalau saya masuk tim bersih, bermaknanya saya akan hilang sesuatu pada hari ini. Tapi saya rasa kan, saya terpaksa pergi KL sebab dia tak tukar prediction saya semalam dan saya betul.
Let's go.
Dia tolong dia hari ni.
Yes, because yes.
Okay. Yes. Untuk saya sendiri, disebabkan saya ada janggut, disebabkan saya ada misai, disebabkan nampak cara pun sama, pastinya saya akan pergi kepada Team Fate bro yang akan menang pada perlawanan hari ini. Jadi ayo kita mulakan. Jadi mungkin Fate bro, ada apa-apa yang Fate bro nak katakan kepada Eliminate sebelum kita pergi ke game pertama?
Game pertama, okay, to be honest, this next game, L, okay, you probably win, okay? Okay, I'm not good at this, okay?
Surrender.
But
Okay.
in ARAM, okay, and the next one, we winning, okay? Menang terus.
Oh yeah, let's go.
Okay.
Okay, Eliminate apa-apa nak kata kepada Fate bro?
Do I need to say anything? Basically, it's surrender already kan? No need, right?
Yes, because give me the high five now. Hold on, high five here. Yes, because come on. Because he's not responding.
Interesting.
Salah. Okay.
Diorang ni pelik-pelik pula. Okay, baiklah.
We forced
sekarang
Fate to surrender. Okay, so we won game 1. Simple.
Never surrender.
Tak apa. Dia memang macam ni Fate. Okay. Tapi baiklah, kita akan pergi ke perlawanan kita yang pertama. Segmen kita yang pertama iaitu One Word Challenge. Jadi cara mekaniknya saya akan terangkan. Caster akan bagi clue ayat yang pertama. We are going to give you guys a clue untuk ayat pertama. Kita tak boleh tunjuk, kita tak boleh cakap, kita hanya boleh bagi satu perkataan sahaja yang merujuk kepada apa yang ayat yang kami berikan. Kita ada 5 ayat yang kita akan mainkan, maksudnya best of 5. Siapa yang dapat point tertinggi, dia akan menang. Baik. Jadi caster dah bersedia dengan ayat yang pertama?
Yep.
Dah tengok?
I think I'm ready. So,
okay. Yeah, I think I'm ready.
Let's
Just
see.
to give a quick context to our English viewers. Basically, we will have some word, and then all we have to do is we describe what that word is, and our lovely people here will go for the guess. So yes, we're prepared. Let's do this.
All right, let's go for the very first word. Okay.
Ayat yang pertama. So saya akan mulakan, kemudian Mikos, kemudian Husky, kemudian Kontra. Kemudian Mikos, Husky, Kontra saya. So kita akan ulang-ulang semula. Baiklah. Kunci ayat yang pertama.
Okay.
Maggie.
Asam laksa.
Agak susah.
Oh wait, kita kena angkat tangan ke? We have to...
Do we have to guess?
Just angkat and then angkat. Yep. Tapi itu baru clue yang pertama. Mikos, clue yang kedua?
Oh, clue terus?
Clue terus.
Yes, you're supposed to give the clue, Mikos.
This Mikos.
Cepat
Mikos, masuk jalan ni Mikos.
Awak cakap apa tadi? Saya lupa.
Maggie.
Oh, merah.
Kari.
Okay, Fate dapat jawapan. Fate jawab dulu kan?
Yes.
Fate jawab dulu kan? Yes.
I'm on Unify faster.
Mikos agak perlahan nampaknya.
Okay. Round 2, right? Round 2, right?
So 1-0 ya. 1-0 ya.
Okay. Trial round.
Mikos kalau boleh lepas ni cepat sikit. Mikos ni kasta yang lambat ya.
It's not fair that you guys
wait.
get to start first. I think Husky and I should actually get the second word. Yeah. Saying something?
Yeah. Let's go Husky.
Okay, second word.
Okay, so Alamoni nak tanya apa tadi?
Oh, you guys are all the clues you're giving is all for one word, is it?
Yes,
Yeah.
all for
Yes,
one
yes,
word.
Okay,
All
gang,
for
gang,
one.
gang, gang, gang.
Alright.
This,
Okay,
this
tadi dah
one,
ikut Mika, sekarang Husky kontra.
this one is fun.
Okay, let's go.
Body, badan.
Bushy.
Slim.
Mm,
Six pack. One pack.
One
smelly.
Nelly.
Harry.
Hairy.
Gragas.
Hairy, body, smelly. What?
Harry Potter smelly.
Graves? Champion?
No.
No.
Me?
Really close.
Okay. Okay. So Husky say is body. Contrast say is bushy. I say is smelly. But for some reason, Mikos want to go with hairy also. So yeah, it's hairy, bushy, smelly, body. Okay. So
Yeah.
wait for the
40
time.
seconds.
Wait for the time. Yeah, 40 seconds. Fikirkan dulu.
Wait, so there's 3 clues? 2 je?
Yeah, 4
It's
clues.
4.
Four clues.
Wait,
Body,
so body?
body, bushy, smelly, hairy.
Why do I feel like I'm gonna offend somebody by answering?
There's only
Like-
20 seconds.
You guys are treading like
Come on,
very
guys.
like on
Gotta try.
thin ice right now. You gotta try.
Very
I don't want to
thin ice.
offend people. Wait, what? I think me and Elle have the same answer. What?
It's
Just
Harry
go
and
for it.
smelly, bro. Come on,
Okay.
not a cat.
5,
What's that?
4,
Wait, I don't want to say it. I don't want to say
I
it.
don't have a clue.
1. Get the answers out.
If you're
and
thinking
the
too far, it's
answers
probably not it.
It's not that too far.
It's not far. It's
Okay.
armpit.
It's armpit, guys. It's armpit. Yes. I don't know where this hairy and smelly. I mean hairy and bushy. I guess they never shave it, but
Yeah.
okay, I'm not going to.
Wow, naturally.
Ooh,
Okay.
Shots
Okay.
fired.
For the third one. For the third one. Okay. We start with contra first.
All right. This one. The first word has to do with internet.
Game.
Website. Game. Warif.
Rage.
Internet,
Speed.
game, rage, speed.
Lagging.
Internet, game,
Lagging.
You
Lagging.
got it.
Lagging. Can?
Almost.
On the-
Almost.
Latency?
Very close. Very
Ping.
close. Very close. Try
Disconnect.
again.
Internet disconnect. Ping high. High ping. DC.
low
We
ping?
heard.
What? Small ping?
Pedi. Lagging. Internet
Connect?
tak boleh. Cannot connect. Can't connect to the game.
Disconnect? What the hell is this?
Ikuto,
Compression?
do you really want to give the point over?
So close.
It's very close.
So close.
Collect until you
close.
reach.
We're
Oh,
so
shit. Like
Rage?
tahu.
Disconnect? Lever?
Let
L got it.
No.
Come on. Almost.
L got it. Almost got it.
She got it. She got it.
L
She got
almost
it
got
already.
it.
You
What did Elle say? What?
What's your final answer?
2 seconds.
Like okay, like
Lag?
It's
Or...
just lag.
Okay. We said lag.
Okay. But
Okay.
because Lemonade cakap lagging, how about we give her 0.5? Do you guys agree with me?
Nani.
Wait, I said lagging too. I should get 0.5 too. Yo,
But
I said
why?
lagging too.
But she
Both
said
said
first, right?
lagging.
No, go away. Go away.
She said first, right? Okay.
We're
Okay,
half a point
0.5,
behind.
0.5. Okay.
Yes.
So Fate Bro 1, Eliminate 0.5. Baiklah. Ini adalah clue
Okay, okay.
untuk perkataan yang seterusnya. Dah ready? Fate? Dah ready
Hmm,
Eliminate?
ready.
Perkataan yang seterusnya.
Lagi.
Champion.
Bow.
Bo?
Bo?
Bo? Ash?
Blight.
Varys.
Varys.
Oh!
Varys.
I like
Varys.
Oh,
Yes,
yes. Come on, Faye. Come on,
That
Faye.
was
I
quick.
thought you got it, man.
Let's go.
Let's go, El.
No,
Oh,
Blight was still
no.
easy. Okay, Blight was still easy.
Let's go.
It's still like Darkin, bro.
Yeah, Darkin.
I mean tak apa. Kita kan macam dah plan dah fake. Kita mungkin bagi chance dulu. You know ladies first, right? Ladies first. Alright, okay. So ni adalah ayat yang terakhir. Terakhir sekali
Neck to neck. Okay. Alright, let's do it.
Kalau Fate menang, Fate akan dapat 2 points dan Fate akan kalahkan Eliminate. Hanya kalau Eliminate menang, dan Eliminate terus menang lah. So ini adalah the deciding points.
Yeah.
The deciding points, okay?
Difference.
Alright.
Yep.
Okay.
The
So
comeback.
Mikos, point clue yang pertama.
Oh. Mudah.
Annie.
Wait, what did Miko say?
Delivery.
Come on, timer's there.
Instant. Itu kan instant.
Oh, fast. Easy aja.
Oh man, how do I even give this?
I don't know.
Variety.
Maggie Cup.
Easy. Variety.
Close. Okay.
Maggie Cup Showdown.
No.
Making Maggie
Contra?
Cup. Instant noodle. Instant Maggie
It's only
noodle.
one word, and
It's only one word.
Maggie
Wait, what is it?
3 minutes.
Contra. Your point.
Noodles.
Okay, easy.
Noodles.
Easy.
Huh?
3 minutes. And for me,
Noodles.
sponsor. Easy. 3 minutes.
Maggie.
Sponsor.
Hot cup.
Maggie.
Hot cup. Maggie?
Fate got it correct. Maggie, bro.
Wait.
It's Maggie.
Oh my god, nice.
On your face.
I give so much words and you guys just want the one word, but you don't even give me the 0.5. What? I said Maggie. Replay the clip. I'm dying.
No.
No, I didn't hear Maggie. I heard Mogo, bro. I don't know.
Yeah.
I like Mogo is a big.
I mean, L say Maggie hot cup instead of just Maggie. We did say it's just one word challenge. So it's just one word. Boleh tak kita tanya Encik Producer, memandangkan kod lah kita nak bagi L 0.5, adakah kita patut masuk ke sudden death game yang terakhir? Encik Producer, boleh tak kita main lagi satu game?
No. I think.
Okay.
We
got the green light.
We got the green light.
One more.
We got the green light for the
Already won? What do you mean?
okay.
Sebab Eliminate dapat 0.5 tadi sebab Maggie hot cup kan, so lebih kurang. Okay. So kita akan pergi ke perkataan yang nombor 6 ya. Nombor 6 ya Kasta. Number 6.
Number 6.
Okay, Husky, your clue.
Twin.
Kasta bagi cepat sikit clue.
Twin. Yeah.
Twin.
Twin Shadows.
L.
Huh?
Malaysia.
L already get the answer. My God. KL easy.
What? Wait, dah start ke? Belum start lagi kan?
What?
Fit that
So good.
Wasn't even ready guys. Tak start lagi kan?
Oh my
Oh my God.
Oh my god, it was so fast.
You sure you didn't
Wait,
read the
ni
script?
Husky message
No, I did not.
Dude.
I did not do anything. See, told you. You got this.
Okay. Tapi tak perfect. Ini baru pusing yang
Intended.
pertama. Kita dah cakap dah. We already tell. Okay, she can take the first game, alright? Okay. Jadi kami ingin memohon maaf kerana Mika agak slow sikit hari ini ya, kerana untuk memberi clue-clue dia pun pelik-pelik. Jadi maafkan kami kerana Mika agak pelik hari ini. Tapi tidak mengapa. Itu baru pusingan yang pertama dan sekarang Eliminate sedang menulis 1 berbalas kosong. Kontra, ada apa-apa Kontra nak katakan pada hari ini?
Well, I think that I'm on the right track when it comes down to predictions. So, more all's good. All's good.
I hear the disappointment. Feels bad.
Baiklah.
It's okay. It's intended. Okay. Longer storyline. 2-1.
Longer storyline.
Yeah.
Boleh.
Okay. Jadi sekarang ni kita akan masuk ke taman permainan Fate. Kita akan masuk ke dalam dunia Wild Rift. Kita akan bermain, malangnya bukannya rank game. Kita hanya akan bermain ARAM. Jadi ayuh kita memulakan perlawanan kita sekarang. Jadi kita akan berikan masa kepada Fate dan juga Eliminate untuk bersiap sedia. Tapi Fate, saya nak beritahu lah Fate. Sepanjang saya mainkan Fate, sepanjang saya main Aram dengan semua orang ni kan Fate, mereka selalu bagi saya team yang low rank and then diorang bagi pihak lawan rank yang tinggi-tinggi. Saya pun tak tahu kenapa, tapi harap Fate dapat bersabar dengan ahli pasukan. Ingat dia, happy gamers ya, happy gamers, no raging, no angry. Okay, jadi kita akan bertemu anda di dalam perlawanan. Bye-bye!
All right, let's head over to our ARAM matchup.
Man, I mean, quick game one. If anyone was thinking whether I gave away any answers, I did not. I did not expect Eliminate to guess the last one. For sure, I don't know. Was that clue really that obvious? Was Twin really that obvious? Like, what?
It was all right, I would say.
Yeah.
It was a really quick one. I guess when I say Malaysia, it's the dead giveaway. So there's that. But I think that they're just having a little bit of a fun banter for now. So now the real test begins as they will eventually head to our ARAM Showdown. So rules are simple. It's only going to be a single best of one, and winner will be able to gain that 1-pointer in. Now, question is, what would actually tilt Fabra if he gets any sort of weird champ that maybe he couldn't play? What do you think that Fabra couldn't play? Drop in the comments below. And well, if Husky, if you've been watching his streams, what is he really unexcited about getting?
I mean, from what we've seen recently, I'm pretty sure he's very unexcited if there's a Nasus Senna. I think that's something that he has some pointers on, but at the same time, I think any champions that is not a jungler probably doesn't excite him as much. But so we just have to see. For those who wonder how did the Fabra and Eliminate got their teams assembled. For the past week or two, they have been live streaming, they have been gathering, assembling their own squad. So if you're part of it, all the best for later. And if you're not, it's time to cast your support. And don't forget to keep those comments rolling, because you will be able to walk away with an exclusive badge if it gets featured in a community spotlight. And get your social media, your Insta story, your Facebook story, your Twitter fleet, whatever it is, get it on as well with the hashtag team that you think is going to win. BJD win, UR win, or Geek Fam win. If it gets featured and selected, you will walk away with this exclusive t-shirt from ESL, and alongside our sponsor Maggie Hot Cup and Wild Rift. So there's a lot on stake today.
I know maybe you might not feel super comfortable about showing off the full t-shirt, but you mind showing what's the graffiti down below the shirt?
Right, hold on. So well, my green screen is going to be fuzzy for a bit. Let me just. So here's what we got.
Flash it.
We got, yeah. So it's the Jinx rocket. I don't know if you guys can see this. It's the Jinx rocket. Watch this.
Oh, looks beautiful, and I'm glad that I got my hands on one as well. Also, big shout out to ESL alongside with Riot Games for supplying us with all of these goods. So now that we are getting ourselves ready for that ARAM match, I wonder if there's such a thing where, Ikuto was really salty about when they were facing against us, and say like, they always gave me the low rank teammates. That's no excuse for your losses, my friend. Because we've had so many great wins for the past few matches of the past season. So I hope that, Fabra could still pull through based on my prediction. But then again, Eliminate pretty much has been our dear friend. I think that she'll be able to hang in tightly, and who knows, she might just be the brand new Queen of ARAM. So
yeah, absolutely.
If you're ready, anytime by now, I guess we'll be getting ourselves locked into Howling Abyss.
Yeah, I cannot wait to jump into this game as well. Again, best of one, and first of all, if you guys just joined in, it's a community showdown between two influencers, Eliminate against Fabra. Into the Howling Abyss we go. Eliminate on the red side, and we have Fabra on the blue side. And I see Miko's favorite champion. I see Eliminate's favorite champion. Unfortunately, both not on the Eliminate side.
Yeah.
Oh, all right, I'm pretty much back. Sorry for keeping you hanging there, Husky, as we are now already in Howling Abyss, like you said. So we got an interesting composition. We've got Vigilante on the Malphite, Ricochet with the Nami, Paulo Franco coming in with the Bane as well. But now, Fate Prasad is playing on the offense, where Mega Man is soaking a little bit too much damage.
Oh man, I mean, we look at the team comp, you know, I kind of like Eliminate's team comp a bit more. It feels like there's more robust, more control on her side, but knowing that she's already had the lead, all she needs in this best of 3, just one more game to kind of take this community show match as the victor. But looking at Fabra, decent sustain, you know, you have the Nami, you have the Garen. This is looking pretty close, you know. I'm expecting Fabra to kind of launch the attack pretty soon.
Yeah, and you definitely can't underestimate the power of the Yasuo once, you know, he comes in with some blast breath, and that's where the setup goes right in.
Straight into the curse of the set, Mummy. And there's 4 kills. Lemonade squad getting a pretty good count engage. Kind of a slight problem that we're seeing here from Team Fabra, where you have that unstoppable force, but I believe that Ricochet didn't get to use that tidal wave, and Fabra on that Yasuo, you know, you always want to look for the knockout, you always want to look for the last grab. Good Arc of Prison and tidal wave coming through on the Lemonade side. The Vase before the Silver, both in the Fabra team didn't get a kill. Paulo Franco will get himself one, as Ricochet will get the second. Fabra's team kind of coming back with a couple of exchange.
Yeah, and you can see that a lot of Holy Summoners have already been burned up from the Lemonade side, so it's going to be pretty tough for them to negate this wave, crashing right in. Now they're even hitting them under the turret. Now Yuki's going to be able to root one off. Vigilante's got to be pretty careful, and it does take quite some time before the next shrine comes back up online. There's still another health shrine all the way back behind the turret though, but Rubertov comes in with some really good tornadoes to be able to keep poking at the likes of the Lemonade, and if they can consistently do so, I don't think that they have any sort of issues. Now we already see that the player ranking is already up online for Paulo.
Yeah. And for those who wonder, you know, Hubertarf, the Yasuo is Fabra, and Elsmax is Lemonade. Good as double force, here we go! Wombo combo, last breath, but it's not enough. The Lemonade squad with the counter engage. They get the Hell Shrine down, but sees a Team Fabra now, they strike back. Pure Tsunami coming through, taking Lemonade on a surfing journey. And Team Fabra now trying to run over Team Lemonade. Curse of the Sun Mami still be used by Megaman, but the Silver Bolt will purify this undead. And Team Fabra with a full ace. So much well done, but Team Lemonade maybe not done yet. Team Fabra out on the L doesn't survive, my friend. So close.
Oh boy.
But at least they celebrate Christmas with a snowball. Mango Dango gets something in return.
Well, a little bit too early for Christmas, I guess. And if she could have actually landed one more shot, possibly that reset of a rocket jump would have actually helped her a little bit. But I guess there's that. Ricochet, though, has been getting some really great lock-on with the Aqua Prisons, but the previous one have just missed. That's a lot of stack of mana on the Malphite, so you can see that he's going to be tough. Driving it.
Fabra gets obliterated, and this is where L is your turn to shine. They have the unstoppable force, but look at Eliminate going ham. Where's the reset? Go for the jump. Doesn't want to go for a jump. Hanging out her team to dry. That is what good leaders do. You let your teammates sacrifice themselves and to get the glory. But nonetheless, Team Eliminate with an ace over Team Fabra.
This is looking pretty good. Now they managed to secure the very first turret, and I guess that sometimes you just want to go on a reset, especially when you're having a Mumu that's so low. You just want to give them maybe a few kills, you know, like, hey, bro, this is a special delivery. Just go ahead and take it if you want. So, unless if they do have a lot more shrines left available, they can easily utilize that. Now, I want to see them hitting a lot of all these snowballs to catch Fate, bro, if you can. But it's going to be pretty hard when he has stuff available. Now, we're looking at the Solari build coming in from Fitba. It's definitely going to start hurting the likes of Lemonade.
Kind of put the PMA mentality to the test. You know, one of the most positive guys. Getting so far not finding too much winning in this game. You know, he's 0-2. His last breath has been okay, but most of the time it was him drawing his last breath in those fights. So if there's anything that can help him recover, is that PMA, is that positive mental attitude.
Oh, there we go.
Lemonade goes for the trigger, and they are taking over Fate, bruh. And where is this Yasuo? Oh wait, he's dead. They have to get Gargus in front. Who loses his life? And maybe Team Fate right now will go for the counter engage. Good flag and drag on the 2 as the Lemonade with no fear runs into a death. But sometimes sacrifices have to be made, and this time it's not for the greater good as Team Fate, bruh, able to get more out of it. But at least Team Lemonade still has Yuki pretty much healthy.
Yeah, Yuki almost landing another feather on towards Paolo, and you can see that Paolo is hiding pretty well, especially when it comes down to positioning. She uses the tumble both offensively as well as defensively. So I think that if there's anything that could bring Fabra's side on top, it has to be the Vayne hitting into the late game. Now, there's a lot of Infinity Edge being bought towards the side of Lemonade, where you have Yuki as well as both Elle herself, who could easily prop quite a number of all these sort of the crit, especially when you have the static shift that can rupture on top of all 5, shipping a little bit of health bar from time to time. So maybe some slowpoke might have actually worked wonders for a side of Lemonade.
And this is an engage. Fate, bruh, putting the trigger. Vigilante is going to be the one who do so. Cataclysm and explosive cast. All the big fat barrels tossed out as Fate, bruh, gets obliterated by his sworn enemy, Lemonade. They still have that Garrett ultimate, but no good Battle Storm. And the play caller, Yugi, coming through as Team Fate, bruh, gets pushed all the way back. And Lemonade, no, y'all think that Fate by just giving her game 1, just gonna force away and take game 2. And to be, as a matter of fact, Team Fate not doing too hot right there. Team Lemonade will find themselves 3 kills, and this is gonna be second turret down.
Look at the death timers, though. Some of them have been able to come back up online, and here comes Vapra. He's going to be chasing right in, and he's looking for Yuki. He connects, and he's gone.
And disconnects. Oh boy.
Whoa.
That was one of the phrases that he, you know, tried to guess just now. Disconnect, but it seems like this best of 3 kind of in favor of Team Lemonade. Team Favor doesn't do anything, but Polo Branco kills off Lemonade, and without their leader, Team Lemonade has to kind of get away as 7 side will do his best. But his best not good enough. Vigilante goes in at the snowball and the flag and drag. Mango Tango comes in for the tango, and the Proto Belt will be the undoing of Team Favor. Polo Branco, it's your turn to shine. But 7 side will give him a taste of that barrel. Give him a triple kill, but it's not Favor. It's him and the Mango Tango. Who's gonna be the victor? It's gonna be Favor. Come on, Sweeping Blade, Steel Tempest, Tornado out. Favor does it! And he will be the savior for his team. PMA power, baby. PMA power.
He just brought back the lifeline to the team in that particular moment. It was a bare bone Nexus that's going to be the only thing that's intact for his side. And one more turret still remains, and he's not backing up. He's juggling with the wave pressure, with the super minions already hitting in towards the mid. So this is looking relatively okay, especially when you look at builds. Lemonade side is pretty stacked up. They're already working on their 4th core item, so that's where the snowball connects. I'm not too sure if they would really want to fly directly to the Yasuo for the moment, but here comes the top 4.
And Tidal Wave, look at Huberta, Fabra looking for the opportunity. He's gonna slowly go in, but they will engage onto him. They know that Fabra is the guy that they want to kill off, is the guy that they want to tilt, but the damage from the side of Team L might not be enough. Fabra, he's already dead, but Polo Branco is now the superstar. He's gonna tumble his way left, right, center. One more is gonna be Mango Dango to his left, eliminate! Oh no! What are you doing? Polo Branco! A triple kill! And it's now the battle between two ADCs, both of them, no sum. Marches down the lane, they try and take on Paulo Branco. Yuki does have the weight advantage, and like you said, Nexus very barren naked in the open, but thankfully Team Fabra, they're coming back to life, and no, they will live the fight another day.
And where they can actually get the advantage. Millie goes in for a pickup.
Goodness.
It's Paulo Branco with the rampage right at this moment. Now with pretty much them coming back up online, all they have to do is to really buy a little bit more space for them to work around Paulo, and Fabra needs to pick his fights in the perfect moment and not just simply tap the last round, but he's gonna do it anyways.
3-man last draft, Fabra takes on prisoners, they put it down, but it's the Fabra show. He's in for the win. He's still pretty darn low with the redemption, but this time because of Fabra, they're taking out 3, and Fabra single-handedly wins the team fight for his team. 40 seconds on Eliminate. Turret still stands. So Team Eliminate might have a chance. Doing it to be last stage, going with decisive stride. Alpha Prisoners, this Battle Storm, outplay calls, finish off the Nami, and now it's Paulo Branco. It's his turn to fight, but he also dies. As Flacian now runs away, the fast forward from Yuki will finish off this Garen, but Fabra not gonna let it go, as Fabra is the last man standing, and it is all the positive energy that he has gathered for himself. 3 more seconds for Megaman. Can Fabra do this with the ace? Fabra is slicing at the Nexus, damage not enough, and he will be forced to run away, but my man Fabra is doing it.
And now it's even Stevens. Only 1 kill of a difference. Honestly, the goal may not matter just as much, especially when we go into ARAM. And that's going to be the shield that will be able to negate all the damage being done from the side of 7 Psy. So he's just going to be able to pick up those shrines eventually to get himself back to 100% if he wants to. Just waiting for the rest of his allies to come back up, where Eliminate side will need to actually find a little bit more opening to catch them off. But it's going to be pretty hard where you have a front-to-back lineup from the side of Fabra that's been able to work sufficiently well. Yuki's going to be able to have the flash coming back up online in a matter of few seconds. So maybe by that time, they should be able to find a little bit more room for Desire to once again pop up. Now, Eliminate, if they could just steer clear away from danger, especially using the cluster shot to really push them backwards, that might just be a little bit more of a good room for them to disengage and find a good opening of pay. So, Fabra treading very carefully. And now over the mid side, it seems like Fabra does have a little bit of a slight room. Windwall being brought up as well. Now, let's see who will actually make the first move. Where Fabra looks for that NATO once again. They're already pushing forward. So, Eliminate, they gotta make a call because they can't simply allow Vigilante here to land that first ult.
Absolutely. This feels like the grand final so far is going to be the engaging factor. Tidal Wave goes to the back line. Good cast on the screen. They trap everyone from the side of Team Fabra. And Fabra pushed back by Eliminate. It's the battle of the superstars as Fabra is on a killing spree. They have to spin the win for PlayStation, but still with his life. It seems like Yuki popping off. Fabra is also dead. Vigilante and Ricochet, the only 2 members alive on the side of Team Fabra. They finally lost Paulo Branco. And Team Eliminate might have just found a win. This is the grand finals of our Influencer Showdown ARAM match. And Eliminate, they're about to march down that lane. Good bandage toss, coming with the bottom slam into the Alpha prison. Redemption drop for Eliminate team. They're focusing onto the Nexus. They lose the Dragons, but they've got it. Team Eliminate scores a 2-0.
What a close fight that was, and Eliminate has been able to pull it right back at him. And Fabra, although inches away. He's been heading onto the Nexus already, but there was no minutes there for him to even break down to the final touch. Now, Eliminate continues on with the streak, 2-0.
Yeah, the faithful shall be rewarded, and you know, I'm just happy my predictions finally came true. I mean, Eliminate now with a 2-0 lead. We still have one more to come, one more game for these two lovely people to come later on. But at least Eliminate able to defy the doubters. Fate Bruh said that he wanted to give Eliminate game 1, and Eliminate was like, yeah, whatever. Then we'll just take game 2, and they did it. So let us invite those two backs onto the screen, and I can't wait to see what Eliminate has to say. This is time for L Smack Talks.
That's the English kita.
Okay.
Well, L Smack. Okay, because yes, here is it? Yeah. Boom.
Yeah,
Hey, wait,
is
salah.
Is it?
Yeah, it's it. Okay, we got it.
Yeah.
Yes, we got it.
Team L,
So-
let's go!
Team L. So it eliminates IGN is L Smacks, right? So this is the perfect opportunity for some L Smacks talk. Let's go. Come on, give it to him.
Okay, cannot. I'm an
okay.
honorable competitor. Okay.
Okay.
Just say.
Okay.
Wow.
Let me try to defend Fate
Let's go,
before
Fate.
Fate defend himself.
Okay.
The Malphite only ulti one person. The tidal wave also me. The bubble also me. What Fate can do? This is not fair, isn't it, Fate?
True.
No.
That's not me for you guys.
I-
That's not me.
Guys,
Guys,
honestly, guys,
it's all about the style
I-
points.
I DC 60 times. Okay, my screen protector tercabut. Okay, habis battery tadi. Okay, and then my game kena update tadi mid game. Okay, I don't know.
I don't
Yeah.
Not my fault.
Legit reasons.
Yeah.
Legit
No,
reasons
unify,
why
Kai,
you might have
unify,
actually
unify.
lost a match.
Oh my goodness.
I mean,
Guys, I
we
tried.
did not lose. Just because you win doesn't mean Fate bro lose.
Bro,
What?
Wait, what a stupid argument.
Apa tu?
yeah. Dua-dua boleh menang. Betul tak?
What a
What do you think?
no.
Ikuto, you
Oh,
think this is the
no.
Olympics where they share the gold medel, is it? Eliminate, do you consent
Yeah.
to sharing the gold medal?
Everybody is a winner. Everybody is a
Okay.
winner.
Okay.
Wait. We still have one more game, kan?
Yeah, we still have one more
Still
game.
one game.
We still have one more game.
Okay. How about this? I wager this Maggie Hot Cup Championship title on that one game.
Wow.
Oh,
One
oh.
game,
Whoever
huh?
wins it will
Wah,
win.
berani,
Yeah, that,
Oh.
Okay,
Tapi kalau Fate kalah macam mana? I mean like you have to wager a lot. Fate doesn't have anything to wager. So if Fate lose, then what kind of punishment are you looking forward to?
Fate, what punishment you want to put on the table?
It has to carry L to challenger.
Okay, nanti you turn on stream, you eat 10 Maggie cup, okay? In 1 hour.
No. He do ketuk ketampi this behind the screen. This behind the screen
okay,
he have to do
okay.
ketuk ketampi.
Can.
How's that?
One ketuk ketampi. Okay.
No, 10.
No, as much as the Maggie behind you.
I don't know.
Ni semua kosong ni. Kena kosong.
Oh my God.
Kosong ada cover, ada lid lah. Wow. Power.
Oh shit, ada lid. Oh no.
Okay, so
Dia
the deal is kalau Fate menang, then dia menang.
He
Kalau
win,
Eliminate
yeah.
menang, then Fate kena buat
Kena
ketuk
buat.
ketampi 10 kali.
Okay?
Okay.
Is that
Okay.
a deal? Is that a deal?
A deal.
Alright,
Deal?
let's go.
I
Let's
won't
go.
lose.
Okay.
Don't worry. It's fine.
Okay, let's go.
Oh.
Yeah,
Alright.
Okay.
Let's-
Okay. I
Oh.
believe
I'm
this
doing
is
a
one of the.
service.
I think this is one of the toughest challenge out there for you guys. And
Yep.
how should we go about this, Ikuto? Because I think you are quite an expert when it comes down to this specific
Okay.
segment. Because we want to
Okay.
test how well do they go with wordplay.
Okay. So segmen kita yang ketiga ini diberikan nama biar betul bahasa Malaysia. Okay, saya ulang. Nama tajuk ialah biar betul bahasa Malaysia. Yang mana kita ada peribahasa dalam bahasa English yang anda perlu tukarkan kepada bahasa Melayu. Ianya adalah
We will
direct
give you
translation dan anda
the literal
ya.
translation in English. Then you have to give us the original bahasa, the idiom. I think that's what they call it.
That's right.
Okay,
Okay.
so caster akan cakap satu persatu. So sebagai contoh, saya akan sebut yang pertama. Siapa dapat teka dulu, dia menang. Kemudian Mikos, kemudian Husky, kemudian Contra. Alright, kita akan
Alright,
pergi
that's
ke
fair.
5 pusingan.
Yeah.
Do we
We'll go for 5
guess
rounds.
multiple times?
Sorry, L?
Sorry.
You guys
do
can
we get to guess like multiple shots just like randomly, or do you have to put hands up?
Okay.
You have
All
to
you
put your
guys
hands up.
have to do is just to say Maggie. The quickest one to say Maggie gets to answer it. All right. If the
Yeah,
person
that's
does not
easier,
get
that's
it
easier.
correctly,
Yeah.
then you won't
Reasonable.
be able to actually get another chance, and the other person gets to guess it. Is that fair?
Okay.
Yep, I think that's fair. I think that's fair.
Boleh,
I think
boleh,
that's fair.
boleh. No hal.
Okay.
All right,
So,
so-
Fate Bro ready? Lemonade
Let's
ready?
see.
Okay.
Okay.
My reputation on the line. Eh?
Okay.
My legs
Okay,
on the line.
so-
Let's go.
Alright. So saya akan sebut perkataan ini dalam bahasa Inggeris ya, dan anda perlu bahasa Melayukan peribahasa ini. Alright.
Okay.
Mantap. Okay, I'm ready.
Smart squirrel jump, finally fall down to the ground.
Maggie.
Fate?
All right,
Uh,
let's go.
Wait, was smart? Apa?
Squirrel jump, finally fall down to
apa-
the ground.
Dude. It has to be like
Dude.
literally correct. Betul-betul ke apa?
Betul, boleh
word
lah.
for
we
word
will see,
correct.
we'll see.
Cuba try.
Well,
Cuba
if
try.
you-
You should.
If you could.
Setinggi-tinggi tupai melompat.
Listen,
Tinggi tupai melompat.
Fate, no, Fate,
Okay,
shut up.
okay.
Listen to me again. Listen to me.
Okay.
Smart,
Mana boleh host sokong, Fate?
smart squirrel jump, finally fall down to the ground.
Let him guess.
Okay.
Because it's very nervous.
Okay.
Don't disappoint me, Fate.
Pandai-pandai tupai melompat. Akhirnya jatuh juga. Something like that. Akhirnya.
There we go. First
Jatuh.
point for Fate Bro.
Is that correct?
Oh wait.
Jatuh juga.
Wait, again, repeat
Wait,
your words.
just a little bit more.
Okay.
Just a little bit more.
Yeah, a bit more.
Almost.
What the?
Almost.
I'm out. I am
Okay.
out.
Okay.
Wait.
Okay.
Pandai.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
Pandai-pandai
Jawapan
tupai melompat.
jawapan kat bawah. Dah ada
Okay,
jawapan
dah.
nampaknya.
Akhirnya jatuh dengan tajuk.
Okay.
Betul lah.
Betul lah.
Yeah.
Okay. At least Okay, at least L kata dia give up tadi, so it's fine. I was like, setinggi-tinggi tupai melompat. What this way? You bahasa Melayu fail. What this?
I don't know. I didn't know it was that literal transition. Okay.
It's literal. It's a
Okay,
direct
okay.
translation.
Okay. Because it's gonna take the next one.
Okay,
So
because let's go. Second
Alright.
one. Listen carefully, alright?
Alright, dengar
Listen
betul lah.
carefully. Okay.
Alright, listen. Little, long become hill.
Maggie?
Okay.
Okay.
all right, let's go, Al.
Yeah.
Wah, sikit-sikit lamanya jadi
I know
bukit,
it.
something like that.
Okay.
Okay,
You have
that's
one more
L
shot.
answer. That's L answer. Fate Bro answer.
Sikit-sikit lama-lama jadi bukit. Sikit-sikit lama-lama jadi bukit.
I think jawapan Fate betul, tapi L dah teka dulu. L got the point first. Melainkan
0.5 again.
no, you get 1 point, but Fate,
Okay.
kalau Fate dapat beritahu apakah maksud peribahasa ini, kita bagi 0.5.
Oh, really? Okay. Sikit-sikit lama-lama. Means that if you save sikit-sikit, okay, eventually dia akan jadi banyak. So that's why you have to save money, guys. Okay, you simpan one Maggie cup a
Is it
day.
acceptable for you?
Okay, and
I
then
think it's quite
lama-lama boleh makan
acceptable.
banyak Maggie.
It's quite acceptable,
It's acceptable.
honestly.
Husky, is it acceptable
Okay.
for you?
Yeah, it's a good analogy. I can take that. I can take that.
Because is it okay?
Rasa betul sebab mengumpul kan? Betul.
Okay, I mean kalau saya tak nak bagi point, tapi manakala 3 caster kata bagi point, kita akan bagi Fate 0.5 point, iaitu sabar mengerjakan sesuatu lama-lama berhasil juga. Jadi kita akan buka kepada Eliminate untuk dapatkan 0.5 point. Kalau Eliminate dapat beritahu apakah maksud sepandai-pandai tupai melompat akhirnya jatuh ke tanah juga, L akan dapat 0.5 point.
Come on.
No.
Give it a shot.
I honestly thought you're gonna go like tuition teacher route. If L can make one sentence with the peribahasa, I give her 0.5, and I was like, oh, scared. Then suddenly you tell me maksud the tupai thing, and I'm just like, oh, even worse.
Okay. Untuk pengetahuan, yang maksud yang sepandai-pandai tupai melompat itu adalah orang yang pandai kadang-kadang tersilap juga. Baiklah. Sekarang ini kita akan pergi ke peribahasa kita yang ketiga. Husky, can you tell us the
Okay, I think this one's a little bit more difficult, yeah? So, Husky, can you read it to them?
There's a canoe, but you still want to swim. There's a canoe want to swim. There we go. That's the literal translation. So I repeat it. There's a canoe want to swim.
Maggie.
Okay.
Ada sampan tapi nak berenang. Is it?
Okay.
Can you do sampan, right? Am I wrong?
Yep.
That's what I was thinking also.
Okay,
so what were you
cannot say the same answer. Okay.
Oh, nak kena dah ada sampan tapi nak. Okay.
Yeah, it's something.
Fate dah bagi jawapan.
It's probably the grammar, yeah.
Okay, so L, your answer?
There's no difference for me. Ada sampan tapi.
Then I guess jawapan Fate boleh diterima sebab maksudnya ada sampan hendak berenang.
Hendak.
Okay.
We learn something new every day.
Left my brain.
Fate sekarang 2.5. L, kalau nak dapat 0.5 points, apakah maksud peribahasa ini?
What
Think
is
about
the
it.
meaning?
It's pretty straightforward.
I'm going to guess. I'm just going to guess.
Yeah. Just guess.
Yeah, wing it. Let's go.
That there's. Does it mean that when there are tools to help you, tools or like people to help you, but you were still adamant to do it your way, like don't take their advice or stuff like that. Is that similar? Just a guess.
That's actually
I think it's acceptable.
Pretty close.
Yeah, I
yes.
think it's acceptable. Maksud pantun ada sampan, maksud peribahasa ada sampan hendak berenang, bermaksud sengaja menyusahkan diri. Dah ada telefon tak nak guna, dah ada mouse tak nak guna. Jadi saya rasa acceptable. Jadi Fate Bro sekarang 2.5, Eliminate sekarang 1.5. Baiklah. Yang ni yang paling seronok. Yang ni yang paling seronok. Kontra. Bacakan peribahasa kita.
Okay. Peribahasa here. Okay, so want 8,000 power, don't want 1,000 excuses. So what is this peribahasa in Malay?
What? Want 800,000 power?
No.
Want 1,000 power, don't want 8,000 excuses.
1,000 power.
Yes. This one is pretty pretty tricky.
This is something that
easy,
probably quite common
easy,
if you go for SPM or something similar.
Oh my god.
Mom,
my
don't
god.
do this, Mom.
Maka berapa ni?
Want 1,000 power, don't want 1,000 excuse.
The literal translation
Hey,
is,
come on.
is pretty
I give you this and you can get it.
Okay.
Wait. Want 1,000 power, not
Want 1,000 power, don't want 1,000.
I don't know, dude. I know the literal translation. Nak 1,000.
Okay.
Nak 1,000? What? It can't be nak 1,000, right?
Okay.
Nak 1,000
Okay.
Yeah, it
puasa.
can be.
Tak nak
Come on,
1,000
we're leading
alasan.
on to
What?
something. Okay.
Oh no. Okay, I think
Alright.
no cannot answer.
B and AM, okay? I don't know. Okay.
Oh no.
White flag.
Husky,
I'm
can
ready.
you tell
I'm ready.
can you tell us the answer? Can you tell us the answer, Husky? Nampaknya
Okay.
kita punya KOL pinning.
The answer is hendak 1,000 daya, tak hendak 1,000 talih.
Oh my god, it's this one. Oh.
Oh
Yes, you were
my
close.
I knew-
You were
This
pretty
is
I
much
knew the word
right.
duck,
Darling
but that's
is-
it.
Dali
You got
nasi.
you got
What?
20% of it correctly. Yes. Eliminate new one
but
word.
then,
That's
I
a
don't think
start.
so. Okay.
Hendak.
Siapa
I wouldn't have
dapat
done that.
jawab, siapa dapat jawab maksud peribahasa ni dapat 0.5 point.
Ha.
L?
Okay, you win. I don't know. I don't know this.
El
I don't
tolong
know.
gear.
I don't know
Tolong
Okay, since tak ada siapa
All
jawab, saya
right,
akan beritahu.
we'll give it a pass.
Buat sesuatu harus lakukan dengan sedaya upaya. If you want to do something, you have to do it as best as you could. Itulah maksud hendak seribu daya, tak nak seribu dalih.
Naruhodo.
Baiklah,
Eh,
kita akan kembali kepada saya semula. Yang ni sepatutnya korang tahu. Peribahasa ni, Fate, you should know this.
Why
If
Fate?
you don't
I know.
know,
How about me?
You should know this as well.
Might don't know. Yeah, but you might
Okay.
know it because this is kind of famous phrase. Okay, ini adalah peribahasanya. Okay, bersiap sedia. Dengar betul-betul. Let go cough at the stairs.
Maggie, lepaskan batuk di tangga.
Yes!
There we
Finally,
go.
Finally fit. Finally fit.
That was a
speak
quick one. That
violence.
was a really quick one. Okay,
Yeah.
extra brownie
L?
points for anyone who gets the
L, kita bagi
meaning
buka kepada L dulu. Kita bagi buka
behind
L
this.
dulu.
Actually, I have no idea what this means. Lepaskan batuk di tangga.
Hey, Fate also don't know the meaning, way. How to solidify his win?
Wait, let me think about this. Lepaskan
Okay,
batuk di
great.
tangga.
Argument.
You can only win if you can get definisi, okay? Okay.
Oh,
Not
tukar
bad.
peraturan.
Not bad, not bad.
I actually don't know where the meaning. What? I know the
Wait,
phrase. I don't know the
guess.
meaning.
Guess.
Lepaskan batuk di tangga.
Apakah
I
maksudnya?
guess.
Uh,
Not. I don't know. Actually, I don't know. Not caring. I don't know what this means.
L, ada nak teka L? Okay, do you want to guess?
Just a random guess.
yeah,
Yes,
just guess. Your
Guess,
wildest guess.
Melepaskan batuk. Yeah, Fate, exactly my thinking.
Dia kira macam dia turun tangga tu separuh, lepas tu dia batuk.
Saya hanya nak cakap saya ingin memohon
having
maaf
a hard
kepada
time.
semua cikgu bahasa Melayu di luar sana. Maafkan kami kerana terpaksa menonton segmen peribahasa ini. Itu adalah bermaksud buat kerja tak habis. Buat kerja tak habis. Lepaskan batuk baru nak buat kerja tak habis.
I would.
You know what guys? Lepas ni boleh contact saya. Saya akan mengajar korang semua dalam bahasa Melayu.
Ada tuition tak? Ada number boleh dapat.
Okay, Mikos. Bagi peribahasa yang seterusnya yang mana peribahasa ni sangat senang. Sepatutnya
Yes.
anda semua tahu. Kalau tak tahu, saya tak tahu nak kata apa. Mikos,
Okay,
bagi
okay,
peribahasa
okay.
tersebut.
Alright. Like bamboo and cliff. Bamboo
Maggie.
and cliff.
Okay.
Okay,
Right, L?
okay.
Right?
I think
I
I
don't
don't
think-
know.
I don't think
Okay,
I know
okay,
You
this.
cannot back up. You cannot
wait,
back up.
L.
Come on. Let's go.
Come on, El.
What do you
This is
think?
very simple peribahasa.
Yes.
Yes.
really simple.
Just direct translate it.
Just translate it.
Yeah.
The thing is, I don't know how to direct translate the bamboo on the clay. Wait, okay.
I think I know,
No,
but I think I'm wrong. So I don't know.
I'm just thinking, is it the bagai out dengan tebing one? Is it?
Betul.
Yes.
Yes.
You got it.
Oh my god.
Let's go.
Okay, Fate, you have a chance to tell us the meaning.
I think it's something macam working together or like symbiosis. I don't know. Something that works together.
Okay lah.
Is it?
Yep.
Kind of.
Okay, L ada nak jawab? Mungkin kalau jawapan L lagi tepat, L boleh dapat 2 point.
Tolong menolong antara satu yeah, you help together, you help each other, both of you help each other, and like both of you will benefit off of it when you help each other.
I think L has a better answer sebab jawapannya adalah tolong menolong antara satu sama lain. I think L
Oh,
has a
you
better
got-
answer. So L akan dapat 1.5 yang mana sekarang ini point, Fate sekarang 3.5, manakala Fate 4.5, L adalah 3 sekarang. So 0.5
Okay.
point saja di bawah Fate. Okay?
1.5.
peribahasa yang kedua terakhir. Ini memang susah sebab saya pun ni jarang dengar. Husky?
Trying my brain.
Okay, this one is pretty straightforward. So this
This is the last one. The last
Oh,
one.
this is the last one. Okay, so last one.
how-
This is it.
Okay.
This is your chance. Okay. The English gibberish is like chick lost mummy. Oh no, rat fall on rice. So this is the rat fall on rice. There we go.
Rat fall on rice.
Rat fall on rice.
What? Maggie?
Maggie? Okay.
Okay. L.
Alright, L.
L first.
Shoot it, L.
Tikus
L.
jatuh. What's the grammar?
Let's go.
Halfway there.
Jatuh.
Yeah.
What's the grammar for on? Atas nasi. Just betul tak? Is it not atas?
What is it? Can you repeat again?
Tikus jatuh.
I'm not
Atas
reading comments.
Nasi?
God.
No.
It's
Tikus
50%.
jatuh atas nasi. Okay, Fate.
Tikus jatuh atas beras.
Okay. But granted, L jawab dulu tapi L punya jawapan salah. Fate punya jawapan betul tapi selepas itu. Jadi, siapa yang dapat teka apakah maksud seperti tikus jatuh di beras, you will get the win. Siapa
Sudden death.
betul ni terus menang.
Okay, can I
Kita
just
bagi
YOLO
peluang
take
kepada Fate dulu. Fate dulu.
Okay, can I just
Beritahu jawapan. Okay, kalau Fate betul,
I'm YOLOing.
Fate menang.
Okay.
Tikus.
Okay.
Disgusting. Okay. Kotor. Okay, gross. Okay. So kalau tikus jatuh atas beras kan, the beras also gross. Busuk. Okay. So my logic is seperti tikus jatuh di beras means that one thing destroys other stuff. Something like that. I don't know, man.
Okay.
But what if
okay.
it's a hamster? What if it's
it-
guinea pig? It's a clean.
Okay, itu
Can I
tak apa
guess?
kontra. Itu adalah tekaan daripada Fate walaupun nampaknya peribahasa tu sama seperti setitik nila rosak susu sebelanga, tapi tidak mengapa kita pergi kepada L dulu.
Okay.
Mengampulkan tu.
Okay, purely a guess, okay? So when I think
think
of
of this.
tikus, I think that, they're very
Like-
small little things that crawl around, okay? And then if they fall, they kind of die. So with a tikus jatuh on rice, right? The rice will save them, right? So I would consider it something like something saves them and they're very lucky in that situation. That's what I'm guessing.
Satu.
Okay. Undian caster.
Oh, undian
Siapa nak
caster.
undi
Okay,
Fate,
I turn
siapa
around.
nak undi L. Okay,
But we both
kita
wrong.
mulakan dengan kontra.
What's
Kontra,
the
siapa nak
question
vote? L ke, jawapan L ke, jawapan Fate?
Saya rasa tak nak vote lah. Just kidding.
again? Wrong, ah?
Okay.
Sebab prediction nanti saya salah.
Okay, just bagi je. Siapa yang
Touch your
kontra
heart,
sebetul?
Okay. Kalau nak ikut, if we want to follow the meaning behind the idiom, the one that is closer, although both are technically wrong, the one that is closer is actually eliminate.
Yeah.
Okay, Husky.
Really?
Eliminates. It's actually closer to the actual meaning, although it's still pretty far.
Mikos. Apakah?
Paksa ikut sebab L sebut laki. Sebab itu
Untuk saya pun jawapannya memang dua-dua salah, tapi yang lebih dekat adalah L sebab jawapannya memperoleh kekayaan yang tak disangka-sangka. Bayangkan tikus tu masuk dalam beras, dia terus kenyang, terus dapat macam-macam. Don't think this is the thing. Imagine
Tikus
you
makan
are
beras
the
ke?
rat. Yes, tikus eat beras. So, L menang 3 berbalas kosong. Tahniah L. Nampaknya hari ni siapa yang saya undi semua salah. So, bro, would you do the honor for 10 ketuk ketampi, please?
I think Fate and I need to go do an experiment where we pick up a mouse and throw into ricer and see what the mouse do.
Okay, gotta be careful.
Okay,
That looks very
okay,
scary.
okay.
Oh.
Okay, it's empty, guys. It's empty. It's okay.
Okay.
Empty.
Time to see. Alright. 10
Kalau dia
times.
tolak
10
sama
times.
juga. Dia ketuk ke tampi, benda tu bergoyang juga nanti.
Okay.
Okay, on the count.
Satu, dua.
Dua.
Tak turun habis.
4.
5.
Ini rancangan apa ni, guys?
7, 8, 9, 10. Lebih.
So much Maggi.
Shame.
I wasn't actually counting. How many did I do? 100?
It's already 13, you know. It's already 13, you know.
13, okay. I thought it was 100. Oh, damn.
Oh my god. Okay. Apa-apa pun kami ingin mengucapkan terima kasih kepada Fate dan juga L kerana bertanding pada hari ini. Walaupun L menang 3-0. Guys, 3-0. Mungkin inilah supahan caster, supahan pengulas yang mana Fate terpaksa tercedok 3 game berturut-turut. Tapi sebelum kita mengucapkan bye-bye kepada 2 KOL kita, saya nak bertanya dulu kepada Fate. Pertama sekali, siapakah yang akan menang? Geek Fam atau Underank?
Because I am kind of I'm very biased, okay, guys. Crown and Shanks, I think, right? They always lepak in my stream, so I'm going to vote for Underank. Good luck, guys.
Okay.
L, your vote?
L?
I'm not copying his answer, I swear it, but Underank also, because last time I interviewed Shanks, like he very nice guy to me, we all laugh together, you know, I want this guy to win.
True.
Very biased answer, tapi baiklah, terima kasih kepada kedua-dua KOL kita pada hari ini. Jadi mungkin Fate ada apa-apa kata-kata akhir yang ingin Fate sampaikan kepada peminat-peminat Fate di luar sana?
Thank you for all the support, boys and girls. Hopefully kita orang boleh buat lagi more events like this. Hopefully, okay. Hopefully next time, you know, I get a better Malphite. You know, maybe I get a better Nami. You know, who knows? Okay.
That's just salty, guys. That's just salt. That's just salt. That's high price eggs.
I tried, man. I tried to end. They all died to the Zaya. Why? But it's okay. But again, thank you.
Okay. Alright, L, ada apa-apa kata-kata akhir L kepada semua peminat-peminat L di luar sana?
I think thank you guys tuning in and supporting Team Lemonade. I know that I don't really stream Wild Rift as much as Fate, but you guys are still very supportive. Thank you for the teammates who carried me together. We win to victory. And also one more thing to Fate, you know, you can always rematch next time, next Maggie Community Showdown. Maybe your internet better, your screen don't have oil, don't pecah, and then maybe we can try again.
You see, main Yasuo sekali terus screen pecah. So kepada pemain-pemain Yasuo di luar sana, saya tak tahulah macam mana. Tapi sekali lagi saya ingin mengucapkan ribuan terima kasih kepada Fate Bro dan juga Lemonade kerana bersama kami di dalam acara ini. Diharapkan anda semua orang kata berseronok bersama-sama kami sehingga kita bertemu lagi di perlawanan yang seterusnya. Sekali lagi kami ucapkan terima kasih dan kita bertemu lagi. Bye-bye.
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 My cheeks are sore. My cheeks are very sore from the laughing, but there it is, our Showdown paling hangat, Lemonade with trio. And they both gave their prediction. They think that Underrank is going to win. And once more, setting up the storyline of people having a bit of doubt onto Geek Fam. Geek Fam has defied it twice. We will find out if third time is the charm.
Definitely, and this time around, it's going to be in the lower bracket finals as well. So the stakes are high. Not only do they get eliminated from the tournament, that final spot to Southeast Asia Championship, this is the only chance that they are gonna get, and then they will have to face off against Berjaya Dragons. So, what's it gonna be, ladies and gentlemen? Put in your comments below if you're supporting either Geek Fam or even Team Underrank. So, ESL Mobile Open is presenting you the Sea Icon Series Malaysia. I believe that we will be kickstarting off our series pretty much soon. So Husky, they have made their predictions. I want to honestly hear your thoughts on how this entirety of the series will go, as it's going to be all 5 games, or is it going to be pretty one-sided? Share your thoughts.
I feel like this is probably going to go the distance. My initial prediction was, I kind of looked at Underrank having more of a leverage, but I think it will go 5 games simply because I think Geek Fam. It's time for me to admit, truthfully, that I think Geek Fam has improved so much that this is probably going to be a very tough fight for Underrank, regardless of how good they look.
All right, well, we'll see about that, but we will have to come back after a short little commercial break as we'll continue our entirety of the playoffs here on the very final day of the Sea Icon Series Malaysia. All this brought to you by ESL and Riyadh, and brought to you by Maggie Hot Cup as well.
Lihat, tunggu Stewie. Boom! Wabaka, bro! Adakah dia berjaya mendapatkan triple kill, mencari yang keempat dan kuasa kill?
I don't even care now that I've discovered a new kind of peace of mind. Up above us, looking down on us, there's an angel I know. We don't need to worry or discuss much. It's time for me to hit the road. Take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night. Through the sunrise, take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night. And I take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night. Sleep through the sunrise.
Seeing the stars reminds me of you. You left me with scars, but I know that one day you'll see it through. You give me air to breathe, you give me light to see. When things are out of reach, you bring them back to me. Back to me.
Alright, go. Tower first. Can. Alright, tower already. Nexus. Alright, okay. Nice! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
Go signal for SBTC. Look at that though, BMM diving towards the crack line as the
Explosive gas, gets it out. Incredible stuff. Here's Javio on the flank.
It's gonna zone away the rest of the members of MVP as he spins around for defense. Chili entering in the fight with the double net shot.
Shiva already in trouble. Arkany will be roaming in to join this fight, so keep an eye on the shockwave.
Bandit Cactus will lock down the primary carries. Back on Flashes once again. And
There's the big Inferno Bomb, only hit 2. TF is in the pit already, and they steal the Baron.
Lihat, tunggu Stewie. Boom! Wabaka, bro! Adakah dia berjaya mendapatkan triple kill, mencari yang keempat dan kuasa kill!
Once again, welcome back, Summoners, as this is the C Icon Series Malaysia, and it is all eventually coming to an end here in the playoffs and where we are currently at, and we're starting the day off here on the upper bracket finals. And you guys may have actually just joined us. Welcome once again. So my name is Contra, this is Husky, and all of this is part of ESL Mobile Open Asia Pacific, all presented to you by Riot Games as well as ESL, and not forgetting our official tournament partners, Maggie. Now, this is going to be a really crucial day for our top 3 teams that are still left on the table. We got Berjaya Dragons, who have already secured their spot in the Southeast Asia Championship. And now there's only one more slot remaining for the Malaysian region. Will it be the likes of Underank, or is it the on-form Geek Fam to take that final spot here? So Husky, you know, this signifies many things for the teams that have worked hard for the entirety of the year to get to the Southeast Asia Championship. So if you were to actually look into the thick of things, what could we expect out of this series between both Underrank as well as Geek Fam?
For Underrank, right off the bat, I think there's a lot of focus on Coffee and Coffee alone. And I think Underrank's entire identity throughout the fall season was just getting Coffee to the late game and using his skills as one of the best players in the entire league to carry the team. Obviously, that relies on both Kagami and Arashi to make that happen. Crown just wants to go even. He's more of a standard Baron laner, so less flashy. But on the side of Geek Fam, they play a control game. It's all about control, power, and consistency. We went through that a lot of times, which is why they are now in the lower bracket finals. The upper bracket started with Underrank 3-0ing Saudaga E-Blaze, and afterwards Berjaya Dragons taking out Underrank 3-0 to make it to the grand finals. And for the lower bracket, Geek Fam upset Semnai 3-1. Then they moved on to beat SDGREA 3-1. Now they place themselves against Underrank, one step closer to C, one step closer to the historical rematch between Berjaya Dragon. But I think against Underrank, this will be a super tough one.
And if we really look at the journey of Underrank back in the group stages as well, Underrank was the first ever team to be able to take down the likes of Berjaya. But here in the upper bracket finals, it was the other way around. It was a 3-0 clean sweep, and Geek Fam may be able to find a few flaws of how Underank has been able to, of course, get their mindset on each and every match that they have played so far. But looking at Geek Fam as well, they may not have the cleanest of the series, and maybe Underank may be able to get something by the playbooks that they still have. So in this entirety of the series, whoever wins this not only gets to fight against Berjaya Dragons to be crowned as champions of the Malaysian region, they will secure that guaranteed spot into the Southeast Asia Championship, and that is the one that is definitely worth all these hustle that they've been working hard on for the past couple of months.
Yeah, I mean, remember we had so many interviews of all these to the times when we asked them what are the teams you're looking forward to fighting, which team do you think has the most threat. Geek Fam was not even on the list, but here they are in the lower bracket finals taking on Underank, a team that a lot of people have been expecting or have been putting expectations on to be the next Kingslayers, to be the closest team to have a chance to take down Berjaya Dragons. Simply because they were the only team that was able to beat Berjaya Dragons, to draw blood and leave a scar during the group stage. But yesterday's told a different story, so now they have to kind of start that journey once more by taking out the underdog Geek Fams. The Shang, 69, Haki, Momo, and Nyx, they've came such a long way, just one more best of 5 until they secure a slot at the regionals.
And you can definitely see the chemistry between the members have definitely increased significantly so, especially when they finally found that missing puzzle piece that was 69 that was placed in the jungle, where he does offer a lot of versatility in this pool of champions that he can actually pull out, whether if he goes full offensive or even going for something that's a little bit more utility heading into set up for the rest of the members. And Momo, alongside with Nyx, have always been that deadly duo right down on that Dragon lane, and that's what we really have to look out for from this likes of Geek Fam. And for Underrank, this team has been able to tear the entire league by half or even by storm, where we saw Coffee has been able to challenge that title as the best marksman in the entirety of the Malaysian region Rift at the moment. Got multiple accounts into Challenger already, and now Kagame is also in a decent form. And Arashi so far usually getting a lot of good leads for the team. So Underrank, as much as they may have suffered loss on the upper bracket, this is their only lifeline, and they're willing to still prove their worth. And perhaps Underrank still have a lot of gas in the tank. Now it's time to have a look at the hit record here between both Crown as well as the Shang.
The numbers are pretty surprising, right? You look at the Shang and Crown, the KDA ratio, and most of the numbers. No, actually, I would say Crown takes most of the cake, simply because he has slightly higher kill participation and slightly higher KDA, but that was also kind of taken out of the fact that throughout the entire league, Underrank overall has a better performance during the group stage, so the Shang was struggling. And I think Haki mentioned yesterday that he himself as a player relies on the jungler a lot. Before 69 was added into the roster and Nyx was still filling in the shoes of a jungler, there was a lot of struggle, there was a lot of desynchronized plays, and a lot of, a lack of chemistry. But now seeing 69 in the jungle as a veteran and Nyx back into the support where he feels most comfortable, Geek Fam's performance has risen up, to be a force to be reckoned with. This head-to-head doesn't tell the full story. I would go to say that Shang perhaps is a slightly more dominant Baron laner compared to Crown, seemingly because Shang can be a bit more self-sufficient, whereas Crown kind of wants to just play the most basic Baron lane as possible and play the survival game until the rest of the team comes online.
We do see a lot of great similarities between the both of them, as they can either go sword or shield mode, and I would suggest that they would definitely contest for a few picks right here. We saw Renekton being one of these staple picks out there for the likes of Crown, and Shang could do exactly the same. And if they were to go on Darius, there's definitely ways to answer back towards Shang. So the question is Gragas going to be the top priority for either side of Baron Lane now that it's a really popular flex pick that can be utilized in multiple different side of lanes, putting support, hitting into the mid lane as well, and also at times in the jungle. This is definitely one of the best options on the table. And if we were to actually look at some of the strength of Underank is on how they go in with some really fast-paced action in the Rift, where majority of Geek Fam, you mentioned, they like to play a little bit more of a stable control. Perhaps that's going to be a little bit steer, but somehow our predictions seems to be pretty much aligned for this entirety of the series.
Yeah, and I'm not going to lie when I say I feel Underrank is still the stronger team, but back then I would say by a mile. But right now I would say maybe just that little inch. If Underrank is under the weather, Geek Fam take them out, and I would not be surprised. Instead, I would feel pretty happy because Geek Fam have established themselves as this underdog, right? A team that has a great legacy, came into fall season, faced elimination, and now are making the dream lower bracket run. But to quickly touch on the similarities of the champion picks as we get into the draft between the Shank and Crown, I'm expecting a Camille ban coming up for sure, especially if you're underranked. We saw Shank with that Camille, one of his most effective champions in the Baron lane. If underranked wants to eliminate some of the power picks, Camille has to be on the table.
And not only that, we saw the popularity of Senna here being picked up by a majority of the team that has enabled creativity down the bottom lane, where you can even have her not taking too much of that farm and funneling all that gold back to the supposedly support role. So there's definitely a lot of interesting note to take when you look at a ban onto Kha'Zix that was targeted on towards 69. And even when Berjaya Dragons were taking on the likes of Underank, they have been able to fear some of all these very offensive jungle. Now, to start things off with, there will be Underank here going on that Gragas. Now, question to you is, where is this Gragas going?
Feels like Gragas is more of a crown champion. I think Geek Fam will focus on Lulu, maybe the Rengar with C69. He does play it, and it's also going to be a deny pick from Arashi. But 69 also shares the Lee Sin. So for the jungler pool, at least both teams have ample variation to choose from. You can't take out everyone. 69 goes for his Lee Sin, Arashi gets the Rengar. It's a win-win for both teams. Underranked though, they have shown us the Nasus Senna, so they'll lock in the Senna first, and we'll see if we get the Nasus or the Senna will be paired with a different support.
And this is where Geek Fam ability goes in for Diana as well. It has worked relatively well for Hockey, as he's been always looking to roam relatively early. And this is one of the core strengths of having a Diana, especially when you have Moonfall available to really disrupt the tempo of some of all these team fight and disorient them if it was landed correctly. Now, to really respond to that, I really being picked up as well as the Vayne. What are your thoughts on this two particular picks?
Ariella is kind of a more underpicked champion, I think, because of how much more complex she is, but she also is a very strong laner, right? You put her in the mid or top lane, Ariella can always kind of self-sustain. She has great control, she has damage reduction, and most importantly, the Vanguard's edge not only provides a slow, but a disarm. So you hit it onto champions like Momo, that essentially just disables her. You can't really get out or dispel that debuff. But for Underrank, they're looking at very strong jungle and mid synergy. Rengar and Irelia, you get these two champions going, they will take over the game. For bottom, Vayne and Senna, definitely not the most powerful laning duo. You don't really have that much shove nor poke compared to a Lulu Kai'Sa, so I'm expecting Geek Fam to have an advantage in that bot lane.
Yeah, and we look at the other rest of the composition of Underrank. I definitely think there is a lot of focus on towards heavy early game power spikes. So they will need to really hunt for all these picks as soon as they can. And now, without further ado, let's kick off the first game of this best of 5 here with Geek Fam taking on Underrank. This is
the penultimate series before the grand finals. I mean, what better way? I still kind of find it hard to believe that we are seeing Geek Fam, but in a good way. My disbelief is a positive one. It really shows the growth of this team. But I think Underank, they are going for a lane swap. They know that if you put Coffee and Shanks into Momo and Nyx, the lane is going to really suffer. But Geek Fam will match it. You know, they put the Shank down there, his Fiora into a Gragas, no problem.
And my question is, how long can this Cinderella story continue? Because they may be looking at, likely we're on their best right now, but can they still have room to improve where Coffee almost got his recall being cancelled? So this rotation will still come into place, where both Crown as well as Shanks have already immediately arrived to the scene without too much of a hassle at all. So I guess this is where they want to match things up again. We saw Shank, okay, goes immediately towards the likes of Momo as well as Nyx. And I don't think that they even expect that huge clash of the calamity of damage that has rained upon them as soon as Momo sets his sights right on top of Coffee.
You have to respect the damage from Kaisa. That she bursts you, she does percentage of damage. I think they found Arashi.
Arashi only has so little health left, and they managed to catch him out as he tries to even get close by to the scuttle. Now, this will be Geek Fam here taking really quick leads. Kagami can only look by. He couldn't really do all too much. He's still level 4. And we look back into towards the mid lane matchup here. He will eventually have a little bit more room to wiggle with against the likes of Diana, so long as she can connect the stun. But he could not underestimate the sort of damage that Haki could also put out, and also the fact that he's running barrier. There's no reason for Kagami to even go in for a dive.
What? Kagami doesn't even have his ult. He's level 4, and he tries to dive Haki with a barrier. That is not... And they saw 69 and Nyx on that top river. That was kind of a misjudgment from Underank, for sure. It should not have happened. There's so many things we need to kind of look through, quickly, right? Coffee, if his recall got cancelled just now, it would have been horrible for Underank because the lane swap would fail. If his recall goes through, they complete the lane swap, they cancel the lane swap of Geek Fam, but they give away first blood. And subsequently, they also lost the Arashi, and then Kagami goes for a dive. So Underank, despite they do one thing right, but they take 5 steps back. So Geek Fam right now, they've essentially won all 3 lanes just off of that. Even though it's just a mere 2,000 gold lead, the fact that they were able, that chain of event happened, puts Geek Fam in a very comfortable spot. Less than a minute until the first Drake spawns, but Geek Fam, they're gonna start to look for those lane priorities. The lane swap doesn't matter anymore to the Shang. They have effectively gotten control for the first few minutes.
Arashi paying a little bit of a visit here, but it won't result too much as the Shang has already been able to steer away from danger. Now, Kagami tries to go for round 2, but look where Nyx is at. He's already rushing in towards the mid side. Might have just been spotted out by the ward that was placed pretty much deeply, so 69 will be able to clear it immediately as Haki just utilizing whatever he has. They could easily just dash in and out of a mid reset. Now, 10 seconds from here, I wonder what the priorities are for both Underank as well as Geek Fam, with the first Drake being Ocean. I guess that it's definitely worth to contest for. And if they really want to get things going very early, I guess Herald is where it's going to be much heavy focus for the side of Geek Fam.
You can see Underank, they kind of want to keep matching Geek Fam, but at one point you need to kind of make a decision how you want the lanes to go. If Underank focuses on the bot side, Geek Fam, they have a good chance of diving Coffee and just rendering him more ineffective throughout the game. So Underank, they finally kind of break that chain of control and they put Kagami in the bot lane. They also start up the Dragon, Geek Fam. And they have no intention. You take the Dragon, we will take the Rift Pharaoh, and the tier 1 mid is also under siege. This structure is actually gonna die, so it's actually more work for Geek Fam.
Destroy.
Explosive cast already being used up by Crown. And Geek Fam manages to go on a highs. And now going for a dive as well. This is gonna be Lee Sin looking for the pickoff here. Crown won't be collapsed upon, but this is going to be another chunk of the plating going on the hands of Geek Fam. Body slam connects though, and now they're looking to shut down Momo as he'll be able to back away, but they're going back in the jungle. Wolfall connects, but the rest of Underank have been able to give chase. The Shag now doesn't really have too much mana, but that's good enough for Arashi to be hopping on top. resets on towards the leaves. And now Kagami gets a little bit of a dive in. And Kagami still survives though. Geek Fam somehow survives.
That, I would say, is still kind of a win for Geek Fam. They could have lost way more than that. Everything went so well. We saw Haki, he was diving around with the Lunar Rush, gets the barrier. Yeah, he died to Arashi because Arashi followed him into the Dragon Pit using the Blast Code. But other than that, everyone else from Geek Fam played a perfect game. Kagame wants Momo, Momo Killer Instinct, barrier stays alive. Kagame thankfully has the Defiant Dance, so he also survived that. But if you're a Geek Fam, you're super happy with that. You lose one guy, but you take the Rift Herald, you take both the mid turret. And now Underrank, they are going to start bleeding out on the map because Geek Fam have taken full control of that mid lane.
Indeed, and what's making matters worse is that they still need to find a little bit more room for them to build up all these sort of power spikes, especially when you have some of all these members such as Coffee as well as Kagame that will rely heavily on resources, and they're negating a lot of all these safe space for them to slowly farm up as well. Now, Geek Fam, this is where we saw they were trying to get a little bit more of a room to escape, and they have to just expend Haki. Even with the Blast Cone, it wasn't entirely enough where all the flashes being utilized. I thought that, you know, things could have been better if there was a little bit more follow-up towards Kagame on that instant.
Yeah, and I think Geek Fam, they were happy with not taking their chances, but since that 69 is caught.
And that's one kill going over side of Underrank as well. Moonfall will be dropping right in, but that won't save Haki though. He burns the barrier, knowing that this is probably inevitable. So I guess that's going to be beneficial for the side of Underrank for the next fights to come. Crown as well shanked right to a fallen turret, while Geek Fam is just playing to their strength. They don't really have to force anything at all. And they may have actually dropped a few kills back towards the side of Underrank, but I don't really see Underrank really keeping it all together. Now, when it comes down to team fight, what would Underrank need to do to really put themselves ahead this time? Now that they managed to even out the odds when it comes down to kills, but not necessarily so when it comes down to the numbers of gold that they currently have.
Underrank will have a chance to just try to hard engage on the Geek Fam. Geek Fam doesn't really have a front line. The sustain comes from barrier, you know, all those summoner spells, and of course this Lulu. But we saw how Underrank, when they get the hard engage with the explosive cast or the Vanguard's Age, suddenly Geek Fam can't really counter engage because they don't have much tools. They have a few ultimates, but Underrank in a full scheme of a team fight still has a stronger comp. So if you're Underrank, you are slightly happy that you're stemming the bleeding. Now it's a forced issue.
Oh, that's where he brings out all the plays, but it's not enough to take out Zhang. He managed to just proc the Grand Challenges just in the nick of time on that final blow, and that has kept Zhang alive. Here comes the dive coming from Copy, though. Now with a little bit more room for Condemn as well. Momo comes into the killer instinct, gets a big fat chill, also with the help of Nyx. They should have a little bit more room to wiggle with as they are now setting their eyes on Drake. But they got to look out for 69 as well. Now they get a catch. Body slam connects. That's where they managed to snare. And everybody moves on top. They found the target they wanted. GA being fought for the side of Geek Fam. Real wish that could have actually come in sooner. Now, have to give way. Underrank with their second breakthrough in the form of Mountain. And maybe this might just actually give them back the control they've desired.
Yeah, they're doing things right. They're forcing the issue. Geek Fam, they are good at isolating targets, but they are not good when they are isolated, and that is exactly what we saw Underrank do. Underrank picks Geek Fam apart, and they get 2 more kills. Now, even through all of that, Geek Fam still has a bit of a goal lead simply because of how well they played the first 5 minutes. We talk about how Geek Fam is a team of control. The fact that Underrank is slowly trying to break free of it is signs of life. But they need to keep doing it. They cannot let up the tempo right now. You have effectively slowed Geek Fam down. Now it's time to choke them out of the space. And Underrank needs to start that by taking structures. Mid lane is the lane that Underrank needs to look at, but it's also the hardest lane for them to break. This will take some time, but if they can slow it down, Geek Fam will have a tougher scaling when it comes to the later stages of the game.
We're already seeing a little bit of a 3-2 split going on, and that's where 69 has already been able to get a little bit of glimpse of the rest of the members of Underrank for the moment. Now that we have 2 Trinity 4s up available already for the side of Geek Fam, there's a little bit more damage output that can actually come in from some of the skirmishes that's coming from the side of Geek Fam. Now, Twin Shadow will spot out Crown though, but it won't be able to result all too much. Both sides staring down onto the Baron Pit, but they know that it's a little bit sad too early to start things off. But the dive comes in again from Kagame, and what on earth is going on? He's not supposed to do that without his team being all around. But this is where the Trill of Hunt comes right in. They are looking in for hockey, and that's the move connecting to 2 as well. And with the flash, he won't be able to even make it out alive.
Good exhaust on Coffee. If not, it would have gone so much different. Haki would have actually killed off either Coffee or Arashi if he didn't have exhaust. Geek Fam will try to force a reaction from Underrank, but if you're Underrank, again, you're fine with it. Minus what Kagami did just now. Could have gotten another kill onto Momo. A lot of what ifs, but Momo is a Kaisa. Barrier, Killer Instinct, and Nyx reaching that in time with his heal and wild growth, and also help takes just 5 utilities to protect a core. You have to always respect those resources. Maybe Kagami felt really confident. Maybe I would have done the same, but in that particular scenario, like you mentioned, there was no need to dive. All Underrank needs to do is to take force fights, and by force fights, it doesn't mean you dive turrets. They haven't taken the tier 1 yet. They need to do it, and they need to do it fast.
I guess that he's just trying to get in the hit space of hockey, but even so, they're not really getting too much benefits out of it. It's an ult for Diana, yes indeed, but a Diana will still be very relevant in any of these team fights so long as she finds that perfect opening as well. So Geek Fam, honestly, not too phased about losing him for a couple of times, and all they have to do is to babysit Momo until he gets all these major items up to upgrade all of the spells that this Kaisa needs to have by mid-game. Well, speaking of mid-game, I guess we're already at it as we are looking at the Blade of Ring King as well as the Solari already up online for her. So I think things are going great for Geek Fam, although they are giving a little bit too much spacing for the likes of Underrank to wiggle with, which I felt that shouldn't be the case, where Geek Fam could still find a few hits from across. And you just look at this, no vision being set up by the likes of Underrank. It's gonna be hard.
I mean, Geek Fam, they are running double Twin Shadows, so a lot of information for them. They might go for the engage.
Dragon Rage connecting on towards Coffee. He just needs to connect once again, but that's where Shang will be able to back right in. But the Shang will be able to actually connect right across. 2 members down from the side of Underrank, and now this calls for Baron. Arashi got to make quick thinking here. Should he even go in for a challenge, knowing for a fact that the odds are all against him? And instead, they're already making a move towards the Drake, where they want to ensure that they will get that biggest benefit if they ever were to land a hand on that Elder. Shangdo. Now he's trying to actually challenge them, but this is Smite available though. Crown now moves out of the way. Arashi goes down! Geek Fam, they got it all, and now they are eyeing for the Crown. Taking him down as well. Flash, not entirely sure if that was necessary, but definitely all too worth it. 9-6, Geek Fam.
Underrank needed to hard engage, but 69 defied that. Now they might kill Kagami.
Grand challenge on top of Kagami, and that's all that she wrote. And Geek Fam is showing us a side that was not shown before. And now Underrank will need to find ways to defend. And the Shang, he constantly moves forward, and what can Twin Shadows do? It's only going to hold them for a slight moment, but the rest of Underrank will be coming up online. So Geek Fam will have to pay respect, but Top is giving a chase. Going on towards Hockey. Hockey will have to give himself up, turns golden, but we have to say goodbye to him eventually. So that's one more kill for Underrank.
69, yeah, good kick to get away. saving that if Coffee goes for the chase. I mean, Geek Fam, I mean, at this point, Haki going down is the least of Geek Fam's issues. They have broken open the inhibitor turret, and it's all because of 69. That one decisive call. We talk about how Geek Fam needed a voice, and Haki has been kind of the guy who has been doing his best to be that voice. That call to engage was perfect for Geek Fam. They caught Coffee, the person that shouldn't die, completely off guard. The moment Coffee goes down, Geek Fam just straight up wins the fight. We talk about how Underank needs the hard engage, but you have to pay respects to 69. I mean, he has done so much on this Lee Sin. He only has 2 kills, 4 assists, but those are all the stats that mattered for 69. Geek Fam, they don't have the Baron buff anymore, but they sure as heck can pose a threat at this inhibitor turret.
Indeed, he definitely pulled a lot of all these vital picks, especially the one over a mid lane where Coffee got caught. Now a little bit of tease coming in from the likes of 69. While there is going to be a 2-2 split going on towards the top as well as mid, Kagami's going to be able to hold a wave. And I honestly want to see Kagami playing a little more tidier, as we have seen him making a few mistakes, as I would like to call it, like diving on the turret for a couple of times, going for that solo showdown against Haki when he does have barrier as well as flash available, wasn't really the wisest of choice. So now he's got to really pick his fight real well, because that Vanguard's edge will probably be the biggest element that will make or break the entirety of the tempo of one good team fight against Geek Fam.
Yeah, absolutely. But Geek Fam, they have control of all 3 lanes. There's a Shang on one, a 69 on the other. Haki just got his Crystalline Reflector, so it's gonna make him slightly tankier. No, he cares less about dealing a crap ton of damage and more about surviving long enough to get those damage out. Geek Fam now banking most of it on the Shang and Momo, which is completely fine. Fiora and Kaisa, super good scaling champions. Second Baron Nash is up. Underank desperately wants to get vision, but Geek Fam will always have that priority, and the only thing Underank can do right now is to try and challenge Geek Fam when they start Baron and make sure that they win that fight. If not, Geek Fam might just walk away with this game.
We walk away, that's going to be the charm and everything connected, and that's where Crown gets deleted, and the rest of Geek Fam, they're hunting out for them. 69 turns golden on really peculiar situation, but that's good enough to get their hands on that second Baron. So, is there any space at all for Underank to even respond to this? Because they don't really have a good way to actually get a smooth entry, and now Baron's falling down low, and
oh no,
Geek Fam, they secure it, now they collapse, Moonfall on the tree, and the rest of them won't falter. Shang now having to pop the flash. Shang now goes in with a grand challenge, he gets a double kill. With only Arashi surviving, he still has the GA, but he will not hold on for all too long. Geek Fam, they're marching in towards the Nexus already, and this may just be the first blow out of the many, and Geek Fam takes the lead.
My goodness! My Geek Fam showed us a masterclass of Wild Rift. Right before the Baron Nashor attempt from Geek Fam, 69 single-handedly zoned out the entirety of Underank. The threat of this Lee Sin, him and the Shang have done so much work, but my god, Geek Fam woke up on the right side of the bed for sure. Underank shows signs of life, but we talk about all these very small details that led to Underank having a more subpar early game, from giving away first blood to diving under turret. You kill Haki 5 times, but he is not the main focus of the game. Everything has always been Momo and the Shang, Kaisa and Fiora, the two strongest late game champions, and Underank could not find an answer for it. They thought that Haki was the core, but they forgot that the rest of Geek Fam have him backed up. This was just a masterful class of Geek Fam controlling the game and not letting it go.
Yeah, and I definitely have to agree with some of your statement out there. And on top of that, let's have a little bit of a look at the build as well. We're going to look at Haki, who has been able to build onto the crystalline route, where we saw so many of all these AD assassins that could easily dive onto him. So even on top of that, with stasis, that is just good enough to buy a few seconds for the rest of Geek Fam to eventually follow up. And the Shang, honestly, was the one that has been popped up on many of these heavy team fights that could have actually won either ways. And that was that sort of the moment over on the mid before even the Baron started, where I just felt that Underank could have actually played it a little bit cleaner so that they could just get a better trade against the likes of Geek Fam. But it doesn't seem like everything was syncing well from the side of Underank. And do you spot if there's any sort of problems with this current composition that they're fielding right now?
Underank is a team that doesn't necessarily play a fast game, that we know. You know, they rely a lot on that late game prowess. They don't mind going even early on. But what we saw in that last game, like you pointed out, was Underank getting chased down by Geek Fam. And it's kind of a complete role swap, right? Geek Fam, they're a controlled team, but to see them make those shot calls, to take the initiative right into Underrank's face, is something that we have been wanting to see, but we didn't expect we would see, at least for this lineup. So Underrank, they have to step up. We've seen them play better. They just need to make sure that early game doesn't fall into the hands of Geek Fam. They definitely would have a better chance.
Yeah, and we just really have to wait and tell, because this is still a best of 5 where anything could still turn around for the likes of Underrank, which they haven't really shown their trump card just about yet. I do believe so. So let's see what happens in the upcoming game, as we'll be taking a quick break. And when we come back, we'll carry on with our Sea Icon Series Malaysia for game number 2.
Yeah, and with...
Lihat, tunggu Stewie. Boom! Wah, bakar, bro! Itu petangkan alamat. Pada kali Berjaya mendapatkan triple kill, mencari yang keempat dan kuasa kill.
Carpe diem, I know I got only one life. Don't wanna spend it, listen to your bitch one. It's a little mean, I know, well, apologies. But my New Year resolutions and my honesty. Trust me, it ain't nobody, 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 none of my business. It ain't none of your business. On the same excuses, I think it's getting old. I ain't your therapist, I ain't your match. Hey, oh, can't really tell you anything you don't already know. No one said it was easy. Don't even bother, cause I'm in this secure location. I turned off my phone and my patience. I wanna help you, but you ain't even trying. You made your own bed, now you gotta fucking lie. Ain't nobody, nobody, ain't nobody, nobody, ain't none of my business. Ain't none of my business. Nobody, 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 ain't none of my business. It ain't none of your business. Nobody, nobody sitting. Nobody, nobody sitting. None of my business. It ain't none of my business. I'm so sorry that I wasn't really there for me. Cause nobody else is showing any empathy. Rudely awakened.
thinking, did I do something wrong? Life isn't easy, why did you leave me here with my thoughts alone? I don't wanna wake up messed up, cause I can't spend another day like this. Another type of cake up, break up, where I've been finding any way to my fix. I need you now, cause I don't wanna be around. No, I don't wanna wake up messed up. There's gotta be another way past this. I'm so sorry that I didn't.
Lihat, tunggu Stewie. Boom! Wah, bakar bro!
Itu petangkan alamat. Adakah dia berjaya mendapatkan triple kill mencari yang keempat dan kuasa kill?
Weather the storm and come up with their very first point in this best of 5 in the Sea Icon series lower bracket finals. My name is Contra, this is Husky, and you are currently watching the ESL Mobile Asia Pacific, and all of this is presented to you by Riot Games as well as ESL. So one game has passed and we have witnessed some really clean plays coming out outside of Geek Fam as well, and you really gotta check out on how 69 has been able to control a lot of all these pressure coming in from the likes of Underank. And of course we have a lot of questions in our head where there's so many of all these comfort picks that goes in the hands of Underank, but they did not manage to pull through. And Kagame, definitely we had a few questions about some dives on the turret. Can he find a way to stabilize himself when the moment matters the most? Because this is this opportunity for Underrank to still go to the C Championship. This is just the first pointer to the side of Geek Fam. And let's see if they can still continue the streak, or will Underrank actually take a reverse sweep against the kings of reverse sweep.
Geek Fam has made one of the strongest statement possible to kick off this series. Underrank, like you mentioned, got most of their comfort picks, right? Coffee with his Vayne, Kagame gets the Irelia, Arashi, able to play the Rengar in the jungle. But Geek Fam shut all of that down as if they have played against it, a million times in their heads. This is more like Geek Fam perfecting a simulation as they just dissected what Underrank wanted to do. And I do agree, there were some very sloppy plays from the side of Underrank. I think it's less about shot calling and more of just individual decisions that led to them having a harder game. It was winnable at one point when they started finding a bit of groove, but Geek Fam quickly took control of that of the game back. And 69, he has been the power jungler of Geek Fam, and he's really posing a lot of problems for Underrank.
And not only that, we saw how the Shang managed to also pop off on his Furor, where he did a grand challenge to, of course, clutch a little bit of a 1 HP save right there for himself when we saw what happened over top side. But what I really felt about the first game was that Underrank, they lost pressure on the mid side after the Rift Herald was obtained by Geek Fam. And from there onwards, they haven't been able to really get a good grasp or even a stronger footing into the game already, which we definitely felt that it could have been executed a little better when it comes down to some of all these team fights where it wasn't all too clean, where every time they commit to one, there's bound to be a few members of Geek Fam who will be responding perfectly so to still pull in those numbers. So it's time for us to head over to the Baggy Hot Cup Champion Select, as this time around, they will still remain on the same side, and Underrank will start off the draft here with that Galio ban.
Now, Underrank, I don't think they will consider banning out Diana or anything. In fact, Lee Sin might be on the bans right now. It's either that or Fiora. They have to choose one of it because Underrank so far, just like a lot of other teams, have been focusing on Galio and Twisted Fate, two of the champions that Haki is very good at and also allows Geek Fam to have their global presence. And when you have a power jungler like 69, global presence just makes it so much more convenient for you to pull off that early game. And of course, Underrank, after that last game, they had banned out the Fiora. Geek Fam sticking with the Camille and Ari ban, shutting down Crown and Kagame's kind of more comfortable pick. They will also eliminate the Ziggs so that Underrank cannot shove the wave too much. And this is going to open up options for Geek Fam themselves. I'm looking at another Lee Sin pick. Kha'Zix is now available.
And that's definitely a great point to make. And Underrank will quickly snatch that one up. But that also leaves open a few picks such as the Gragas. And if you look at the Darius, which the Shang will definitely love to pick up for himself, as he definitely feels that's when he gets the Noxian on his hands. So listen to answer towards the Kha'Zix is going to be an appropriate one, and we just saw how 69 have been able to really maneuver across the map pretty much fluidly so, and not really being punished for multiple times as he built an early GA. Now, your thoughts on towards this Tristana as well, so Renekton. I think this might just be a little bit safer to play out for the side of Underrank.
Definitely a bit safer. You have a sturdier front line, you have a lot of mobility. One thing that Underrank did show us during their, I believe, upper bracket match against Saudaga Eblaze, is that they have a lot of these kind of picks, right? The Kha'Zix, Tristana, or the Ari, champions that can move around and can go for those prolonged fights that allows them to reset. They all are Underranked kind of favorite hero, favorite champions if you are not picking like the Vayne or the Irelia. Geek Fam, they're gonna go for the Lunu Kaisa once more, and you make the call with the Darius pick for the Shang. These all come true. Geek Fam, they are not threatened at all when it comes to the drafting phase because so much questions have to be answered by Underrank, so Underrank will stick with Akali and Nami. Kagame, even though he plays a lot of mages, he plays more of mages who are assassins, right? We saw Irelia, we saw Akali, we saw the Ari, champions that have mobility and have very good mid-game spikes. The Akali is one of it, but after all of that nerfs, they have to be a bit more careful in that mid lane.
And I love the flexibility where members from the side of Geek Fam could still play a little bit more front to back composition without needing the Kaisa to go full diving in with the Killer Instinct. They could still play the classic setup that they're all used to, or you know, if they find the perfect opportunity, they just can all go full cannon and just dive right in on top of the likes of Underrank. Now, I want to see how well can Underrank eventually get back to the fast-paced tempo that they've been looking for. And I'm looking at Arashi here to be the main man to be able to do the job. And remember this, Coffee has once played perfect Tristana games where he could go for multiple resets to get up to quarter kills or, well, potentially head the kills as well. So that's something that Geek Fam will also have to respect, even if they dive right in for some of these fights. So there's always that buster shot that will be coming to effect to negate all these sort of danger. Shanks now spotting out Nyx as well as Haki that has been able to move across the river, and that mid lane shove here being very effective for them to really go in for a very traditional setup at the very least.
Crown Akali. You haven't seen this before, or if we have it, definitely not the pick that he picks a lot, but his early trades, oh my god, it hurts Crown a lot.
Oh, the flash comes in. He goes in with a barrier though. Almost baiting the Shank to full commit. But that stack completing has been resulting in him to take quite a whole lot of blow. And the Shank shoving this whole way back towards Crown. I think it's definitely decent, especially when it's only the barrier that was being utilized for a flash. Now, Crown, if he can safely get to level 5, he may be able to do a little bit more of an out trade against this Darius, but still gotta respect a little bit of the spacing, and he may just be able to find a good apprehend. And that's where Arashi looking for a dive, down the flash, the Shang now pops the barrier, and
Good
they will
flash.
be able to secure first blood with the help of 69. Haki with the next kill as well. Arashi falls back, has to give way, but 69 connects. That Sonic Wave and a resonating strike, burning another flash off. And I consider that a huge win for Geek Fam.
Again, the Shang, when he forced out Crown's barrier, he already had domination in the lane. He still had his barrier. He would have went down even with the barrier if he didn't get a 2-man decimate. The health restoration was just enough to keep the Shang alive, and of course Geek Fam having the perfect read, bringing 69 and Haki to join it. Haki with the flash body slam not only saved his teammate but also gave them 2 quick kills. And once more, it is Underank trying to make something happen, and Geek Fam on that reactive end just does it better.
This was just perfect proactive plays coming from Geek Fam as well. That early rotation that really caught Underank off guard, especially with that need for a dive. Now, Shang catches out Crown. There will be a little bit of the bone plating just to negate a little bit of tap damage that Darius can definitely chip away. Kagami versus Haki up in the mid lane here. I think Haki's been holding just about fine. And he's not going to go all in against Kagami at any point in time. Now, even more so, if Kagami wants to dive like he did back in game 1, he knows that he won't be able to completely take off all these health bars at the go. But Kagami, what he could do is just exert a little bit more pressure and maybe buy a little bit more of the time from 69 to pay a little visit. And that's where Coffee goes in, gets a couple of shots on towards Momo, as he will be able to steer clear away from danger.
Oh no, Rashi
uses the ult just to get back into the wall. And Rashi, he still survives though. And all thanks to Shaq as well, giving him a little bit more room to breathe. Now, back in the mid side.
The idea was good, but I don't think Momo would have ever died even without that wild growth. I mean, the wild growth was definitely a bonus, but Underrank, they just did not have enough resource to kill up the Kaisa no matter what circumstances it is. They kind of need 4 man. Like, they need Arashi +1 to even have a chance. So I definitely appreciate the effort, but it was never going to work out. With that being said, they force out the heal from Shanks. Now they force a retreat from Arashi. The gank goes completely downhill. Geek Fam gets the Rift Herald. They might do the same thing to challenge that mid tier 1 again if Underrank is not careful.
I love what Geek Fam is doing right now. They've been able to pull Underrank away from the river with just a little bit more of that presence. Work's already being set now, and they will have to immediately clear off the Rift Herald. Now looking to respond to this really quick taking of the Drake, and they're a little bit too late. Explosive cast, left out the Shag.
Oh,
they should have come in. And only 2 members are falling flat to the ground. Kabami next on the topping block as well. Geek Fam, they found Tree and Crown alongside with Coffee. They don't even have time to even respond as Geek Fam moves all too rapidly, and now they're already hitting out towards the mid lane. Perfect rotation, perfect execution, and Crown just have to sit right back.
Together, my strength.
What? Underrank, what did you guys expect out of that? They were already a few steps behind Geek Fam. There was no reason to challenge that fight. They forced it when no one... I don't think the entirety of Underrank was ready. Kagame, she uses his dominance. He immediately goes in. Shanks commits the tidal wave. But I believe Coffee, I think Crown and Coffee, they both didn't want to commit. Look at this. So Kagame pops the out. Shanks throws the tidal wave. Arashi commits. Coffee and Crown, the moment they saw that fight gone wide, they just retreated. Underrank was in no position to fight. I had no idea they decided to take it at all. Just give that Drake away. It's not a big deal. It's just a Cloud Drake. Underrank, you cannot keep doing this to yourself. Geek Fam now with that tier 1, 5 kills and a 4k goal lead 6 minutes in. I would say that they are back like what they were in game 1, full control of the game.
You just gotta give full credit to Haki for that perfect setup as well. Now they may be able to spot out Arashi. He definitely doesn't want to even cut across through the jungle right now. It's a little bit tad too risky. Aqua Prison just to be able to pull Nyx up in the air for a split second. Not that Underrank is in any position to even contest. A little bit more room created for Crown to force a little bit of split, while the rest of Underrank are thinking of letting go of the bottom lane turret eventually. So Geek Fam is looking to be all too clean on every single objective control. They have not lost a single objective thus far, and they always started with the Rift Herald. Maybe on the next game onwards, what Underank can actually do is to really pay heavy focus on the Rift Herald instead of the Drake every single game. And it seems to be that 69 has been able to cause so much of a ruckus many a times. Now Momo looking for Arashi, doing a truck ton of damage. And now all the tier 1s are being crushed up.
Remember when we say Geek Fam is a team of control, just look at this. They are always a few steps ahead because they do the setup first, the execution later. Underrank, instead of being able to do their own thing, they have to respond to whatever Geek Fam does. Underrank, they have to shove out the bot lane, Geek Fam already shows up top. Underrank protects the mid lane against the Rift Herald, Geek Fam takes the dragon. So Geek Fam, it's not like they're doing any extraordinary plays. It's not like they're doing some flash 5-man dragon rage or flash body slam into a full team fight, team wipe. It's just them having the necessary setup, and this is why preparation is so important. Geek Fam understands the fundamentals, and they're forcing Underrank to take that necessary precaution to counteract whatever they are trying to do. And just because of that few seconds of a lead, Underrank completely lost their grip on this game. But they still have a chance. They just need to buy time and slow down the bleeding.
Few items being locked right in, and as we are looking at heavy damage builds coming out of obviously Kagami as well as Arashi. Coffee, I guess once he gets the full setup with even the likes of Phantom Dancer, if he wants to play a little bit more safely, so it could actually buy him a little bit more spacing. Now, Underrank completely lets go of the Drake, and they're not even near any sort of objective. There's no minion to secure top lane, and I felt that they are slowly losing the plot here. They need to get back on track, and for them to do so, they need to find ways to really stop Nyx here, who's been able to really keep every members of Geek Fam safe. And on top of that, if you were to commit to Momo, he's got barrier, he's got the killer instinct as well. It's not all too clear cut, and committing to Hockey might just be a little bit of a risky of an attempt as well, unless if he's going to be extremely off of position. Now, just playing a little bit of a time for the likes of Underrank to stall for items, and perhaps it may work out well once they get a little bit more vision set up onto the river, as there will be a Baron being spawned up. But Geek Fam, if they can get a good team fight, they can immediately start off that Baron.
Geek Fam have no reason to slow down. I think they are very comfortable in their skin. They're very happy with how the game is right now. It is Underrank who needs to find a band-aid and just patch up those wounds temporarily until they are ready to fight. This whole draft of Underrank is all about taking early fights and winning them. The fact that they lost 2 fights in a row due to poor judgment, well, one of the fight was due to poor judgment, just opened up so much for Geek Fam, and Underrank, they can't even get close to objective. The moment they show up, Geek Fam is just gonna turn on them and finish them off. Geek Fam now will force Underrank to contest this Baron.
Twin Shadows now spotting Arashi and the rest of the shipping, and the Geek Fam will collapse on top of Underrank. They fall Coffee first, and now they don't even have the damage to even fight back. Kagami now moves all the way under the turret, and Momo dives right in with a killer instinct blow. Now comes in with a response to the perfect execution. Hockey now in return goes into the body slam. Minutes will be blocking them up, and 69 drops down to lethal health bars, but he still has the Guardian Angel. Now it's all clear for Geek Fam to immediately move onto the Baron Dasher for that big Baron power play. But here comes Arashi though. On that split second, he needs to decide whether to dive right in or not. Down to HP, and Geek Fam gets it. Geek Fam now, they are looking to retreat, and they will be able to also steer clear away from danger. And Underrank still wants the pressure on mid-side.
And that was exactly what happened. Geek Fam forced a reaction. They know that Underrank have no choice but to contest it, and they punish Underrank. The Crown almost getting singled by 69.
He won't be able to actually take him down though, so I guess that's a little bit of a root for respect. And 69, he still got a GA, and that's the reason why Crown is unwilling to fully commit, and also the fact that he didn't really have his ultimate available. Now, they do have the stasis Hourglass now up online for the Akali. Still waiting for the Akali to make some plays happen, but when you have the Whimsy to be dropping on top of her, that's a few seconds of either one of these members of Underank not being able to actually contribute, but Shang now going 1 versus 2 with Furashi, and now with Haki coming in, explosive cast secures the killing spree for the Dragons.
Man, Geek Fam, they are definitely going to get destructive for sure. In fact, they are running away with the game at this point. 10, almost 11k goal lead, and just one reaction. Geek Fam forcing Underank into a lose-lose situation gave them this position of strength. I'm not sure if they can break this inhibitor turret, but Underank can't engage at all.
Find the inhibitor turret over top lane. And now on the Dragon lane, they're slowly prying it open with Kagami losing too much of the health bar. And the Shang is paying a visit as well. This does not look all too great. They manage to shove him at the side of the Dragon's Ridge as well. Now he's moving out with the tidal wave, dropping right in. Turns golden, it's going to be Crow over a mid side. Burns the flash as well. But the rest of Geek Fam, they're coming in, trying to control the waves. It's scoring it right through. Now, all of the inhibitors are knocked out, leaving the base bare bones. And Geek Fam, they got what they need. Now they're moving in for the Drake with a reset before going to do so.
This is a definition of Geek Fam exposing their opponents. It's not just the base that is bare out in the open, it is Underank as a team that's no solution. Geek Fam, they're just, it feels like this marathon where Underank and Geek Fam start on the same starting line, but Geek Fam just pulls ahead ever so slightly. Eventually until a point where Underank could not see them, and the only thing that they can do is to try and chase after the footprints. And all they run into is the traps that Geek Fam has laid, and now they're gonna collapse with Kagami.
No way out for the likes of Kagami. That's gonna be the explosive cast missing out. Flash being utilized by the side of Kagami, but that's all that he can even do. Bobo now! He gets shanked! And there's not a single room for them to even exit out of the room of the Nexus. Question marks being popped. 69 now, marching forward. Blows are tapped onto the Nexus already. Dropping down less than 50%. And this is where Geek Fam secures their match point from here on 2-0. And Underank failed to respond.
Oh, the legacy just grows stronger and stronger for Geek Fam. 2-0. Who would have thought that we are going to witness this? Geek Fam, now undoubtedly a team that has come such a long way, but to take down Underrank in 2 swift strikes, one more and Underrank, they're gonna bleed out for the rest of the fall season. And I cannot believe that Geek Fam have shown us such a precise gameplay. Everything that they did in game 2 felt that it was rehearsed for 1,000 times. They've done it so frequently that it was all muscle memory. They know what Underrank would do. They know how to deal against Underrank, and most importantly, they got into Underrank's head. All of the decisions that Underrank made was not that decision. It was preordained by Geek Fam, and hence now we're staring down Geek Fam almost eliminating Underrank.
Just like you said, how they have managed to make this long marathon hurdle to cross the finish line. Now they're only inches away, and they got the stamina to do so. They're riding on this high momentum, and they're honestly not changing anything much when it comes down to their strategies. And now, as we look at it, it's a crushing blow that Underrank has been soaking here, and they failed to even get kills going for them. It's 11-1. I never even thought that this is going to be part of what we will actually see here in the lower bracket finals. So what went well and what for the side of Geek Fam, and what went absolutely wrong for Underrank?
I think it's just once more Underrank, they were slightly slower than Geek Fam in terms of their movements for sure. And it's just overall the draft of the shot calling for Underrank was slightly poor. And the fact that we got to this point where Underrank, where Geek Fam has a 2-0 lead, all started not from that first blood, but because Underrank took a dragon fight that they never had a chance of winning. They took that, they lost 3, Geek Fam goes 5-0 up, and because of that, they lost that mid tier 1. Geek Fam started taking control of the map, and they forced Underrank to challenge Baron, another losing fight that Underrank stood no chance of taking, but they took it anyway because it's damn if you do, damn if you don't, and at the end of the day, it was Underrank who has to suffer the defeat.
Now, just looking back at the drawing board for Underrank here, I think they may have to make a little bit of switch up when it comes down to the priorities on the ban. Instead of, focusing down on the pool of what is in either the jungle or the mid lane, they gotta free some room for them to secure some of these top priority picks. So I wonder what would that be for Underrank right now.
You kind of have to give Kagame something that is not that Renekton. I love the Irelia. Give me the Orianna, something that has a bit more control, a bit more tempo. Renekton and Gragas, I will pick Gragas any day to roam around the map. Irelia and Diana, they were both good, but he misplayed the Irelia game for the first 5 minutes. So put Kagame back on a champion that has that tempo, that can play fast with the jungler and Crown to give Coffee the space. He has been slowed down 2 games in a row. They need to make the adjustments immediately for game 3, or else their hopes would completely be extinguished.
There's also chance for a revival if that can come to fruition. So we will come back right after this as we continue our best of 5. And this is the ESL Mobile Open Asia Pacific, bringing you C Icon Series MY, and we'll be right back in a few minutes.
Lihat, tunggu Stewie. Boom! Adakah dia berjaya mendapatkan triple kill, mencari yang keempat dan kuasa kill. Lihat, tunggu Stewie. Boom! Wah, bakar bro! Itu bertangkap alamat. Adakah dia berjaya mendapatkan triple kill mencari yang keempat dan kuasa kill?
Welcome back, Summoners, and this is the playoff run of the C Icon Series Malaysia, where we have just witnessed Geek Fam now have secured themselves that two series point, and now looking for the final point to book themselves that slot for the C Championship here that will be happening pretty soon. And wow, you know, I'm trying to gather my thoughts right here because Geek Fam have somehow received this real huge playoffs buff that we have never seen before, and perhaps they can make the El Clasico happen once again to take on Berjaya Dragons. But we're not counting out Underank just about yet because they still have a chance here, but they need to come clean and have their sights all pretty much seeing everything that Geek Fam has been able to put on the table in order to take them down in this best of 5. So all of this is of course presented to you by ESL as well as Riot Games and also our dear official tournament partners, Maggie Hot Cup. Now, I want to hear from you, Husky. The past 2 games have definitely gone by, and it was just clinical finishes coming in from Geek Fam.
Yeah, a surgical ending for sure. I think Geek Fam, we have given them so much praise of how far they've come, how much they improved, and also how clean they played. And now you look at Underrank, and the first thought is definitely going to be how can Underrank recover. And my main focus right now is just on that jungle to mid lane synergy. I think Kagame, might not be in the best position. The first game, he did make some bad calls. Second game, that champion, it doesn't feel like it is impactful enough for a player like Kagame. If the player is active, you want him to make the moves around the map, and Renekton is not the best choice for it to be for Kagame to do so. So right now, you need to get him in the right headspace and give him something active, someone that can match the tempo of Geek Fam, because if not, the same thing is going to happen. Lee Sin finally banned out from Underrank. They know that 69 is the main issue, but guess what? This leaves Galio open.
Not only the Galio is open, the Twisted Fate as well. I think that it's either or, where Underrank is going to try to force a way for Geek Fam to choose their cards first, and then Underrank is happy to take either or, and they have put so much focus on this Lulu pick on each and every single one of these drafts. But are we actually going to see a Mundo hero to debut in the Malaysian shores? Because we have never really seen this pick before. And yes, they're going to lock this in. Dr. Mundo is in the playoffs, baby. And wow, what can we actually bring up about this champion that has been lost for quite some time?
I mean, Dr. Mundo, either Baron lane or jungle. I wouldn't mind Dr. Mundo being a jungle, but knowing 69 as a player, there's still a couple of more choices. Rengar is next on the list if the Shang is going to play Mundo. But seeing how Fiora is on the table, you can easily say, hey, 69, play Dr. Mundo, give the Shang Fiora. Now you can still kind of create a tempo because you have that Twisted Fate finally picked up by Haki after being denied for 2 straight days. On the next draft, slightly better. Braum and Ola, pretty strong, especially Ola, a control jungler that you want to have running around the map and creating that chaos. Of course, Shanks on the Braum will also be able to protect the core. There's just a bit more robustness coming for Underrank, but they give Coffee the vein once more. In this potential designing game, Coffee will get his best champion.
I do think that Renekton is a decent pick if, assumingly, the Dr. Mundo goes into the Baron lane itself. It could still, of course, fare pretty much well in terms of trade. Maybe unable to kill him once the ultimate is available, but nothing that an Ignite wouldn't help you to secure it. But instead, it's going to be the Shang on Akali. Now, you can definitely tell that Geek Fam feeling a lot more comfortable, and they really don't mind to go wherever they please. And where they want to go? C Championship, baby. And this is where we are set here on an exciting draft. We've seen the Twisted Fate finally unlocked in this series, and I thought that Underank would be able to snatch this for themselves, and both sides turn a blind eye on that Galio. Do you feel like maybe it's a little bit out of place for Underank to even pick it, especially if they've already got the Lulu already given over the side of Team Geek Fam? So what's your thought on this?
I feel like for Underank, they're banking on two late game cores, right? You are looking at Corki and Vayne. I mean, Corki at the mid game does provide a lot. It can create space for the Vayne. Ideally, if with the Galio on paper, it just sounds much better because you have an extra layer of protection. I'm fine with the Corki pick. Now it's just how much Kagami can do alongside Arashi and Crown. Whereas for Geek Fam, without the Galio, it's totally fine. Twisted Fate accomplishes the same thing better in certain circumstances. So we'll just see how this is going to pan out. I like what Underank is doing. They're going to cut this wave and make sure that their own minion wave crashes and gets... Fam, they're not even playing on that Baron lane side, so they don't care too much about their early resources.
I love the early invade being brought out by the likes of Underank. Now Kagami has been able to spot out Deshang as well, forcing him to retreat. With two members up over mid, there's a lot of open space over bottom lane that they will completely miss one wave for. And you know what? Geek Fam's going to have many of their members filled over mid as well as bottom side as well. So that might just be a tough rotation to beat, especially when majority of the likes of Geek Fam, they're not going to allow any sort of room for Underrank to even come right by. But with Arashi already hanging out on the opposing jungle red side, which I felt that this is going to force the likes of Geek Fam to pay a little bit more respect over the mid lane. So they're all hugging in tight, and Crown just have to soak in a little bit more of the beating, or else it's the turret here that will lose the first plating. And Crown, just look at his health bars go. And he might just have to immediately go for base because the Madman of Zon is about to pay a little bit of a visit.
This is very classic of Underrank. They want Coffee to get everything for himself, so they'll always put him in solo lane. And Crown is getting punished a lot. This has been his job, but now Geek Fam with the wave shoved in, Crown has to fall back, and that means more turret damage. Geek Fam didn't get a dive off, but it's fine. Forcing this reset just allows Geek Fam to crash a second wave. You see Shanks, he cannot complete their recall because he wants to protect the turret. Unfortunately, not much he can do. Geek Fam might just be able to cripple it enough to take it in the next wave.
Yeah, and it's a little bit of a role swap in particular because Coffee is not going to be leaving, but this is where the Olaf drops right in with the big undertow on top of the head as soon as they manage to get all the waves crashing right through. So that's first blood for the likes of Underrank, and they might just be able to look for more. When it comes down to the goal, it's just a little bit of a slight lead at the moment. Geek Fam managing to secure a little bit of a tad of a plating early on. And Underrank, they're having a lot of phages being set up, as we can see that both Crown as well as Arashi can actually go for the Black Cleaver route. Meanwhile, traditionally for a Corki, you would like him to eventually build into its Trinity Force. Will take a little while before he'll be able to get that online, while Hockey will immediately go into quickly try to set up the Rod of Ages. So Geek Fam, the win condition here is going to look a little bit interesting, where you need to have some really good Destiny plays coming from Hockey, as well as the Shang coming in for some good flank.
I like the first blood for Underrank for sure. This is the kind of things you need to do when you have an Olaf. Just control, more control. Invade those jungles, get those kills. You know that Dr. Mundo, compared to you, is not as good early on in terms of gank. Dr. Mundo is more towards that tankiness, whereas someone like an Olaf just just allows him to be a bit more aggressive and put him in a bit more of a forefront stance. Geek Fam will ward up the dragon, but they're gonna do the same thing. Rift Herald is their priority. Underrank should know that by now. Hence Underrank, they're at least gonna try and get a trade in return, and that will be the Cloud trade.
But Crown though, is already taking a little bit of a shot coming in from the Shang. So 2 objectives to be traded out, and that's where Geek Fam hasn't really changed their plan overall. They still managed to snatch that Rift Herald, probably looking to drop it mid once again if they do find that opportunity to do so. But now with Kagami playing a little bit more of a safer option up in the mid lane here with the Corki pickup, it may not look as clear-cut as they want it to be, because he could easily just shove the lane, and if the Geek Fam were to pop it for maybe the next Drake, it will look a little bit more difficult for that referral to actually do too much before the rest of Underank actually fully contest for this Drake, which I assume they will, because the next Drake, the Infernal, is going to be vital for their current lineup.
Geek Fam will try to take that bot tier 1, and once the turret goes down, they will likely use their Rift Herald and try to challenge the mid one as well. Momo with the Colin is going to force Coffee back. They want this turret, and you know, Geek Fam, they get what they want. That will go down. Destiny used as well.
Destiny, though, that's where you look at the rest of Underank. They will come in with the Glacial Fissure, completely missing out as well. And Shanks just absolutely with that one out there, which could have actually resulted into perhaps a kill conversion for the likes of Underank. A little bit of a missed opportunity, I would say. And I guess they will just buy a little more time until they find another opportunity to really go on their full collapse.
Yeah, for sure. No, Underank didn't lose too much, only a flash plus Glacial Fissure. If it hits, then they will have a chance to take a fight. If it doesn't, Geek Fam gets away. So at least it's not too bad of an exchange. But now we can expect Geek Fam to use the Rift Herald pretty soon. Ideally when the second Drake is about to spawn, so that they can do the same bait and switch play, which is why Underank losing that bottom tier 1, they're going to focus a lot of attention now playing on that top quadrant of the map, simply because they don't want Geek Fam to be a step ahead again. But it also means that Underank are putting a lot of numbers to do so, giving the Shank some space.
This is where Arashi comes right in and forces the flash out of Hockey as well.
They're collapsing.
There's a lot more room out there for Underank to fully find Hockey eventually, as he will drop to the likes of Copy. Now 68 for 69 as well, with nowhere to run. Masochism as well, Sadism already being utilized, and he will still remain intact. Momo doing a little bit of trading, and they've already received quite a beating. And Underank, they might have actually found that one kill, but that have costed them quite a number of summoner spells as well. Oh, it barely comes through.
Oh my goodness.
Looking for that double as well. The Shang clearly does so over the mid lane.
What? I cannot believe Underank just decided to walk towards the Shang in that manner. That should... Again, a misjudgment. I get it, you have 2 members, but respect to the Shang. That was an opportunity that he did not want to miss, and because of that, once more Underank, they pull 5 men to the top lane, they blew everything they have, they get a kill to Haki. Now, the next objective, it was very clear, to defend the mid turret, but not in that manner. You don't just walk up and think that you're unkillable. Because of that, Geek Fam, they regain control again, and look at Shank! Coffee might die.
Right now,
he's dead.
Will eventually go down the hands of Shank. A little bit more hits, will be able to secure the kill on Shank. And with the bottle shrapnel, they will be able to shut him down. And I felt that Coffee is already feeling the nerves on this one. Well, Arashi now goes in for the Death Brush setup. 69 will go for a face check. Looking for a moment, forces a flash out, available. And right at this moment, Underank will have the pole position to get this Inferno, but with 69 still being all too close by, they're unwilling to start. And Arashi, he possibly will be able to actually secure a little bit more vision control. And with a little bit more of a split coming from Underank, they may just be a little bit more punishable. Geek Fam now regroups with all of their members here, already sending their sights onto that Inferno. And Underank gotta really do something about this.
No Dominus, no Ragnarok. Underank cannot take the dragon, and they know that, so they're waiting for that cooldown. I mean, meanwhile, they want to force Geek Fam back. They want to push this middle lane, which is a good call because it gives them control of the dragon pit, but Geek Fam can easily collapse, and that is why Underank needs to be very careful about this.
Both sides still dancing around the pit, and Momo's going to be able to actually land a few blows onto her Shanks, and that's some really good chunk of damage being done to Shank. It didn't really bring out the doors in time. And currently, Underank, they decide to just completely give up the control of the Drake, and they're unwilling to contest this no longer. They're looking for those turrets, and they understand that they need more control over the map, and they're willing to give even more of a spike of damage to Geek Fam. I don't know if they have lost the plot, or is this actually a big plan to set up on the side of Underrank. And also with the Baron already spawning up, Kagami will have to let this one go, or else it might just be another kill. And 69 here, he has to flop the element. And now with the rest
Coffee's out of position.
Underrank, they're still pushing over to tier 2 and forcing Geek Fam to respawn.
Good move from Underank. No, you lose something, you want to get something in return. Ideally, you want to protect the mid-tier one as well. But in Underrank's position, being able to take down 2 turrets in the Baron lane is absolutely fine. Now, this is the closest game that we have so far. Both teams, same net worth, same kill score. And Underrank keeping up with Geek Fam a bit more. They are reading Geek Fam's dance moves, keeping up with the tango. But Geek Fam still has slightly more control in terms of objectives. That could be a factor that leads to Underrank's demise if they are not careful. But Underrank are playing their draft to the best of their abilities. The Corki is going to start scaling. Coffee gets the space. So if Underrank can keep this going, they can actually stand toe-to-toe against Geek Fam.
Indeed, they still have a chance to do so. Wits End up available. This is to just tank a little bit more of that burst damage that Shank can actually offer, and of course dishing out even more damage per hit on those effects. It's only going to be 3 kills overall in this span of 11 minutes, and you can definitely tell that they're really paying full focus onto the objective takedowns as compared to really bagging on all these big team fights and hoping to ace out an entirety of the team. Geek Fam, they still have a lot of room to run around the map, and if they can't find a really good position to really keep them out of the way, it might just be good for them to really set something up, especially over onto Baron, where there's only one deep ward being placed inside of the pit. So as it currently stands, if they were to go into the far late game, maybe there is a chance where, there won't be too much of a high amount of damage that can actually shred the health bars off of Arashi as well as Crown in a split moment, other than Akali here that can offer that sort of huge burst damage, and with Arashi that could easily just open up Ragnarok and just run directly onto Haki. They might just be onto something here.
It could be a possibility. Ragnarok is definitely a strong spell, but it doesn't make you immortal. That's something that Arashi has fully understood. You get that burst of damage, but you also sacrifice a bit of a resistance. And Underrank, they're gonna check this Baron. That Twin Shadows will reveal where they are. That means that Geek Fam can safely walk towards that river and at least contest Underrank in that in shoving up the mid wave, as the rest of Geek Fam, Haki and the Shang, they will force Underrank to split apart by split pushing. But because Geek Fam shoved the wave out first, they get the priority in making rotation. 69 secures the scuttle. The Shang is going to walk towards the Baron side, probably set up vision if he has the ward, just to give a bit of info to his team. So you kind of pull Underrank around, and Underrank in this position is a couple of steps behind Geek Fam, but these steps can be easily covered if they just make slight adjustments to how they rotate.
It's also interesting to see many of these pro players are already having the enchantment favoring on towards Twin Shadow, as you can see how safe you could easily utilize it without needing to just go in for a face check, which could actually cost you in many of all these point of the match itself. Now with the ward placement, they spot up both Momo as well as 69, but neither side really want to really start off the fight, because Geek Fam has already been paying a little bit more respect of what Underrank could possibly accomplish if they were to just go full force on this one. Now, they're hitting on towards the mid turret, and the culling already being popped out as well. Kagami being pretty dangerously close by to 69. He's still holding on to the cleaver, though. 69 now will be able to slowly get into the Drake, and that's where Shank gets a little bit more of the tap. Momo just moves right across the wall, and this is where they have to find an answer. Instead of going for the Drake, they're already marching them towards the mid side to secure that mid lane turret, and Geek Fam gotta quickly respond to this, and Underank then looks back off.
Yep, good move from Underank, but they're setting up an ambush. Geek Fam knows that they see a ward, but Underank now, because the whole ambush has failed, they'll need to protect their lanes. Look at that top. All of the lanes are actually shoving into the turrets. So Underank will need to spend some time resetting. This will give Geek Fam space to take control of Baron Nashor once more. And in fact, Underank didn't get anything out of it other than the mid tier 1.
Shanks being the front line of it all, and Geek Fam can still definitely take their sweet time. And the beauty about having a Twisted Fate on your arsenal is that you can easily use Destiny to also scout out ahead or even make drastic rotations into joining team fights, where you could just send him on that split push. As he's already working on his third item, it definitely felt like it's been quite a long time for him to be able to secure so. And as much as Underrank, they may have actually fallen behind in the early game, Kagami has consistently been able to outfarm the Twisted Fate. So now comes back up to the lane here with a Lich Bane for his own.
And he also, Haki also has the rapid fire cannon. So it really allows Geek Fam to have that pick-off ability. One thing that they had when 69 was on Lee Sin was that they always had the tools to isolate people with the Dragon's Rage, but now Dr. Mundo doesn't really provide that. He's more of a beefy frontline bruiser. So to compensate for the lack of an engage, Haki gets the RFC. Long range stun that cannot be avoided will always be a threat. Allows him to engage from a safe distance, and it also allows Geek Fam to follow up on a guaranteed crowd control. And we said Underrank, they cannot play recklessly. Just now they could just walk forward and challenge Geek Fam, but now with Haki wielding that RFC, you have to always be on the lookout.
Now Underrank is just forcing Geek Fam to eventually push a button in 69. This goes into take a chunk of a health bar out there. Culling now being dropped on towards Kagami. Only managing to find a quarter of his HP bar, but the Shang now marching forward with the Destiny coming right in. That's where he will pay a visit over the mid with the gold card set up in the ready. Rapid fire cannon, a little bit of extended range. You might just be able to find somebody eventually. Now Geek Fam tries to bait them into the Baron pit.
The Destiny does two things: give where Underrank is, and also prevents and also allows him to travel around the map. He got tier 2 out of it, and he also prevented a potential gain from Underrank. So really smart usage of that ultimate, because he takes the tier 2, he joins his team. Now Underrank cannot force the fight because it's a 5 versus 5. And in fact, they have to be careful of the trigger potential, but here's the engage.
A blast with the soul, and now look at them popping all on top of Momo. There's nowhere he can escape out of this window, but they are buying as much time as possible. C9 comes in from the back, and the Shag gets blown up as well. No flash, no barrier being utilized, and on the rank, they are trying to steal this match right under the noses of Geek Fam. Haki now with a gold card net. He might just be able to pull off something right here, right now. 69 still has the smite. Does he have the flash though? Yes, he does. 3,000 HP, and he needs to make a play. They have a visit. He's flat. He's stolen. Going right now punishes the likes of Geek Fam for doing so, but they will get to keep the buff. Underrank may just be able to buy time, and that's all that they got. Haki now turns golden. Coffee cannot go any further than that. Geek Fam, being the teams that they are, now they look for those kills as well, but he might just be blown up, and this has to be a prize to be played.
Oh
It's
my
that
goodness.
he might find a double kill. Yes, he might, but Drown, he turns it around. He might just be able to
barrier.
shut him out, and those Baron buffs might just have fleeing 2 ways.
Nyx also dies, but Geek Fam, they got Baron. That's all they need. Underrank getting these kills, it does not matter. Look at this replay. Instant replay by Maggie, Hot Cup, 69, flashes in. Arashi didn't even smite the Baron. Oh my goodness, 69, he goes in, he just presses smite. The freest Baron of all time. That was Underank's ticket. That was their lifeline. And now with Geek Fam stealing it, we're back to square one. And in fact, Geek Fam, they're just in a way stronger position. You not only have to worry about Momo, you have to worry about Haki. We saw how much he can do in that situation. They sync Haki and 69. They both held hands. They saved the game. Underank now, they need this Elder Ocean Drake, but Geek Fam, they're not gonna let Underank get it.
Well, they are looking for other targets as well. You don't want to commit all your resources on top of a Dr. Mundo, who technically has 2.5 extra health bars out there now that he's on full build. Well, here comes the Valkyrie dropping on towards Momo as well, and the culling as a response will take off that wave. Underank now goes on a reset. That's a big shell dropping onto the Shang as well. Kagame playing with fire. He needs to really tread a little more carefully, but Coffee now with 3 tabs, with Silver Bolts finding a chunk of health on 69. And this is the problem now. Crown's going to be able to actually march all the way forward. And this is where Geek Fam, they can't even look for the Elder Drake. They just need to stop the rest of Underank from moving forward. So 69, he's in a decent position here to really give chase. And now the pickup commence. They find the back lines. And eventually Underank has got them in an awkward position. The door is being held. And Shang eventually will be able to save the few more of their members from falling flat, and the Destiny has come right through, and they managed to also drop Arashi. This looks completely bad for Underank, and it might just be that golden ticket that Geek Fam has been looking for. Will find that ace, and now chasing in for the Renekton. While this ace will guarantee themselves the slot to the C Championship, only seconds away, and that is it. Geek Fam will go in to clean up shop. Lo and behold, ladies and gentlemen, Geek Fam for the group stage, getting into the playoff, and finally locking themselves back to the C Championship.
Victory!
History shall repeat itself. Geek Fam knocks out Underrank. Swift Trio, they earn a rematch against Berjaya Dragons in the grand finals. But most importantly is how Underrank had a chance, and Geek Fam just did a broad daylight robbery, took it all away. I mean, after that Baron steal, Underrank lost that ticket. That ticket was not going to allow Underrank to win, but it's going to allow them to stay in the game. Geek Fam stole it. Sure, Underrank made a good call of shoving down the middle lane when they saw Geek Fam out of position, but it was Geek Fam. The Shang, he threw his life, but the rest of Geek Fam followed up, and you really have to commend how they took all these fights, all the shot call. Haki with his destiny was on point, and Underrank they just slipped. They slipped at right before the finishing line, and Geek Fam, they passed it. Now they have proved all the doubters wrong. They have secured that C Championship slot, and the only thing left to do is to rewrite history in the grand finals.
This has been such an incredible run for Geek Fam. And as for Underrank, unfortunately, their journey has to end here for the fall season. They have definitely showed us incredible amount of highlights as well as craziest of plays back in the group stages, and heading into the playoffs, it seemed like they have lost their fire to be able to edge out Geek Fam. And just look at Geek Fam right here, having the confidence to even run Dr. Mundo in the jungle, which definitely was well suited into this draft, and also knowing that Coffee is still going to pose a threat to shred his health bars. They weren't worried about that, and they have been able to not only play a great macro game, they have been also looking for so many of all these great openings. And we saw Shang here, as much as he was doing only 6,000 throughout the span of this entirety of the series, he has also found a lot of all these opportunities to shut them down. When we saw in the early game, he went in for that double kill dive. And that itself was great for him to enable Geek Fam to start going for some split pushes as well to control and manipulate how they want to play the entirety of the map. Now, Geek Fam, they will be meeting Berjaya Dragons here in the grand finale. And you have mentioned that history may repeat itself, or could it be that Geek Fam now is on this ride all the way to glory to secure that best of 7 series against Berjaya Dragons?
It could go either way. You know, I feel like whatever predictions that the production has of me right now, just erase it. I just want to come in with a clean slate because I think Geek Fam are on a tear. It's definitely going to be an exhausting run for them because they played the best of 5. Now they have to play a best of 7, and Berjaya Dragons got to witness what Geek Fam is capable of. So there is time for Berjaya Dragons to make that preparation. But I think for Geek Fam, it's a huge morale boost. And one of the most important things that Geek Fam had in the game tree, other than the Baron Steel, was the RFC for Harky, the rapid fire cannon. We saw so many gold cards during that last fight that forced Underank to respond. They cannot just abandon anyone who got gold carded. It's the same situation. No matter what Underank do, it's going to be a loss. Geek Fam just read them perfectly. In this grand finals, I think that with how much control Geek Fam has, they're gonna post a fight to Berjaya Dragons. It will be the brawl of the ages. But whether Geek Fam can take over Berjaya Dragons, we kind of have to look at the first few games before we can make that judgment.
Now, I'm definitely stoked to see what will happen in this series where we have a very dominant dragon there waiting for Geek Fam. And of course, the pressure still persists. You don't want to just secure that slot to the Southeast Asia Championship. You want to walk in as the first seed by the very end of the day here in the playoffs. And, well, I'm starting to believe again. You know, after all that has happened, after all that criticism that people might have actually hurled towards the side of Geek Fam, and at some point, we definitely have seen that there were some ups as well as the down during the group stages. Now, they are definitely back in form. With or without their previous captain, they will still be the Geek Fam that everybody know and love.
Geek Fam has found new life and definitely has acquired new drive to make it this far. And however the grand final ends later on, the Cinderella story has been completed for Geek Fam. They've got what they wanted, and now it's just whether they get the icing on the cake or they just can cap it off with a happy ending nonetheless. You know, they've completed part of their history, which is earning this rematch. No one would have expected this. People would look at it Underank, Saudaga, E-Blaze, to a certain point Sem9, but where are all these teams? Eliminated from fall season, Sem9 being the first, followed by SDGR, and then just now Underank. So Geek Fam, they have kind of achieved that milestone. Now it's more of whether they can get that bonus in. If not, it is still fine. They have made it regardless. This is a wonderful redemption arc that no one would have seen coming.
Neither would I have predicted this, and you know, troll ball or caster prediction aside, because we thought that this is going to go 3-2 either ways. So Geek Fam have of course proved all of us wrong. So I gotta say that Geek Fam members, all of them were playing perfectly in safe for today. But if you can select your personal MVP, who would that be?
I would say 69. I think it means everyone play. You know, if I had to really have to make a choice, I think 69 is the guy for me. Impact across all the games, barring that Dr. Mundo game, because Dr. Mundo is not that flashy champion. But if you just look at his overall performance, both games on the Lee Sin, he alone has controlled the series for Geek Fam. And of course, on our screen right now, the MVP is going to be Nyx. Again, regardless of who it is, I think Geek Fam played a fantastic best of 5. Nyx getting Lulu for all 3 games. You don't shut down the Face Sorceress. She is going to polymorph you and send you back to the animal pen. And that is exactly what he did. 9 and no KD. One of the best support performances we've seen in this game. Keeping everyone topped up, alive, and also making sure that his wizard skills gets put to good use.
And I think this actually tells the best story, right? With Geek Fam having the wildest growth as compared to any other team that we are seeing in the entirety of the league, and Nyx being the backbone of the Geek Fam, and he have been absolutely consistent with this. I kind of wish I get to speak to them on what they want to, of course, go for this, but we will have to wait for our upcoming series here, and Geek Fam will have to once again contest the Dragons here to see whether or not can they slay them off to take home the top prize here to be crowned as champions. But we still have a couple of questions for you guys out there who are currently watching, and this one is coming in from our dear friends at Maggie Hot Cup. Why did Viego search for Senna during Ruin Nation? So you guys can pop in your comments right down below with the hashtag Maggie Trivia.
Yep, well, Rune Nation was an unfortunate event for the entire universe of Runeterra. We had the Sentinels of Light to come in and try to restore peace and order, but every evil has a source, and you guys are here to answer the question. Remember, just like Contra said, drop the comments with the hashtag Maggie Trivia. We will reveal the answer later on, so now you have time to kind of find what the correct answer is. And just to add on to what we were discussing just now, Nyx as the MVP. Remember, at the start of the group stage, he was in the jungle. He had to fill in Rumpo's shoe when they had Eagle as a support. It didn't really work out the way they wanted because the synergy was not there. Nyx felt really uncomfortable in the boots of in the position that Rumpo was in. He was trying his best, but it felt like the jungle was not his domain. But once after the mid-season shuffle, he goes back to support, and now he is one of the 5 pillars of Geek Fam that has lead them to the success. Everything just fell into place, and Geek Fam has definitely found that throne that they have been desperately looking for. One more thing to do is to put the Dragon's Head as the trophy.
You know what? I was about to pop you in with the domain expansion memes out there, but I'm going to spare you from that. So we are right now waiting for one thing and one thing only, for the best of 7 grand final series to happen. And we'll definitely be right back to keep you up to speed on what goes down in that heated matchup between Geek Fam as well as Berjaya Dragons. My name is Contra, this is Husky. We'll be coming back at you after 10 minutes.
Nice. Alright, go. Down first. Can. Alright, down already. Nexus. Alright, okay. Nice! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
Lihat, tunggu Stewie. Boom! Wah, bakar, bro! Itu petangkap alam mata. Adakah Berjaya mendapatkan triple kill mencari yang keempat dan kuasa kill?
Sick of this friend zone. Whatever it is, it just feels so real. And your eyes keep on talking in the silence, and all the blood to my cheeks are rushing now, yeah. And I'm hoping you are getting closer. Well, can you tell me something? Is it a wild shot of letting you know that you're the topic of all of my thoughts? Can sick of this friend zone.
Embrace your destiny, slay your enemy, raise a legacy. No more apologies, trust your abilities, gather the energies. Pull yourself back together, been staying off track forever. Child of the nation, go seek redemption, time for salvation. Today is meant to be day of victory, time for history. Rebirth's a tendency, fight the entropy, channel your rivalry. You're praying for fortune to come, you're hearing the sound of the drums. It's too late to backtrack, go pack your bag now, keep your feet on the road and stand up. You've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out, out, out. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you black out, out. Give all you got and show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you black out, out. Give all you got and show them how to make a miracle. Go save your team, be a hero. Take home the cup, be a star. They waiting for you, take aim, shoot your arrow. It's your time to shine, show them who you are. Stronger, gotta go faster, gotta get better, gotta work harder. It's fight or flight now, get up now. Go with the move, go for the goal, lead up the stadium, you know how it's done. Stand up, go what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got and show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, go what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got and show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out, out, out. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you black out, out. Give all you got and show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you black out, out. Give all you got and show them how to make a miracle.
It's been a road less traveled, all alone. Feeling my body leveled on my own. I can just feel it, no way to stop it. The sounds of the music so through my bones. I can just taste it, no need to fight it. 'Cause I'm out here staying, it's last of my soul. 'Cause lightning and thunder It's been a road less traveled. All alone. Feeling my body leveled. On my own. I think I'm up in heaven. 'Cause you were hell. I gave back my freedom. Made me well. I can just feel it. No way to stop it. The sounds of the music so through my bones. I can just taste it. No need to fight it. 'Cause I'm out here staying. It's back to my soul. 'Cause lightning and thunderstorms are never stopping me before. This night is never over, not until I leave the floor. So back to pushing, baby, I can't ever get enough. So don't you try and stop me dancing till the sun comes up.
Lihat, tunggu TV. Wow! Wah, bakar bro! Itu petangkan alamat. Adakah dia berjaya mendapatkan triple kill mencari yang keempat dan kuasa kill?
This is it, the League of Legends Wild Rift Southeast Asia Icon Series Fall Season for Malaysia, presented to you by our ESL Mobile Open alongside Riot Games and our official tournament partners Maggie Hot Cup. The historic rematch has finally came true. Geek Fam takes on Berjaya Dragons in one last best of 7. A reminiscence of what happened in the Summer Icon where Berjaya Dragons won, but Geek Fam, they are almost at the finishing line of their miracle run. I'm Husky, joined by Contra to bring you guys all of the action.
Now we have finally come down to this. The dream rematch of the past seasons have finally come back here in the grand scheme of things. And many of them have counted out Geek Fam for this. And look where they are. They have finally came back here not only to prove the doubters wrong, but to prove that they still have what it takes here to be crowned as the champions of the CE Icon Series Malaysia. Now, before we even go on that 10-minute break, we have asked you guys a question where why did Viego search for Senna during Ruination? Is there a reason why, Husky, that Viego need to do so?
Yeah, and it is to part of his late wife Soul. So Isolde is actually inside Senna. There's a whole lot of lore behind it, right? We first heard of Senna because of Thresh's and Lucian's relationship, then there's Senna. But a part of Senna's soul is actually Viego's late wife. So that's how Ruination began, and that's how Viego started this whole catastrophic event that required the the assembly of the Sentinels of Light. But if you guys got it right, congratulations. And in the meantime, while you're busy answering the lower questions, do remember to keep those comments rolling. We will select a few to be spotlighted in this podcast, and you will win exclusive badges if yours gets chosen. Also, go to your social media, your Insta story, Facebook story, show us that you are watching the grand finals with the hashtag. It's either GF win or BJD win. If yours gets picked, you will be walking away with this exclusive t-shirt that we're wearing. Now, courtesy of ESL, Backyard Cup, and of course, Riot Games Wild Rift as well.
They got some pretty cool design as well. So, you know, it has the imprint of Jinx's Super Mega Death Rocket. So now we do have one of the spotlight comments coming from the community, and this starts off with Delfino Lee saying, if Geek Fam manages to go to the grand finals, it is the true reverse sweep all the way from week 1 of group stages. Well, they definitely are the comeback kings, and they have stayed true to that testament from the past season all the way up till now, Husky.
Yeah, it is the definition of perseverance, the definition of a Cinderella story. I mean, Geek Fam, you know, the departure of Rumpo and Ozora Becky kind of was the huge blow. The abysmal group stage, no problem. Now they are in the grand finals. But before that, we have Muhammad Shakir saying the difference between Geek Fam at the beginning of the season and at the end, so much improvement. And I think improvement is an understatement. It was also Geek Fam going through an immense amount of growth.
It was a massive overhaul. It was that wild growth, of course, no pun intended, as to how Nyx has been able to secure Lulu for all 3 of those matches. Now, I really wonder if they will be able to really just secure that pick in the entirety of that series, because a Lulu ban here may or may not be the case from the side of Berjaya Dragons with different kind of priorities in mind. So, of course, Mama Shake, you are absolutely right that, yes, it is still some massive improvements out there, but it was a difference of the sun and moon, to say, and how this team, where they barely just made it into the playoffs, have been able to pull off one crazy heck of a heist, which we just saw, going with a Mundo, stealing off that Baron with just flashing over the wall, smiting it off, and that was already a great ticket. And that final fight there was that icing on top of the cake.
And here we have it. Berjaya Dragons finally meeting their match in the form of Geek Fam. A historic rivalry that spans across multiple months, where these two teams have been regarded to be the best teams locally. Berjaya Dragons having their fair share of triumphs, and Geek Fam having their fair share of trophy displayed on their shelves. But this is what matters the most, not just for the title of Kings of Malaysia, but also for the seeding in the upcoming seed championships. The winner gets seeded straight into the group stage, whereas the second seed will have to play the play-ins. But first off, let's introduce our returning Kings: Asilla in the top lane, Syndicate in the jungle, Chili in the mid lane, and Sagi and Winter will be the Dragon Lane duo of Berjaya Dragons.
And we have already seen that this is a team that does not rely on just a single individual to really acquire the games, to pop off as well. It was all of them working in tandem to secure quick rapid fire decision making, to take objectives, and of course go in with some really quick runs to secure all these fights that is favorable to themselves. And we're always keeping an eye on Sagi, Chili, as well as Syndicate here to be the main few players that have always pulled some really significant play to clutch out against many of their opponents. So when we're looking towards the side of Geek Fam, I think that Momo and Nyx have been sticking true from the very first season all the way up till now as their staple roster. And up till today, with the help of Hockey as well as 69, they have been able to, of course, propel their way forward. And well, you really can't take credit off of the team that once was the champions of Malaysia, and they still have the championship mentality here to bring themselves up to the grand finals. And we're looking back at the Shank as well, which in many of all of the series that was won inside the playoffs, he has been performing on a perfect scale, 10 over 10 in many of all these matches. So now that they are fighting out against the likes of Berjaya Dragons once again, expect this to be a very close series, and this is a best of 7. So can it go all the way for all 7 games, I wonder?
Yeah, that's definitely the burning question that a lot of people want some answers to. And the last time Geek Fam kind of beat Berjaya Dragon in an official tournament was the upper bracket finals of the Summer Icon series. But let's look at the head-to-head. We focus on the cores, we focus on the solo laners. Let's look at the support. It is Winter against Nyx. Braum for Winter, Lulu for Nyx. The numbers definitely favor Winter by a mile, but I would say that Nyx, he's catching up. They both play a slightly different style in terms of how they want to support the cores. We've seen Winter with the Braum, more of a front line. He has the Nessus as well, whereas Nyx plays Nami, Lulu, the Enchanter kind of support. So the numbers might differ, but we can be very sure that their skill level and understanding of the game is on par.
Indeed it has been, and when we look at both sides of the supports, they have been able to play either enchanter supports or even on the tanks itself on mobile occasions. But most likely, Nyx will be looking for picks such as Janna, Lulu, or even Nami to be the usual 3 picks that he rotates in overall, where Winter has been very much heavily reliant on all these tanks. And not to say that he's any worse on all these enchanters, it's just that he just does so much more. And with also the question where will we actually see him going on that support Nessus once again? Now we have our predictions here. I'm going forward to Berjaya Dragons, and honestly I would have actually changed my results midway through if I would have known it was Geek Fam here that made it through. And I was one of those guys who would voted for Underank to come back up here into the grand finals.
That's the same with me. I think, even though people can still agree that Berjaya Dragons are the strongest team, and so far no one has been able to topple them. They lost only 1 game throughout the entire fall season, and that was to Underrank. But they are kind of the pseudo kryptonite has been eliminated by their arch nemesis. So if there's any team that can do it right now, it's going to be none other than Geek Fam. And I cannot wait to see what Geek Fam has to bring. As this opening match will dictate the tempo of the rest of the series. Berjaya Dragons has shown extreme composure and extreme understanding plus skill, but Geek Fam, they're slowly catching up to that.
And I really want to highlight a few particular players coming from Geek Fam as well, who have definitely stand through the test of time, spending it all together. And we're looking at the staple bot laners that we have definitely mentioned, as well as the Shang. Now with also the addition of 69, who previously was playing on another team, and he was initially playing as a marksman, who have also swapped over on the Baron role, and now into the jungle, which he looks extremely comfortable at. I definitely felt that Geek Fam here has got the transfer of a lifetime. Now, Geek Fam starts off here with a ban on that Senna, so this is going to hinder them from going on that Nasus route.
Yeah, they also take out the Twisted Fate as Berjaya Dragon responds with Camille, not wanting to give it to the Shang. Both him and Asila do share the same champion pools. We saw the Akali, we saw the Darius, Renekton. So it's kind of more of a skills to match up at this point, but Geek Fam, they will take out the Fiora as Berjaya Dragons, identify that Lulu and Akali, probably the biggest problems. They'll ban it out, and that gives Geek Fam 69's favorite Kha'Zix.
And I definitely think that this is a really good way to start things off. I'm not too sure if it's going to be a Blitzcrank that will be locked right in, but Berjaya Dragons like to, of course, tease us for a little bit. Gragas too hard not to pass on, as they will be able to deploy him into the Rift, and most likely either into the Dragon lane as a support, or even in the jungle. But we've seen Asila going for this pick from time to time against other teams back in the group stages. But against Geek Fam, probably they want something with a little bit more feistiness, so they want to leave it for the later options in the draft.
That gives Geek Fam Momo's Kai'Sa. He has performed exceptionally well on it. And they also take the Braum, a champion that we don't see as often on Geek Fam, simply because we've been seeing so much of Lulu. But that also means that Winter's best pick is now in the hands of Geek Fam. Berjaya Dragons will have to settle for a jungler. That will be the Sinjao for Syndicate, which puts this Gragas most likely in the top lane. But we've seen a Gragas mid, so there's still a possibility for Berjaya Dragons to flex it. Nami will be the support pick for them.
And we really look into Berjaya Dragons' lineup. They have a very solid front line, which is going to be pretty difficult for the likes of Geek Fam to penetrate. And hence why, if they really want to look to set something off, the one weakness that Xin Zhao does have is that when he does commit, it's going to be pretty hard for him to fall back. But with his ult, he may have actually bought by a few seconds. Now, Corki is going to be something of a safe pick for Berjaya Dragons to rely back on Tisagi. Instead, he switched it over to Lucian in the very final few seconds. So, as it currently stands, that's going to be Riven here to face off against the Gragas. So, let's talk through this sort of matchup here individually, where when it comes down to the early game power spike, it's definitely leaning more towards the side of Geek Fam, as they are currently feeling an entire different way of playing as compared to the likes of what they have shown us in the lower bracket final. So do you think that this is looking even better for Geek Fam, or is it actually Berjaya Dragons that has all the advantages here?
I definitely feel like Geek Fam, now with Electric coursing through their veins, they would have that surge of confidence facing off against Berjaya Dragon as well. And I think Berjaya Dragons, despite them, we've seen them a couple of times being really confident, whether it's in interviews or in games, they do fool around because they know that they've got this. Against the current Geek Fam, you definitely have to give some respect to this team. But the first game will determine the tempo of the series, and what better way unfold than Berjaya Dragons, the defending champions, against their most arch nemesis, Geek Fam.
And I was thinking of ways to describe Geek Fam at the moment, and it's basically those sort of memes that you see on 9gag, where you see people saying, "If you can't handle me at my worst, you don't deserve me at my best." And I think that kind of sums up what Geek Fam is at currently right now. They are showing their best form, and Momo is feeling great. He's going in for some really good trading. And when we look into the technicalities of the bottom lane, first Momo will need to eventually get a couple of all these 80 items to get that spike on that Ikafian range to be able to do a lot. But they have to respect how much of a damage that Nami has to empower onto Sagi. So with that recent buff, Nami has seen so much of a high pick ratio as compared to the past season, and it has been reliable all across the game. So long as you can connect through some great ebb and flow as well as Aqua Prison, it's sufficient for you to actually enable your team to get a really good pickoff.
Berjaya Dragon is just utilizing the shoving prowess of Lucian, Nami to kind of keep the wave pushed into Geek Fam's turret. They do have Syndicate on the bottom side, so now it's all about chunking Momo and Nyx low enough for Syndicate to potentially get a first blood. And as I say that, Syndicate is already rotating, and I think Geek Fam knows this. They've seen this a lot of times, and they will avoid the gank from Berjaya Dragons, but that also means that BJD will get some damage onto the turret. Syndicate comes back from round 2, does get hit by the Winter Spite. Nyx will flash towards his turret, isolating himself from Momo as Berjaya Dragons continues to poke and prod. But mid lane, that's the first blood going over to Haki as Geek Fam finds their opening. They do lose Nyx in the bottom lane as Berjaya Dragons juggle the aggro. Momo now has the flash, but it's not going to matter. He loses his life as well. Berjaya Dragons responsible too in the bot lane.
Berjaya Dragons may be able to actually walk out with more, especially when you have a lot of their members here that can be able to secure that turret plating. Now they go on for a little bit of reset, although they have Chili here that was taken down on that mid lane. So if we look at how this is going to go, with Hockey securing that first blood and with the likelihood of him roaming even quicker than what the Zakes can actually offer with a Mega Inferno Bomb, I think Geek Fam could still actually have very decent traits heading in towards the mid game. And all eyes is going to be fixated on the Drake here, where we saw Geek Fam when they were on red side. They like to give heavy priority onto Rift Herald. So Berjaya Dragons, I want to see what's their next move, because the past couple games, their objective is also pretty much similar to Geek Fam, where they love the Rift Herald a tad too much.
And Geek Fam knows the Syndicate is there, as he did stood under that vision ward. But Berjaya Dragons, with this wave pushed in and having those ultimates, it will not be shy to just storm through the front door. The Twin Shadows will force Geek Fam back, and Berjaya Dragons should be able to secure this objective. You see Hockey, he is rotating, but Chili will be doing the same. Berjaya Dragons have that numbers advantage, but Syndicate is going to go for the engage regardless. This is up by the Glacial Fissure. Mega Inferno comes right through. Hockey will respond with his own pickoff onto Syndicate. But Nyx is in a whole world of pain as he steps on the minefield and loses his life. Sagi will use the culling. Haki will try to sidestep it, but Sagi will go in with the relentless pursuit. Here comes the charm, but Sagi will hold the barrier. Haki doesn't go down, and he comes back with a counter kill onto Sagi. Geek Fam with a good punish.
That was a perfect time to land a charm, and it definitely brought him perfectly right under the turret for a few seconds longer. Sagi thought that he could secure the kill by landing that final blow, and it was just a few HP away from securing it. Even with Vision, Geek Fam would still be able to snatch it away from Berjaya Dragons, and Asilla has got no business to do being anywhere close by. Now, DJD, maybe the best that they could get out of this is going to be this Drake. Now, with many of all these ultimates available, I think 69, if he gets into position, it will be great, but they're a little bit tapped too late for the party. So, Berjaya Dragons secures this one without too much of a hassle. Now, it's still pretty much relatively close by when it comes down to the network of both teams. More of a defensive item build coming in from Asilla, opting to go for Sunfire Cape to start things off with. So, still a very safe way to go about. Now, steroids though for Syndicate, as you will be able to get a little bit more of that lifeline, and when you complete something like the Stone Plate, I think that this Sintao can fight for days.
He certainly can. Of course, with the Crescent Sweep. Damage, complete damage avoidance is crucial against the lineup of Geek Fam. They did get the Inferno Drake like you pointed out, but Geek Fam, they've got the Rift Herald, so even trade for both teams. Not too much difference in terms of net worth. Sagi already made it to the top lane, but you can see that Geek Fam has the intention to at least force him away. Sagi does dodge Shang's combo, but now with 69, kind of thinking about joining it, we might see Berjaya Dragons respond to this. Syndicate and Winter moving to the top lane.
It might still be pretty difficult for Geek Fam to crack this one up, although they do have the Rift Herald. And you can tell that Berjaya Dragons were already very well prepared for this type of rotation, while there's free spacing for Asilla here to buy a little bit more room to distract the Shang from coming anywhere. And also, now that they've already spotted out the Riven, that's where there is a little bit more of the opportunity for them to actually set a little bit of pick, a little ping over on the tier 2. So I guess
Aki's
that
on the
they
way.
really want to fully commit towards Sagi, as we are staring down 69, playing the move.
Saki dodges it with the relentless pursuit, but Haki just dashes in with his ultimate, gets the kill, but counting it to come through, good tidal wave for the tree with the Mega Inferno Bomb. Doesn't do too much damage. 69 with the Void Assault will be able to get away, and that's the Rift Herald pop by Geek Fam. This is exactly what they want to do, and they will get what they came for. Not only did they bring Berjaya Dragons to the top lane, they also give Momo the space that he needs to shove in that wave in the middle lane, with the Shang facilitating that push. Geek Fam with decent pickup. Silla's gonna use that explosive cast to buy some distance. Again, once more a charm. This time the Syndicate put up from prison, lands onto the back line. Syndicate comes in with a lazy charge in the Crescent Stream, gets the flash knockdown. Momo is dead, but Haki gets the trade kill, as the Shang will also chip in as well. Not too bad for the Berjaya Dragons, but Geek Fam did not let them go unpunished.
But look at 69 though, he's still going in to take down the turret. I guess this sort of trade is still alright, but Berjaya Dragons may actually get more.
Yep, I'm gonna find Nyx with the bubble and take him out. Haki not much health to work with, so he will be forced back by the bouncing bombs. So at least Berjaya Dragons get a bit more than they came for. They get the tier 1 mid. Exactly what Berjaya Dragons wants to kind of stay even against Geek Fam.
3-0 scoreline for Haki already. And this already is gonna get a little bit more out of control. Now, we do see the Oblivion Orb on the hands of Chili. I guess he's definitely working for more of all these magic penetration that he could possibly get out of the next item. So, if we really want to look at a perfect setup coming in from the Berjaya Dragons, it has to be the Gragas or the Sindao to be able to lead the way. And first, find a great room for Sagi to still pull off the culling to drop upon members of the side of Geek Fam. Honestly, it won't be all too easy, as 16-9 is always lurking somewhere in between. Now, there is going to be a tipping point of how the Shang hits the late game, because Riven is not going to have too much of damage to offer by then. So let's see if the Shang can actually contribute much into team fights.
Sagi used his culling by mistake. Not sure if Geek Fam saw that. Don't think they did. But it definitely stops Berjaya Dragon from taking fights for a while. And 69, is she in the Dragon Pit? Not sure why he's there. He's gonna be forced out. Geek Fam tried to sneak it, but Berjaya Dragon's more than ready. Now with 69 out of the picture, Geek Fam have no choice but to give this objective away. Bit of a careless play from Geek Fam. Berjaya Dragons will punish them. Masilla though, it's gonna be gone on by Shang. Finally pops the barrier, key strike, and wind slash. Not enough to take out this Gragas. He is a tanky boy with the Sunfire. That means Berjaya Dragon will get the objective and they'll get out without a scratch.
Just break walling him with the massive build, and that seems to be a explosive cast that gone pretty wrong. It would have actually set up nicely for Syndicate to arrive particularly to receive perhaps a kill, but yet again, Shang does have both barrier as well as flash available, so he may have just actually popped the flash to avoid all those trouble. And now that with the Baron Nashor up online, Berjaya Dragons, what they really like to do with the Baron is not to fully commit to the Baron, but to slowly tease the rest of the enemies to commit. And now in this sort of instance, Geek Fam, obviously no fools to be falling to such tricks, while Haki, he only receives a little bit of a spear being stabbed to the side of the t-shirt. That's going to be that amount of damage. So I don't know if they're going to be able to get anything at all from this.
Yep, they can find a chance to Syndicate, but it's just a couple of love taps from Geek Fam. Can't really commit to this just yet as the Shang and the Scylla continuously duke it out. Mega Inferno Bomb has been expended by Chili, but they won't be able to take this objective for sure. Momo, in the meantime, will secure the Scuttle Crab, giving Geek Fam that extra vision that they would need around the Baron Pit. And we did see the Shang and the Scylla both disengage. The Scylla having to use his flash, and the Shang having to commit his barrier for the trade. This tank Gragas is really working out pretty darn well against the Riven.
Indeed, and you can see that the Shang has already got his flash back up online as well. Meanwhile, Scylla with the barrier. So 2 items in, and Gragas is just going to be a beefy boy from here onwards. While the more of all these other attacks she puts out is also going to hurt the Shang for a little bit. It's just essentially putting bodies just to protect turret at this moment, but Scylla's going for a little bit of a boss slam. I don't think that they're interested to really just spark off another sort of 1-versus-1 battle over on that Dragon Lane. Now, back towards mid lane turret is a tad brittle, where Berjaya Dragons have been able to do decent wave clear at the very least, especially when you have a Ziggs. If all else goes wrong, just drop in the Mega Inferno Bomb and you should be able to just stop that push from going right across. So right now, Berjaya Dragons perhaps waiting for the next objective to spawn in the form of Mountain Drake, and that's where they will try to force Geek Fam into a position that they don't really want to be at. But vision now being set up. So Berjaya Dragons, they might need to go in blindly to the Dragon Pit if this is going to be the case.
And they will at least find some intel on that river. Syndicate kind of knows the Geek Fam is around, but when this bite, Charm does go wide. Twin Shadows also slows down Hockey. 69 remains in the shadows as the Shang continues to put on pressure on Asilla. This might draw attention from Berjaya Dragons as Geek Fam pulls the string like a perfect puppet master controlling a marionette. But how much of it will Berjaya Dragon bite on? It seems like they are still keeping up with what Geek Fam wants to do, but the vision in the Baron Pit will definitely be helpful down the road. In fact, 69 just go on to Sagi in the top lane, but Sagi thankfully gets away. 69 forced to go into stasis, and Geek Fam knows that he's dead. In fact, he flashes away, forcing Syndicate to flash after him, and that means Sagi might have a chance. He's gonna go into Sagi, gets the jump out. Syndicate comes in with the knockup. They will still stun him out with the Great Invasion, but a good bubble bomb winter keeps him alive, and Mega Inferno Bomb will deter Geek Fam from continuing to chase. Syndicate will be safe.
And they immediately go into discontinue that after securing that takeoff. 69, a little bit overzealous there, trying to find Sagi where he could easily just sidestep it with a click of a button. Now, Berjaya Dragons gets a head start on that break yet again. And this is going to be the third one, which will eventually spawn up the Elder with Hockey on the side. It might just be a little bit of strings to be pulled here. And Shang, can he do anything at all? Berjaya Dragons managed to snatch that. So, Geek Fam, a little bit too late to the chase.
Good move from Berjaya Dragon. One pickoff makes all the difference. Of course, it was on the 69. Could have been a lot more different, but it was Sagi we're talking about. So he knows how to stay alive. The Shang once more trying to force Asilla away, but this rowdy guy with a beer barrel is so hard to take out. In fact, with both champions having that barrier, the Shang has to be super cautious. He does not have his ultimate as he chooses to try to go for steal, and Syndicate will again be forced to get away and disengage with help of Chili's Mega Inferno Bomb.
You can tell that Berjaya Dragons is giving a lot of room of respect towards Geek Fam, and this is definitely a different the group stages where we're expecting a whole lot, but it didn't seem like it was anywhere near close, where Berjaya Dragons managed to take pretty much that perfect knockout blow to just take them 2-0. Now Syndicate gets an opening.
Hockey just get away without having to use much resources. Berjaya Dragon is just forcing Geek Fam to go for reset, and that reset can open up the Baron Pit. But they do see 69. They know that Geek Fam, they stole Baron against Underank just now. Berjaya Dragons don't want to go for a challenge. In fact, 69 leaps the wrong way. Has to use the Void Assault. He still has the flash, but Hockey will be there to back him up. So Geek Fam keeps that jungler alive. A very important aspect of the team, and Geek Fam now tries to go for collapse. Good one with the way go golden. Syndicate will be forced back up. 69 loses that GA, but Snakes will die in the process. 69 follows suit. The opposite section 9 will kill off the Asilla, and Hockey will also lose his life. Sagi just runs him down for a killing spree, and Berjaya Dragons have finally opened up Baron Nashor. But in the meantime, while all of that was happening, the Shang goes on a split push spree, takes down the bot tier 2 as Geek Fam surrenders this objective over to BJD.
And they really have to give way. Chango, he is still relentless. He's looking for the inhibitor. He gets it. Super minions coming in for Geek Fam, and the Shang, he just needs to look.
Should be able to get out with the barrier and the broken blade. Cooldown is pretty short, so that tries to misplace him, but he is going to get out regardless. The mobility is too much, and then no explosive cast for Asilla. Means that Geek Fam will have a decent chance of staying in this up, and with Berjaya Dragons losing the inhibitor turret, it's definitely going to be slightly harder for them to kind of push in, and more breathing space for Geek Fam. Nyx will put up the shield. Berjaya Dragons begins the siege in that middle lane. Hockey though goes in, forces the cleanse from Sagi. Berjaya Dragons still brute force down that inhibitor turret, but Sagi will be forced to back up. There's still a lot of threat from Geek Fam, and thanks to the Shang, they have found that breath of fresh air.
indeed they have, and I think that Berjaya Dragons, after receiving that Baron power play, they are a lot more confident to go in for structured takedowns, and after what we saw, the Shank only walking pretty much low on health, that's where another collapse happens. It's on the jungle!
Oh no! He's supercharged in and he gets disconnected instantly from the fight. I mean, Berjaya Dragons puts him out of commission for 50 seconds. A fatal mistake as we have the Cloud Elder Drake now online. BJD have all the time in the world to go for this objective, and Geek Fam, just one misstep puts them back 10 more steps. BJD will get the streak for sure.
Berjaya Dragons didn't even have to sweat too much for this break at all. And now they've got all the buff that they need, and Asilla is still holding strong. And the minutes are just about enough for them to be able to get that Guardian Angel being propped, but here comes 69.
Mega Inferno Bomb, and the Sunfire is just way too much for the Shank. Flash body slam onto 69. He also dies. Geek Fam crumbling a bit. As Berjaya Dragons, you know, they get these pickouts. They manage to slowly pick Geek Fam apart. And now Geek Fam have no choice but to try and defend their base with only 3 members. Berjaya Dragons will surround from all sides, starting with this top tier 2.
Pretty tough for the likes of Geek Fam to even come back from such a deficit for now. With all these super minions coming right in, and the Baron may have actually just expired, but this might just be good enough for Berjaya Dragons.
They're gonna go straight for the Nexus, and there's nothing Geek Fam can do. Berjaya Dragons will take this game 1 to start off the grand finals.
Victory!
First point right in for the champions of the summer season, and now they will secure their lead. And we look at the entirety of the draft here, and they have been able to just really have this razor sharp focus on all the objectives that they really needed. Geek Fam, they went in for some of all these certain trades, and I think that there was a few sort of micro decisions here that may have lived a little bit more of that opening, especially when we saw some of all the dice really focusing onto Asagi multiple times on that top lane, and the recommitment comes in very rapidly coming from Berjaya Dragons. While it could have been a little bit closer, Geek Fam, midway through the match, they have started to lose off that momentum that they had where they moved into the early game with some strong movements, with 69 trying to make plays happen.
Yeah, and you know, the game kind of ended when the Geek Fam, they tried to make a move, I believe on the Syndicate. Momo felt super confident to follow up, but the only thing that he ran into was Winter's Aqua Prison. The bubble that popped Momo for 50 seconds gave Berjaya Dragons so much room. And with that, they took game 1. But it is one of those games where it did not go easy for BJD. Geek Fam put up a heck of a fight, and it was just those few final moments where Geek Fam slipped, the Berjaya Dragons took control of the game. This is by no means a dominant one for BJD for sure.
I definitely think that the Shang was really pulling a lot of all these great cross-map plays out there, especially when he manages to get the super minions going on the bot lane, but it honestly didn't translate to anything at all, especially with him eventually getting picked off. Was honestly not the best sort of situation, and there was no point of buying time from that Gragas from chasing you as well, alongside with the rest of Berjaya Dragons. So Berjaya Dragons, with a lot of all these focus on that fight that they wanted to secure that Baron on towards the top quadrant of the map. And once they finally found some opening there to actually get a catch onto Momo, they know that they gotta strike it as quickly as they can. And I kind of wish to see Geek Fam to, of course, play with a little bit more of that confidence as they had back in the previous series. So maybe things will be much better off for them when they switch over on towards the great portion of the map, which we saw those back-to-back wins coming in for Geek Fam.
That could really be the game changer. Geek Fam started off slow, but it's still a pretty long day ahead for them. They just played 3 games against Underank, so obviously the fatigue might set in. The base of the lower bracket is a challenge that Geek Fam has faced multiple times, but this is where the final exam is, right? Going through BJD after playing a best of 5, a lower bracket final. They dropped game 1, but the dream is not dead yet. The hope burns bright. There's still a couple of more games for Geek Fam to turn this around, and we'll see if that's gonna happen in game 2. But before that, we'll take a short break and we'll be back for that second game.
Lihat, tunggu Stewie. Boom! Wabaka, bro! Itu petangkap alam mata. Adakah dia berjaya mendapatkan triple kill, mencari yang keempat dan kuasa kill.
Never let you double cross. Moving through the city like it's Gotham. They told me get one, so I got one. Stop saying you're a boss when you not one. You ain't sacrificed, nah, you ain't lost none. All over the gram like you got a bag. You ain't big dog, we ain't hearing none of that. I'm in the gym looking like a running back. And you know the flow, got him coming back. Who I was in the past, I'm unattached. Only focus in this moment is bringing the summer back. Oh, respect my grind, elevate souls and I spread good vibes. Young divine, you know I gotta shine. Raise your hands for a good time. Aight.
Vibe until the morning, sleep until the noon. You said that you want it, so I got it for you. Let's all get together and show them how we move. We move, we move, bringing summer to you.
Ready, let's go. 'Cause you know how we roll. Let's take it round the world and back again. Ready, let's go. 'Cause you know like I know. We'll take it round and round. Yo, hold up, let me switch my flow up. Back in high school, they were telling me I'll blow up. Doing talent shows and man, everyone will show up. Got in an accident and still made it for them to go nuts. You know what? I'm so so what? I'm so That means I can't describe the way I vibe, the way I slide. And with the rhymes that make the dimes, I'll close their eyes and fantasize. Young divine calling their phone number. No, you know I love it. And you know me, I can't sleep without blazing beats. On stages for their ones gracefully. And I got a smile that they hate to see. Young black successful, though life gets stressful. Though life gets stressful, go and vibe out with whoever you next to.
Vibe until the morning, sleep until the noon. You said that you want it, so I got it for you. Let's all get together and show them how we move. We move, we move, bringing summer to you.
Ready, let's go. 'Cause you know how we roll. Let's take it round the world and back again. Ready, let's go. 'Cause you know like I know. We'll take it round and round again.
I've been with you for as long as I can remember, and you stood by me and held up my head. But it's getting hard to say that I am not a pretender. No, I don't wanna leave any words unsaid. Now I think that you hate me, and I'm driving you crazy.
Lihat, tunggu Stewie. Boom! Wabaka, bro! Itu petangkap alam mata. Adakah dia berjaya mendapatkan triple kill, mencari yang keempat dan kuasa kill.
This is the grand finals of the League of Legends Wild Rift Southeast Asia Icon Series Malaysia Fall Season. Geek Fam goes up 1-0 Berjaya Dragons goes on 1-0 against Geek Fam, as I am still on the Geek Fam hype train. The redemption story is still not at an end. In fact, my name is Husky, of course joined by Contra, as we continue to look at how the storyline would unfold. But after game 1, walk me through how Geek Fam should adjust themselves for the upcoming few games.
I have definitely seen that they have been able to adapt to it in the early game, where they both have been able to, of course, holding on in lane. And in fact, Geek Fam was the one that has initiated with that first blood being secured for the likes of Hockey, and that got him pretty much snowballing with a few kills to come up online with items like the Luden's Echo and eventually building up a lot of stash of damage. But I want to see even more of that roam setup here to be able to find ways to punish some of all these Berjaya Dragon members harder than what it should have actually been, where BJD, they brute force their way towards the bottom lane, they crush that turret eventually, and you know, that where they put Geek Fam on towards a really difficult spot, where I think that's the moment that they start to go back on recovery mode. But going back to the bans here, they will definitely pay focus towards the center ban that has been able to enable Sagi here to run a very stereo Nasus composition over the bottom side, where we did talk about that feeding, well, I mean, like the fasting Senna that has been the talk of the town lately. Now, going quickly through the bans, what can you actually get out of this?
The Geek Fam kind of making some adjustments, right? They ban out the Zeke instead, as Chili with the Mega Inferno Bomb has been, posing a lot of problems for them. As Berjaya Dragons sticking with the same bans, Camille, Lulu, and Akali. Geek Fam started out the first game with the Kazakhs. Now they will give 69 the Lee Sin, the playmaking champion that gave Geek Fam such a strong performance in that lower bracket finals. Berjaya Dragons can stick with the Gragas, Twisted Fate Goshu.
And I think that's the Berjaya Dragons here is actually getting a lot of all these openings here, especially when you have Chili that has played a magnificent Twisted Fate for multiple occasions already. And against Orianna, I did think that this is an alright matchup for the Orianna to poke him through the mid game onwards. But to keep him in the lane is going to be quite difficult, so we will see quite a battle here over onto the mid portion of the map. So Rengar now being secured by Chili, this is going to be rather interesting, where it's more of like who gets the speed run in the jungle to really get the advantage out there. So as we go down the list, Sagi goes back to one of these early signature picks of the Ezreal, and if you look into Ezreal, it may have fallen off of popularity, but it definitely offers a lot of flexibility when it comes down to getting yourself that optimal position when it comes down to the team fight.
Yeah, Geek Fam will give, I believe, the Shang, the Irelia. Of course, Nyx will be on the Nami, one of his more comfortable picks. I believe compared to the Braun, I think Nami just feels more of a Nyx champion simply because of his track record. But Berjaya Dragon will give themselves the Renekton, and that means we will get Winter on that Gragas, one of Berjaya Dragon's most flex champion that could go into 4 out of 5 lanes, and this is why Gragas is so valuable for BJD.
Indeed it was, and I was actually hoping for that Thresh to go right by. So Renekton versus Irelia, I do think that eventually Irelia might just actually get some upper hand hitting in the late game of the matchup. But to really hold off Renekton here is going to be the key factor, where he doesn't just get himself that early pick to snowball into a giant alligator overall. So in terms of the team fight composition, I really do like what the Geek Fam side has been able to offer as well. As much as right now, Geek Fam is on a deficit, they may be able to equalize if they can actually pull off some significant plays. And I'm really looking on their top laner, Deshang, to be able to do exactly just that.
Yeah, we'll see if Geek Fam can kind of recompose themselves ever so slightly after that game 1 defeat. It's definitely not a rough one, but an unfortunate one with Momo getting caught by the Aqua Prison towards the tail end. Winter is giving a bit of poke in the middle lane. Momo will help Haki out by shoving this mid wave under the turret. Very common when you're up against, when you're in a lane that has a favorable matchup. Haki will also reveal where Syndicate is. He is starting on that rip buff on this Rengar. 69 does the same. 69 slightly faster by half. It might just enough for them to make the first move.
Indeed. As we currently are looking at a little bit more of the poke composition coming in from Berjaya Dragons. And this is a composition that might just be a little bit risky to run. Now, exhausting popped.
69, Sonic Wave did not connect. No, Chili was able to get out with the flash. Slightly unfortunate for Geek Fam, or else it might have been a confirmed kill. But that also means Haki will blow the exhaust. This gang of Geek Fam didn't go through. Syndicate continues to rampage through his own jungle to get that resource and just speed up that item progression by a bit. Scuttlecrab has spawned, and look at where Syndicate is. He's gonna go for the invade, hovering around that middle lane, bot lane as well. Sagi having to arcane shift away from that bubble just to keep himself alive.
And that's some really good amount of poke coming in from Momo. And once again, when we look at the benefits of having a Nami on your side, it gives you so much of that sustainability as well as damage output. And with a little bit more contest inside of the top quadrant of the map, I guess that Syndicate will have to give a little bit more respect to 69 on how he could just easily just drive by, catch him off. So he has to let go of that Gromp. Now, going into team fights, why I did mention that Geek Fam may be able to equalize, there's a few things that they can look at here. So as long as Haki can go in with some really good ball delivery system to be placed onto 69 or even the Shang, a good shockwave could definitely disorientate the likes of Berjaya Dragons in multiple occasions here, and it can force a full collapse and give an opening for Momo to dive in with the Killer Instinct as well. So with this sort of heavy team fight composition, the Shang could also come in for a good flank to cut off the escape path, while Berjaya Dragons, they can definitely have a lot more global presence where you can have Sagi, who can definitely contribute in precise true shot barrage onto some targets if they were to flee up. And they're just gonna have to find a way to get that mid-game spike at the very least. So that's where items is going to be the bane of Sagi's early game, which he doesn't really have too much to offer at the moment.
They use the true shot barrage just to shove this wave in. The Geek Fam should be able to handle it. Just give them a bit of time. It's Momo and Nyx after all. Kaiser plus Nami, they don't have too much of a problem deep pushing with those levels. And in fact, top lane's gonna be a dive. Vanguard's edge is out, but it's not enough. Basila will flash to safety. Destiny was also used by 69. He wants to kill. Then the starting wave comes in, gets the kickoff. Tempest is enough. The red buff will help him up, and Geek Fam will get the trade back.
I love how he also flashed to safety as well, so he just gets out of harm's way and still walk away with that kill. Now with the Dragon spawning in, he's gonna keep Syndicate here for a little longer, so that he could still maybe drop the ward into the repel. So coming right in, Berjaya Dragons may have actually put a little bit more priority onto the counter and say, oh, double Aqua Prison, but there's no first follow-up coming to that. And Momo, he won't be able to take too much of the damage out of the side of the other members of the side of BJB for the moment. But Syndicate, he could easily take control of all this pressure on towards the top portion of the river, trying to clear a little bit more wards. And now, happily going for a trade, where 69 has already begun tapping onto the health bars of the Drake already.
Berjaya Dragons will not contest this because Syndicate is working on his own project, which is securing Rift Terror for himself. The Shang actually did not use his barrier while he was dived. Maybe could have lived a bit longer. Slightly unfortunate. He will try to go for the reset. That means Berjaya Dragon will get the space that they need. Won't need the Rift Herald to take out the tier 1. Haki, unfortunately, is a bit too late to the party, and Berjaya Dragons would have seen it anyways with that ward. So decent advantage for BJD to start off the game, but it feels slightly slower compared to game 1. Winter does have the cast, so Geek Fam needs to be careful of that engage potential.
Now, that's where we look into the items once again. Manamune already up available for Sagi. Also having the execution, a really good build, especially when you have that infinite healing coming in from Nami that is so annoying to deal with, where now you can at least have some really good hope that so long as you consistently poke and prod towards these members over bottom lane, they can still get something out there. Now, Thimble Winter now being built on that support Gragas, and we have discussed this onto the Nasus that has been played by Berjaya Dragons a whole lot, and it definitely contributes a lot of cooldown, a lot of mana to expend consistent pokes, but it does not really offer that much of a great damage coming in from Gragas, which honestly he doesn't need, because he's going more on the tank passage if this is going to be the case.
69 saves guard over the wall just in time before the go-kart connects. Would have looked really ugly if he gets caught up in the open. Geek Fam brought the members, but they are walking under the vision of BJD. So Berjaya Dragons, with that superior surveillance, will be able to know where Geek Fam wants to make the next move. That's going to allow them to once more take control of the middle lane. They will use that Rift Arrow and try to take this turret. There's a chance of engage for BJD for sure, but they don't want to make that wrong move. Everyone from Geek Fam is ready to take this. They will have the title with just about a bit of time. Aqua Prison and Vanguard is thrown now. It's going to be the engage from the Jack. Defiance Dash going to drop a bit of damage, uses the barrier. 69 towards the backline, tries to get a K. On the 4! Momo has the follow-up. They need a bit more. Momo has a killer instinct, but he cannot use it because he's not confident. But now he's going to pop it right into the Silas grab with the counter big. Momo with a few misplay, loses the slide, but at least Geek Fam to get something in return. Haki will eat the go-kart as Chili comes in to back him up. 69 with the Tempest and Sonic Wave. Resonating Strike doesn't want to follow up. Flashes forward into a body slam as Winter's belly will protect Chili. Berjaya Dragons wins a huge fight.
That was nail biting. Did you just see the health bars all blink in red on the side of Berjaya Dragons and Geek Fam? They were hunting for it, where 69, he was so darn sure that he would have actually gotten something, especially with that Dragon Straight. Now, Syndicate works the flash with that Drill Hunt already being popped up as well. I think that was a really great reflex coming in from Hockey, but I wish we get a little bit more replay of that, because I am so excited to see how well Berjaya Dragons handled that pressure, and Geek Fam, although they throw everything, including Glitch and Sing, onto Berjaya Dragons, they didn't walk away with all too much other than a small little pickoff on towards mid.
Yeah, just huge kick from 69. Guy was a playmaker and he did make the play. Not Geek Fam, not able to follow up with that. Slightly unfortunate. And with that, Berjaya Dragons now get a bit more control. Sagi himself just hitting Momo hard, forcing them back. No more two-shot barrage, but they do know where 69 is as the second break spawns. Not sure if Geek Fam wants to contest this. They have those ultimates available. They can attempt to challenge Berjaya Dragons, but it's going to be a bit risky as Chili is going to be gone on by the Shang. He's under the tier 1 and then Geek Fam won't be able to find any kills. 69 will also be rooted up. Winter will get a explosive card standing back. No more safeguard. A tidal wave. He might still survive as he flashes safety. Finally goes down to Chili. But look at where the Shang is. Straight towards the backline. The flawless way doesn't connect as Chili turns around with a gold card. But Geek Fam at least finds 2 kills. Finds 3 kills for themselves. This time they win the fight. This time they might be able to go onto the Dragon. Chili will pop the Destiny as Asilla is hovering around the horizon. No more ultimates available for Geek Fam. No smite as well. BJD, they might challenge this. There is the bar. The Shang goes in. Asilla will flash, slice, and dive. Gets stunned by the flawless duet, and he will lose his life. Geek Fam holds strong, and they take that objective.
Unfortunately, they don't have enough damage to be able to contest. Maybe a little bit of a sleeve of the cards would have actually cut right by. Well, sleeve of the cards, if that's the word. So, currently, Berjaya Dragons, they managed to eventually get it until the mid lane crumbles down. So now they have a little bit more spacing to work with. I think Berjaya Dragons would have a little bit more advantage for the Rengar to really scout out ahead and just open through the hunt just to perhaps get into the heads of the side of Geek Fam if they were to move into objectives such as the Baron. Now, some of all these fights that we saw early on over in mid has resulted in such, and they were having a little bit of that exchange, and it was down to Nixter that has been able to drop right in with a really good tidal wave in order to find that pick, and the Shang has been able to really punish the Berjaya Dragons. So that was BJD have to suffer a few lost objectives right there, but it's nothing too hard for them to eventually recuperate from. Currently still holding on towards a 2K lead, and now Destiny being popped in. They may look to something, but Chili's in trouble.
Yeah, they get a kid to cancel that Destiny, and a good kill for Geek Fam. Chili used the barrier as well, but there's no way to get out of Geek Fam's grasp when that Lee Sin is around. So that pickoff might not be able to give Geek Fam too much. All the waves are shoved in, so no objective is available for Geek Fam on the map. They will try to shove this middle wave in. 14 more seconds until Chili comes back up. Maybe Geek Fam can do some damage, but Syndicate is ready with Drill the Hunt to jump onto Momo. Explosive cast goes wide, but Momo isn't in it. Danger flag to safety. They use the shotgun for Hockey as well. 69 wants to counter engage, but he does not have the
Tidal wave.
They also expand the tidal wave, but the tidal wave is a good means of disengage. In fact, I think they're running into Asilla. Asilla dies bottom. Get this turret for sure, and they'll get out.
Man, oh man, Geek Fam really improving on the fly, but the rest of the Berjaya Dragons, they're crashing over the mid side here. So they have answers of their own to really capitalize onto some of the aggressions that Geek Fam is showing. 69 tries to connect a blind cake. Not going to be able to find anything at all. There's going to be 3 stasis enchantment that was being purchased, and now we're already seeing Hockey coming in with that 4th one as well. So Geek Fam, they are really looking to just scrape by to really clinch a few moments to survive and really expel all these key elements coming from inside of Berjaya Dragons first, and then they might actually look in for the second coming to be able to shut down whatever Berjaya Dragons could have actually do in some of all of these trades. Now, as it currently looks, it will be Kaisa here that can definitely offer the most amount of damage from the likes of Geek Fam, so they have to protect Momo at all costs.
They definitely have to. Momo is a golden child of the team. BJD so far still having this turret, but 69 is going to tease Sagi a bit. Doesn't want to commit anything as he knows that Sagi is a very slippery AD on that Ezreal. But Geek Fam so far have been keeping up with BJD. Everything that Berjaya Dragon does, Geek Fam has a response, and this is why we are still at this stage of a balance where both teams are on an equal ground. There's no one taking the lead just yet. The next Drake is spawning right now, and Momo might have just been found. They have the Destiny. Momo goes to the stasis. His backup gonna come in time. The Shen will draw the Vanguard in. Momo uses the killer instinct. No time. Coming engage though. Good kick, but Syndicate gets saved as a result of that. Asilla might die because the Shang is pretty darn tanky. Chili is gonna be next to the top of the block, and Shang is gonna fight the true shot Mirage with the stasis and comes back for a double kill, but he will die to Syndicate as Syndicate pounces from the shadows. 69 follows up with the flash. He gets rooted by the bola, but he will follow up with the resonating strike, and Geek Fam with 4 kills. They punish Berjaya Dragons.
Just look at that Vanguard's edge, blocking the Dragons in place on that Charge Rush, and it was them just dispersing on all different directions, and wait, everything looked all too easy for Geek Fam. And now, Turk Drake, and they may have been able to find that secret recipe now to get the Dragons shunned off. Now only with a little bit of a slight edge when it comes down to goal. But it was more than enough if they can keep doing this. That's why I put my hopes on the Shang from the get-go when he selected this Irelia and Berjaya Dragons. To say that if they were to be extremely mobile, once they commit to a point, it's pretty much linear. Look at this once again. All brought to you by Maggie Hot Cup on its replay. Alongside with tidal wave, there honestly wasn't any sort of way of a room that any of these members could actually do anything at all if you were to be caught by both sides of the element. Beautiful stuff coming out of the back.
BJD fights into a choke point and loses it, but they punish the Shang with that pickoff. As high as we raise him, he falls down for at least the next 35 seconds. Berjaya Dragons now will have a opening. Baron seems to be the plan, or at least Berjaya Dragons wants to get control of that objective. They finally break the bottom tip. The Geek Fam now will be forced away, at least for now, as BJD will use the time that they have to try and regain a territorial advantage. Bot tier 2 will also fall, but Geek Fam, they're not going to let this go quietly into the night. Syndicate is going to be gone on. Shockwave goes wide, but Momo goes on forward with the killer instinct, and it's enough to tap down the Hunter. Syndicate is down. Asilla to follow suit. They will make fresh crocs out of his Renekton. Geek Fam finds 2 in return.
It was a great trade to split initially coming from the side of Berjaya Dragons, and I felt that there was a little bit more of an overcommitment, which Geek Fam definitely responded very well to the likes of Asilla as well as Syndicate. Now, 2 men down, Berjaya Dragons, they are definitely on the brink of defeat if they do not snatch this away. There is a little bit of hope, but they don't really have Smite though, so is this going to be good enough?
Vanguard's Age is going to keep everyone back. Geek Fam should be able to get this Baron buff, and yes they do. Shockwave to pull Winter back as the Shank is going to put his body in front as the front line. 69 taking a lot of punishment from Sagi, but he will use that stasis. Now Nyx will use his body to block that. The car's not enough. Sagi also can't find a connection. Berjaya Dragons respond, but Geek Fam will find a tier 1. Good tidal wave gets onto Winter. He's dead, but you have Destiny. Chili will try to come in and review the information. The TP from Asilla. Momo dies in the backline. The kick comes through for 69. Damage not enough. He tries to escape, but that's just the GA. Chili now in the red. At 69, he will have the cooldown back in time, but it's not gonna matter too much. Berjaya Dragons will still take 2 kills in return, but Geek Fam, they're not done yet. The Shang will go on the hunt. He sees Asilla. He knows where Syndicate is, but Berjaya Dragons are completely disengaged.
And I do believe that Geek Fam has been able to juggle well with the pressure, and not only did they get that Baron buff, they definitely hindered Berjaya Dragons from even advancing forward to take even more members out inside of Geek Fam, as they definitely had a little bit more of that opening to do so. And it's all thanks to Nyx once again being the hero to rescue them from very dire situations. 14 assists to his name already. Running on the Staff of Flowing Water, Morning Sensor, just being that essential support that his team needs him to be. While currently the Shang just gotta find another pixel perfect Vanguard's Edge once more. Elder Inferno, the prize for either side here. Berjaya Dragons may not have any sort of rig, but if they want to actually lend their hands on one, this Drake is good enough for them to take any sort of fight and absolutely win.
And that is what Geek Fam wants to do. Take control of the Drake. The Shang will go on the reset. He has to teleport because he knows he needs a response to BJD's push. Chili can always join with the Destiny, but for the members of Geek Fam, they will need some sort of avenue, and that teleport is the best choice that they have. The D-Ward mission will also be online, but looks like Geek Fam, revealed by the Destiny, will be forced to back off. It's actually Chili who needs to get away. He cancels the Destiny, and that means the Shang gets a pickoff. This might be huge for Geek Fam. Through the hunt is used by Syndicate, but to no avail. Geek Fam found such a huge opening. Tidal Wave was thrown out. It hits onto Asilla, but Sagi will respond with a 2-shot barrage. Is it enough though? They still have Syndicate alive, but him without that ultimate will make it slightly harder to contest this Elder Inferno. That is what Geek Fam is doing right now. There is the supposed to cast. It only knocks Haki further away. Berjaya Dragons, they need to desperately get into range. 50% health on that Elder Inferno Drake. BJD, what do they have left in the tank? All the ultimates have been used. Shockwave connected to Syndicate is going to start it with the Battle Hunger as the Shang will be caught by Asilla, but he goes in with the once more. GA gets popped. Now he has the engage. They need the dragon. It's gonna be Haki with the ability of Geek Fam. Good kick from 69. Kills out Syndicate using his partner, and now they collapse on the Berjaya Dragons. Everyone is dead. Sagi, where do you want to go? Best ADC, you're dead. 50 seconds in the grave, and Geek Fam, they might have just done it.
Geek Fam! This is the Geek Fam we all knew from the past few seasons. And now, with all 4 dragons and the 5th dragon to be slain as well, they're crossing up the mid. And this is the first time in a long while that we've seen Berjaya Dragons to be 8'd up in any given fight. They're already diving into the Nexus already. And this is where they can seal the deal. Depth Hammers on the clock, not good enough for Berjaya Dragons to come back from this. And Geek Fam finally equalize. What a game this has been. Victory. And Husky, this best of 7, I feel It's really going all the way to that 7 games than what we have initially predicted. Throw all of that aside because Geek Fam, they know how to tame the dragons.
Yeah, and you selected your hero early on, that Savior on the Shang, and he definitely proved that the spotlight was on him the entire game. I mean, Geek Fam, they were wounded by Berjaya Dragons, but now they punch back, and they punch back hard with such a dominant game. What a response onto BJD. Geek Fam never really fell behind. There were some mistakes early on that Berjaya Dragons took advantage of, but Geek Fam just kept their composure, and this is how champions were forged and made. This is how diamonds are created. The scoreboard is going to say a lot. Geek Fam getting their playmaker with this Lee Sin for 69 was just a godsend choice.
This is something else. Just look at Hockey going on that perfect run on Oriana. And you just gotta say this, it's not only some of all these shockwaves that has been able to land perfectly on top of the members of Berjaya Dragons, it was him supplementing the likes of the Shang to even chase in for many of all these kills, and even the likes of Momo to empower him even further without needing to rely too much on Killer Instinct all too much. So this one was a very close fight between the two, but Berjaya Dragons, they were pulling strings to try to make ends meet, but Geek Fam, they found that perfect moment, especially when they start to win that fight on that bottom lane tribe rush, where it was a big wombo combo. And we talked about how excellent this whole scheme that Geek Fam was going for, where they are crafting towards big team fights, and they delivered in all fronts. That I am so happy to have witnessed, to see that they have finally taken off a game against Berjaya Dragons, which nobody during the playoffs have been able to do so.
Yeah, and that was the first strike from Geek Fam, and it can only get better from here. They not only have learned the basics of training a dragon, they have able to temporarily tamed it by giving them their first defeat in the playoffs. The miracle run is still alive, but there's more to go for this best of 7. We'll go on a short break and we'll be back for game number 3.
Lihat, tunggu Stevie. Boom! Wah, bakar, bro! Itu petangkan alamak. Ada kali Berjaya mendapatkan triple kill, mencari yang keempat dan kuasa kill.
Bring me back from my darkness black. It's the soul in me and the heart I have for you. It bleeds for you, it beats again. Oh, you bring me to life. 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 Safe only, even though we burn from the light I bleed. Does she bring me back? Not a heart attack could take away all the love I had for you. It bleeds for you, it beats again. Oh, you bring me to life. Oh, you bring me to life. Oh, you bring
We're stuck in your car on a Friday night, and we laugh over stuff we try not to talk about. Still your smile keep on heating up the climate.
Lihat, tunggu TV. Boom! Wah, bakar, bro! Adakah dia berjaya mendapatkan triple kill, mencari yang keempat dan kuasa kill?
The grand showdown in this grand finals continues between Geek Fam and Berjaya Dragons as the scores are tied in the League of Legends Wild Rift Southeast Asia Icon Series Malaysia Fall Season, presented to you by ESL Mobile Open alongside Riot Games and our official tournament partner Maggie Hot Cup. My name is Husky alongside Contra. We will bring you guys the rest of the grand finals until we crown our eventual champions. But I want to hear some quick thoughts. How was that game 2? What happened that gave Geek Fam that equalizer?
That was mind-blowing. You just look at the massive wombo combos that fell into place, that has been able to cut Berjaya Dragons multiple times already, and you got to really give it up to the Shang as well as Nates because they were on peak performance yet again to be able to really pull the strings back to Geek Fam to equalize in that particular series, and especially during that Underank fight where it was Geek Fam just waiting for Berjaya Dragons to crash right in once again, and they have already gotten that pickoff perfectly so without having Chili to even contribute to that team fight. It was quite the recipe of success that Geek Fam has been able to really cook up a storm in that past game. Now, going to game number 3, this will be a little bit more of a tougher challenge, whether if we're going to be seeing switch of sides for either side of the teams, or even new sort of different drafts being involved for the side of Berjaya Dragons, because that past draft definitely didn't work all too well for the likes of Sagi and Co. So is there any sort of things that you felt that Berjaya Dragons were having a lack thereof in the past match?
I think, you know, from the very short conversation we get to have with the Barca talents, I think Miko's raised a good point. How much can the support Gragas do? And even though it's a very good flex pick that Berjaya Dragons has shown a couple of times, but we saw how ineffective the Gragas was into the later stages of the game without that means of engage, without the flash body slam nor the explosive barrel. Winter felt like he can only do so much against the wombo combos of Geek Fam. It seemed like Geek Fam from the get-go have Berjaya Dragons figured out, and they just had the better team fight comp. But maybe other than that, perhaps Berjaya Dragons on that Ezreal pick, definitely kind of an unorthodox one, considering we haven't seen much of that champion.
I definitely don't think it's actually all too bad of a pick, but it definitely does have its time and place coming into certain scenarios where I felt that if you were to trade against a composition that has Nami, essentially you're not gonna get all too much out of your laning when it comes down to poking down the enemy AD carry or even Nami herself. Now, we're just gonna move directly into the picks and bans. This time around, Berjaya Dragons wants to really switch the map around. They're going on the blue. They look for that Lulu Lee Sin Twisted Fate ban. Meanwhile, Geek Fam has already locked away that Camille as well as Senna. So these are things that will hinder Berjaya Dragons to go for some of the compositions that they have already been feeling extremely comfortable with. Now, Akali that could possibly go in the hands of either Asilla or even Chili is going to be something that's sort of interesting. The win ratio throughout the entirety of playoffs for Akali is on the lower side of the spectrum. So honestly, I felt that she wasn't as great as what we saw back in the glory days of the past few patches.
Yeah, but one of the few players that can definitely bring her back on into the limelight is Asilla. We have seen him with exceptional performance onto Akali. The Shank showed us what this ninja is capable of, and I'm just glad to see Asilla back on one of his most highlighted picks. Syndicate will go back on the Xin Zhao and finally, after a pretty long time, we get Galio back in the spotlight. It's gonna be going over to BJD as Geek Fam will give themselves the Kha'Zix, Fiora, and perhaps looking at the Ezreal pick as well.
Okay, this is getting even more interesting as it goes. So it's a little bit of a switch up when it comes down to the dynamics of how Geek Fam really wants to run things. Same thing alongside with the Nami still being the thing that they have gone for. Now, I'm excited for this. Are we seeing Rakan? Yes, we will. Now, the power couple of the Messiahs will be visiting the likes of Geek Fam, but possibly this might just be able to bring a little bit more trouble as compared to that past composition that they have. And with even more safety net coming from Galio's Hero's entrance, plus with Sintao, we're getting to the Masters here, guys. I'm stoked. So
yeah,
I was expecting a Darius to come by, but I think we can settle for Fiora as well as the Gragas for Geek Fam.
Yeah, Fiora definitely one of the few champions that doesn't mind going on that 1v1. We've seen one of the best scaling Baron laners as well. Grand Duelist for a reason. But looking at the draft alone, would you say that BJD has a more robust lineup, or does Geek Fam kind of front to back competition stand? Like, does it stand a chance against what BJD has?
I definitely think they do stand a chance, especially when you have that Fiora over on the Baron lane, where if you go head-to-head against Akali, now Akali's early game has been weakened as well, but if the Fiora can consistently look for those vital spots and keep proccing Leap, where you can just go in for lower cooldowns, eventually the trade will become a little bit more favorable, and there is a way that you can still kind of hit your Leap, or the lunge instead of Leap, where it can't hit you inside the shroud. Hey, it's very much doable. Okay, what was that? Did I just see? That looks like a Poppy ultimate, but I pretend I didn't see it. Oh, okay, I understand. Ebb and flow, and he went back to base.
Is that
was
yes?
It? Not
Ebb
really.
and flow. What? I'm equally as confused, but
very
yeah.
confusing.
We see BJD though setting up an ambush. Oh boy, Nyx is gonna walk into it. It's no grand entrance, I believe, but they did ignite Nyx. Oh, they force out the flash and the heal. It's kind of giving Berjaya Dragons that lane dominance. But Xayah Rakan, very classic lane dominating duo. Good push, good control, and most importantly, they have that early damage to really put Momo in a difficult spot. So how do you see this lane panning out for Geek Fam?
Well, Geek Fam possibly could still stabilize in this forward lane, but they definitely need to give a little bit more respect towards Winter. When we saw back in the past season, he is one of the most proficient Rakan players out there available, whether if you pair with Xayah or not. Now, only comes in, and I don't think it's going to be resulting on too much. It's just a little bit of a discrepancy that they want to bring towards the likes of Geek Fam, in the hopes in order that he utilizes Smite very much early on. Now, Syndicate already having that double buff can actually do a better contest for this Scuttlecraft, and the Kha'Zix can only give way. 69 just have to look the other way around. Meanwhile, mid-lane matchup definitely looks a tad interesting now that Haki's being put down low.
And it seems like Berjaya Dragons wants to shut him down. They have the intention, at least, with Winter rotating, but thankfully Haki is very far back in the tier 1 and safe. We talk about the power of the Shang. It seems like Ursula has a hard time at the start of the game. Meanwhile, going to be Nyx rooted down by the Grand Entrance and the Blade Caller. He's dead. First blood for BJD.
Wow, well, that's a really clean pickoff as well. And once again, it was a real nice set coming in from the side of Winter. Riposte comes out. Now, 69 giving it a little bit of chase, but with that flash, they will be able to disengage. Now, looking back at what really happened over bottom side, you can definitely tell that they have been able to capitalize on that Nami that has already expended flash very, very early into the past couple of all these trades that they had in the bottom side too. Great picking. Winter did drop the Ignite as well. Didn't really have to force any summoners to also get it, so that went perfectly well for them. Now, it's the Battle of the Titans up in the mid lane, which I really won't expect much to happen until a gank comes in, but this is where they will commit.
There's the Ignite and the Barrel. but Chili is gonna survive with just his passive, and of course Winter coming in to help him out as well. But that's gonna be explosive cast and ignite used by Haki, not able to get anything in return. That could be an indicator for Berjaya Dragons to maybe collapse onto Haki and push him away as Chili goes to reset. Meanwhile, Zilla face off against the Shang. Both Baron laners trading evenly, but Shang will have a bit of a lead over Zilla.
And if we eventually look at the server builds, of course, the Shang will need to take a little bit more time to complete his treated force as compared to Asila when it comes down to a power spike. Now, this is going to be a really good entrance with the quickness as well.
The quickness, they do use the tidal wave, and again, Flash and Heal forced out from the Nyx. Berjaya Dragons, they might not get the kill, but they sure are draining what Geek Fam has to keep the whatever safety net Geek Fam has. It feels like it's gonna continue for a while. Momo now gets caught, but could be a bait. 69 now joins the party. Winter flash to safety. Sagi as well, holding onto his spells. He knows that backup is coming. Aqua Prison goes wide, and Nyx might just get caught. The Hero's Entrance will be used by Chili to join the fight. Syndicate goes to the back line. 69 does get a kill, but the tree challenge strike will finish off Nyx as well. Momo gets out with the flash, but Berjaya Dragons gets more kills.
Wow.
Does see tree. Here we go. Body slam, electrocute, barrel trace Syndicate's back, and just good patience from Geek Fam as True Shot Barrage will cut through Winter, but not enough to kill him off.
That was some decent trading right there when we saw Sagi. He went in for the flash, trying to make a play against 69, but 69 managing to proc his passive and immediately burst him down with the unseen threat. So that's where I felt that it could have been going even better for BJD if Sagi survives instead of getting bursted down. So Momo may not be able to stand a chance to survive, but he did manage to keep his barrier up overall. Coming back with a couple of items out there, we are already seeing Essence River being built up by the side of Sagi, and this is the common build that they are going for a little bit of a cast as well is eventually crit, and with a little bit of snare onto Haki. They are absolutely letting go of the Herald, and Berjaya Dragons, they want this drink a lot more.
BJD will get the dragon in return. Geek Fam, they watched that happen with their own eyes, but they were ready to give up that objective. It's just an equal exchange. But Geek Fam now, they're gonna try and make their way to the bottom lane. Tidal Wave coming through, it's gonna hit onto Syndicate. But Haki is not in range for the follow-up, so Geek Fam won't be able to get much kill. Momo has to be super careful because with Berjaya Dragons, they have an ambush squad, and Momo, if he oversteps, he might go down. Chili and Syndicate should complete their recall by now. That means Momo will stay safe.
They will. They were trying to set up a little camp right down the bushes below. Geek Fam not exactly falling for it for the moment. Now, as it currently stands, it seems to be a little bit slower as it goes, and all of a sudden, we are having a little bit of a pause. As fret not, we will definitely get to resume this in moments time. Possibly a little bit of a technical issue. Now, as we look at the current draft and we look at the win conditions of both ends, Geek Fam, they need to find ways to scale up first, and 69 definitely has relevancy coming to all fronts of the battle. So once you get that 2 to 3 item power spike, it should be good enough for the likes of Momo to be able to make a little bit more of a confident play than to be hugging on the turret for the most part. So this Zaya as well as Rakan combo coming into the bot lane definitely have paid off when it comes down to going for this sort of draft, which many teams may have actually given it a pass, but the synergy between both Sagi as well as Winter is impeccable. You can see that the setups were great coming in from Rakan, and if they were to actually go in for more, they might just be able to actually get another catch.
Oh, Haki flashes away, does get a good explosive cast, but the body slam did not really connect onto Winter. It was too fast with the quickness. 69 wants to get more. He should go on to Syndicate to proc the electrocute, forcing out the crescent sweep. That is pretty good for an exchange if you're a Geek Fam. They lose the bot tier 1, which is why right now they're looking for something in return. Winter's gonna go in with the Grand Entrance, and they should be able to block 69, who leaps away, but he takes a turret shot in the process, and he will finally fall. True Shot Barrage goes wide. Momo will not get an exchange. Geek Fam forced back.
And even without two elements available, they have been able to immediately make the call to just collapse on top of 69. And 69, he had his ultimate. He could have actually utilized that to at least get that Bullet Assault invisibility coming on. So I'm not entirely sure if Geek Fam needed to dive right under their noses of the turret to secure anything at all. And this time, they walk away with nothing, giving Berjaya Dragons a little bit more leeway to really get a better grasp at the game. So I felt that they need to also consider the fact that whether you have the Crescent Sweep or not, Syndicate can still slow you down in the turret, knock you up, hang you tight a bit there. And speaking of which, he finds the Shang.
Forcing him away from the turret as Berjaya Dragons wants to do some demolition work. And Geek Fam will have no way to respond to this Tidal Wave, only just came back off cooldown. Even then, there is not much follow-up from the side of Geek Fam. Like you said, Syndicate can still pose a threat even without the Crescent Sweep, which is why Geek Fam is giving a lot of respect to Berjaya Dragon. Feels like this team, this lineup for Geek Fam, it's a bit fragile compared to what they had in Game 2. It seems like, you know, Scylla might be jumped on. He's gonna use the perfect execution to get away. In fact, he gets the Shuriken flip. Hero's entrance. Scylla executes 69. They also jump onto Haki, who goes down. Momo is late to the party, and that means Berjaya Dragons will walk away with 2 kills.
They're happy enough with 2 kills, even with Momo arriving to the scene. As much as he wants to go in for the commitment, Scylla doesn't really have all too much rotation of spells that can actually secure anything against Momo, so that's great call. But here comes another fight.
Quickness is sufficient. They instantly cut through Nyx. True Shot Barrage just to thin out the wave, but the damage isn't there, so Momo will fail to defend his structures. This seems to be one of the problems with Geek Fam's draft, but what's the win condition? What can Geek Fam do right now to have an even chance to win against Berjaya Dragons?
Well, for Geek Fam to really get any sort of the advantages, first they really have to rely on Haki here a whole lot to really go in for certain setups. And I think they're actually making the right calls here, dropping that Rip Herald up mid, going for the Drake, and immediately snatching it across without Berjaya Dragons even coming in, as they don't even have too good of a vision setup coming out. So they're still in the running. I won't really counting them out just about yet, but really it's all about rushing the items out for Momo and also having the Shang, hoping to eventually pull in some of all these split push. Now that True Shot Barrage did actually get a little bit of vision off of Winter, which honestly doesn't really mean anything at all. Now, many of all these boots have yet to be upgraded from the side of Geek Fam. I mean, while Berjaya Dragons, they got double stone plates, which is relatively interesting, meaning to say that Winter can definitely take a beating, regardless to say Syndicate being the main core tank of the team as well. So there's too many layers that they have to consider, and this is where Syndicate tries to actually find another opening for himself, but there's no members of Berjaya Dragons that can actually do any sort of follow-up. So how well can Scylla handle the Shang is going to be key on how Berjaya Dragons can win, and also the downfall of the likes of Berjaya Dragons.
Berjaya Dragons now is going to walk towards the top lane, trying to apply more pressure with both Baron laners not around. This will give Berjaya Dragons the control that they want over the Baron pit, setting out that vision. Scylla, again, we gave this guy a lot of praise when he gets his hand on a Kali. And he's showing us why, despite the recent nerfs to this ninja, he still makes it look super clean. Geek Fam not too far behind in terms of gold, just 3,000 under Berjaya Dragons. But at this point of time, it feels like Berjaya Dragons has a way bigger lead than the numbers show.
It definitely feels as such, and I guess that, you know, Geek Fam, they really need 69 here to really go in for more proactive setups as well. But when you are Kha'Zix going up against a Xin Zhao, it's never really a favorable matchup. even if you stand toe to toe with the unseen threat against Sintao, most often in the case, it's hard to win. You can have a lot of all these attack speed as well as life steal that Syndicate could definitely rely on. This is the mission of Trip and Flip.
Ooh, Scylla trying to go on the Shang, but the Shang does get away. Good pressure though. Now without the grand challenge, Chili's gonna come in and try to provide a bit of assistance, letting Scylla safely push the wave in and making sure that Shang gets challenged. Meanwhile, middle lane Syndicate will jump in, gets hit by the bubble and the tidal wave. They proc the electric cube, but the damage is not sufficient. 69 just back in, but the Staircase is gonna pop. Look at Syndicate, slowed on tanking with the battle dance, keeping him alive as well. There is the casting of Golden. Haki now with the re-engage. They're gonna blow up Sagi. He has no Phantom Storm. He didn't get to use Flash. Maybe Geek Fam found an opening. They darn sure slowed down Berjaya Dragons, and now they will push out the wave and finally break that tier 1.
And that was a beautiful catch as well. You got to just give it all to Nyx once again for landing that pixel perfect Aqua Prison. And that's enough to eventually punish Sagi out there. He had to burn his heal, his ultimate, and he had no time to even go in for a flash. So it was definitely a tough sight for the side of BJD. Syndicate, we saw him being low, and he managed to also bring the attention to the side of Geek Fam. But that's also the power of having the Starrock alongside with the stone plating that gives you like an extra health bar that you could definitely rely on to just sustain it for a good 5 seconds out there. Momo now giving it a little bit of shot, but he's in a really dangerous territory though. He's got to trade carefully, and now they don't really want to lose this trade. And Geek Fam, they're starting to run right in, but Berjaya Dragons having Winter on that lookout.
Geek Fam having the presence of mind to check those brushes where Berjaya Dragons set up camp. Thankfully, no one was brought down. At least Geek Fam now knows that Berjaya Dragons are keeping a lookout. In fact, 69, he will try to sneak this Drake away, and I don't think Syndicate is going to make it there in time. The distraction from Geek Fam was perfect, and that means that they will get this objective for free. What can Syndicate do? Seems like the answer is not much. Again, Tidal will connect, but this time the Aqua Prison goes wide. It's going to be counter-engaged. Great Hero's entrance. Knocks onto no one. Explosive cast used as well. Presence sweep will keep Syndicate alive, but what can Berjaya Dragons do next? It's still has to jump in. Meanwhile, they lost Sagi against 69, making the assassination. It's going to lead to safety. The reset is dead. 69 comes back in. He's going to get a kid, but he goes golden. It was all a bait. The Shang, the Proto Bell forward. They're chilling with a 4-man taunt, but is it enough? Good report to slow down Syndicate. Again, the chase from Geek Fam. It is endless. Syndicate is going to be brought down. Geek Fam fights too, and this should be Baron.
That was a grave mistake once again, as Berjaya Dragons, not only were they late, they wanted to force a fight, and you can see that they were disconnected when it comes down to how they want to execute this. And 69 kind of pulled the attention, draw it away, and not only that, he assassinates Sagi, now gets the Baron, and may just actually get the game right here after securing that Baron for that power play, and also having that GA. He's got all that safety net, and he's got that upgrade going on as well. You can see that he possibly can is to go for reset, zoom past members of Berjaya Dragons once they can kickstart that first pick.
We talked about the front to back for Geek Fam's draft, but we also can't forget that they can always chase. Look at the endless mobility the 69 the rest of the team has. You kind of wound Berjaya Dragons a bit, and they just keep chasing until the ends of the world. And it's not gonna end the game for Berjaya Dragons, but it certainly allows Geek Fam to have a bit more of a leverage. And still, it's gonna show in the bottom lane to go on to Momo. He does have Nick to protect him. There is that Aqua Prison. Too much damage. Asila needs to get out, but Momo snipes him. This guy is an archery gold medalist, and Geek Fam, with that kill, finds a huge opening in Berjaya Dragon's armor.
And they may also just be the gold medalists by the end of this tournament series, where currently we are seeing Berjaya Dragons, who might just be facing the brink of defeat, while Chili moves forward. He gets punished.
He might die. The True Shot Barrage cuts through Winter, and he's gonna be out cold. Good cast from Haki. They isolate Syndicate, Berjaya Dragons. First they disconnect, and now they will desync as the Shan cuts down Sagi. Geek Fam will break open the base. They take the lead. It's 2-1 for Geek Fam.
How the tides have turned right now, and the Dragons didn't look like they had any wings to fly this time around. Geek Fam, wow, that itself deserves a standing ovation. Did you just saw how they have been able to really dissect them and just stretch the Dragons apart, where they look like they never had a hit to breathe fire upon Geek Fam at all. Incredible, incredible stuff.
Just stellar performance. It all started from the Dragon fight. Felt like deja vu. We saw Geek Fam take Dragon in the lower bracket finals. Underank challenged them in a fight that they shouldn't have even been a part of. They lost again because of that. Now it happened to Berjaya Dragons. Was it Geek Fam who was is Geek Fam really that good at controlling the strings of this whole puppet show and forcing Berjaya Dragons to make poor decisions? Or is it Berjaya Dragons slipping up in that game 3?
You know, many have slept on Geek Fam to, of course, count them out in this entirety of the tournament run. But if you are currently watching the series, you got to start believing already that this ain't no fluke. And if you were to look at this, it was more on Berjaya Dragons on their mistake as well. Geek Fam enjoys the attention. They enjoy having all these members of Berjaya Dragons to dive right in, and they will happily find that sort of a way to get the attention where they know Sagi is going to take that bait. And honestly, it wasn't Sagi's fault that he wants to go in for those massive heroic plays to actually lock them down. But there was not much options for him to make 169, as well as Bobo has been able to really put that top performance out here in this match itself. And now, this is where, you know, people will convert to be believers that they should be able to close off this best of 7.
Yeah, and no, we halfway through we doubted, is the strength of the family really enough? Is Geek Fam really going to reclaim that glory? I think they've proven enough. They've given us enough evidence that they are completely reborn as a force to be reckoned with. If Berjaya Dragons are the high and mighty beasts living in the skies, Geek Fam are the phoenix from the ashes, and this whole resurgence of what they brought forth is really a spectacle. And I mentioned earlier on, even though it win the grand finals, it would be a good Cinderella story. Now I'm believing that they are going for their perfect ending. With this lead, Geek Fam puts themselves in a commanding position. Thankfully for Berjaya Dragons, it is a best of 7, so it is not going to be the end of the road just yet. There is still some time for our defending champions to reclaim the throne, but if you are a supporter of BJD, better show them some love, because they will definitely be sweating up against Geek Fam in this grand showdown.
I wonder how many more strats is still left on the tank, because there's so many variants that Geek Fam has been able to show us on how they can slowly take down the Dragons one time after another. Now, we are going in for a little bit of a break before we continue off with game number 4. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Lihat, tunggu Stewie. Boom! Wah, bakar, bro! Adakah dia berjaya mendapatkan triple kill, mencari yang keempat dan kuasa kill?
pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. It's just I never thought you were sitting next to me. I don't understand. It's just I never seen you smile. You wanna make out, give me a second. It's just you never talk, I never listen. When do we fall in love? Make up your mind, honey, 'cause I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. I can't pretend to like you.
Lihat, tunggu Stewie. Boom! Wah, bakar bro! Itu petangkan alamat. Adakah dia berjaya mendapatkan triple kill mencari yang keempat dan kuasa kill?
Geek Fam, they're now in the lead in this grand finals of League of Legends Wild Rift 4th season for Southeast Asia Icon Series. Malaysia, best of 7 with Geek Fam leading 2-1 over Berjaya Dragons. This has been a story to tell, but it is not over yet. And with me, Husky, and Contra, we will bring you guys the rest of the action. But you said it was a spectacle to witness Geek Fam taking control of their destiny. But what else can we expect going into Game 4?
Going into Game 4, I really do hope that the Berjaya Dragon side could still soar once again high up in the sky if they could, but they still need to find their ways to, of course, lick their wounds for now, because taking 2 back-to-back losses is going to be pretty hard for any team who have gone on the streak to even swallow. But knowing Berjaya Dragons, they're definitely not going to let this slide, and what they have went for was a composition where it relied heavily on setup with Syndicate here with his Xin Zhao to, of course, initiate many of all these battles. But I felt that, you know, there were times that there was moments where Berjaya Dragons, they jumped the gun, right? Like, honestly, it wasn't Geek Fam here that was just, you know, doing the craziest of plays like how they did back in Game 1 with the Wombo combos. It was more of like they had a great counterplay to anything that the members of Berjaya Dragons have been able to throw right back at them. So I felt that with them really being torn apart, especially the last 2 fights that we saw, there wasn't really a sync between the members of Geek, well, no, I'm not technically Geek Fam, but Berjaya Dragons as a whole, where everybody was just, okay, throwing their bodies one after another, and not getting anything out of that as a result. This time around, going into Game 4, things has to be different as we move into the Maggie High Cup Champion Select. And they are finally looking back into the support band, and Nyx has been commanding, yes, go ahead and take down the list of supports that I have here. And the only thing that Berjaya Dragons have not touched on that support list is actually that Nami. So can Berjaya Dragons look to snatch it away? And this time around, Geek Fam, they stick to the usual.
Yeah, I mean, Geek Fam have kind of found the perfect formula to keep Berjaya Dragons at bay. You ban the Senna, you deny a whole composition that Berjaya Dragons can run, but a lot of emphasis on the 69. First they take out his Kha'Zix, then the Lee Sin, now they take out both of it, and they will snatch Nami away. They want to put Geek Fam in a very uncomfortable position. We'll see how Geek Fam responds to this.
Now, this is where they did exactly what I have predicted it to be, so that Nami Snatch has come into fruition. But lo and behold, there's more down the rabbit hole where Nyx has been able to also secure perhaps this Seraphim pick for themselves in the support role. Or could this actually be that mid lane support mage going in for hockey? Now, Olaf is going to be a little bit of fresh breath of air coming in from 69, where we see the pool not being exhausted just about yet. Jarvan now being brought in either on that Baron lane or even the jungle, but most likely the jungle right now. But then again, it's sort of like a flex pick. It's either or. We haven't seen Fiora in the jungle for quite a while now.
Yeah, and that means that Galio goes through. Last game it was Chili, but this time it will be Haki. You want to lock my teammates in the arena? We'll come in with a hero's entrance and see how you like to deal with that. Geek Fam will also get themselves Momo's Kaisa. And Momo has been kind of a switching, showing us some unique ADC picks, made the Ezreal worked out. Kaisa is his best pick, and now he feels comfortable enough to be back on that Children of the Void.
And I do feel that this is going to be more of a team fight heavy composition coming in from the side of Berjaya Dragons. No longer opting for some of all these pickups anymore. But Geek Fam, you can see how many great disengage tools that they have. They got Heroes Entrance, they got the Encore at the ready. Olaf going to be running at them as well. And we saw what the Shen can offer. So instead of dropping in Vanguard's Edge, it's going to be even more of a pixel perfect execution coming from Akali. And you can hear from my tone that I'm slowly converting my sort of predictions on how this might actually go. I like what I'm seeing from the side of Geek Fam. On the Berjaya Dragons side, I still think that it is very doable, and it doesn't take too hard of an execution and move to actually pull this one off as well. So it's 50-50 for me.
Yeah, it definitely feels like so, right? Geek Fam, this whole journey of conversion has definitely paid off, but it's not over yet. It's still a 2-1. This is a best of 7, so Geek Fam, they are by no means at the cusp of securing grand finals just yet. There's still an arduous path ahead, but they definitely have gotten into the heads of the Berjaya Dragons. There's no time in the entire fall season that Berjaya Dragons have suffered this hard of a beatdown 2 games in a row. So Geek Fam, with that kind of advantage mentally, might be able to push it forward. We'll see if Berjaya Dragons can recover from that.
We'll definitely have to wait until now. Berjaya Dragons, they managed to pop the Scar's Bloom. It's a little vision on Nyx, and that will be Kaisa already soaking a little bit more EXP to get right back into the lane. So he's going to be able to actually hit that level 2 spike, so Momo can dish even more damage, but easily healed by Winter. He's going to be going in for a little bit of ebb and flow. With a very traditional start, we're not expecting all too much in terms of itemization, but let's have a look at once again what Berjaya Dragons can actually opt to do. So Asilla running that barrier as well as Grasp of Undying tries to go in for something that's a little bit more sustainable, especially for that early game against the Shang. And same goes to the Shang, where he doesn't want to be dropped all too easily. That's why he's going to go for fleet footwork, where he could easily get a little bit more heal whenever he does proc his attacks, especially when it's being empowered. So Asilla here has to also be on the lookout not to be hit by any of all these shuriken flips. While Syndicate, if he were to pay up a visit to Shang, it may be a little bit more counterproductive because of how easy the Shang could just survive out of any sort of the dive, even with the Cataclysm intact. But might as well just try, put a little bit of pressure out there.
Yeah, the Shang pushing Asilla very far back. I mean, the Shang up against perhaps the best Baron laner. Second hit, only one convinced, taken over the throne from emotion. And the Shang now throughout this entire fall season has improved in such a tremendous way that he's going toe to toe against the best players and even beating them at their own game. We saw Syndicate making a rotation, but that's gonna amount to nothing, and in fact Chili will be forced out of the jungle. Thankfully he has the Vision Ward, or else it would have looked very ugly for this Orianna.
And I also really want to highlight this fact as well, as many of all these top flight teams usually look to employ international talents to really make the cut, to get to international orders, to qualify into the Southeast Asia Championship. Geek Fam, they rely back on the same few talents as also local talents for the past 2 seasons, and they've been able to really get a lot going on for them. And I'm not really saying that, getting international talent is anything of a bad sort. I think that the diversification actually gives a lot of great dynamics when it comes down to how you actually grow all together on how each and every region have their own very unique playstyle. And that eventually became another signature for the side of Berjaya Dragons for this entire season where you have Syndicate, who has hailed from Invade Esports, and also Asilla from RRQ on the C Icon series PH. Now, it's more of like when we look into some of such comparisons as well, if we have the best international transfer of the season, is it fair to say that it's either Asilla as well as Syndicate, or it could also be players from the likes of Underank?
Yeah, I mean, it definitely does prove to be a pretty solid argument, right? But Geek Fam, they also brought in Haki and Ego at the start. Haki is the only one who remained. But you know, Haki hailing from the region of Singapore, kind of his.
Oh, that's right. That's
one of
right.
his biggest
I counted
debut.
it as one of our own already.
Yeah, see, we have been converted. They made us believe that, but I think
absolutely forgot.
Again, he took on the role of the, and now he's proving to be the most commanding one. He has proved to be the voice for the team. I love to see this. Encore is going to hit onto Chili. They rooted with the beat drop. Counting against the tidal wave. Chili flashes away, but Haki is going to follow suit. They have flag and red armor prison, but Chili will still go down. First one does go over to Sagi, but look at where the Shang is. Going after Asilla, who is forced out by Sagi. But the Shang coming to perfect execution. Asilla will use the riposte to stay safe. Berjaya Dragons not able to get the dragon, but neither does Geek Fam. Seems like Geek Fam though still wants to poke and prod at this objective. They have 69. Beat drops the land. Syndicate. Syndicate is gonna drop the flag. He's ready for the drag if he wants to. The Shang will get away, but the dragon still goes over to 69. That means the Shang is gonna follow up with the Shuriken flip. Flash forward for 69. 5-point strikes to take out Sagi. Syndicate is already dead. Winter wants to run away, but Nish comes in with a beat drop that goes wide. Geek Fam though still getting what they came for.
That was all too close for comfort, and Geek Fam managed to just squeeze that smite right across, and Syndicate almost just bagging that one with the flag already placed appropriately. And thank goodness that the rest of Geek Fam has been able to just immediately shut him down eventually. And just look at the Shang, who was just perfectly positioned his way through. Now he's going for scrap items. Just look at him go. You got the Bramble Vest, you got the mask going on, setting up for the Landries, and then you probably want to work towards that Lich Ring. So I guess it's a really okay setup when you are actually facing against Asilla here that can definitely give a whole lot of poke damage. Now, Geek Fam also managed to secure that Rip Herald, possibly popping it immediately, and they want to collapse onto Berjaya Dragons right now.
Winter is going to be split from Sagi, and Winter is dead. Sagi to follow suit. Geek Fam makes quick work of the Dragon Laners of Berjaya Dragons. Now they will introduce Shelly to her new toy, which is the top tier one. And Nerf will break it apart. They will definitely get a second charge off Geek Fam. Off of the momentum that they've gotten throughout the whole series, this one looks so damn clean for the red side.
Wow. Geek Fam just putting in the tremendous effort, and that rotation was that perfect call out there. But Sagi this time around goes up again.
Momo still has the barrier. Nyx will use the heal. Syndicate is coming with the Cataclysm, but there's Hero's entrance. Chili will come in from the flank though. You might be able to get a huge shockwave, but Syndicate needs to survive. Shockwave lands on the two. Nyx flashes away with Vasilla chasing him down with the grand challenge. Nyx does die. Momo should follow suit, and double kill going over to Sagi as well. Berjaya Dragons finally finds a good fight, and they will take out 4 from Geek Fam.
Dragons almost first dropping more members than they should. Syndicate was caught directly right under the hero's entrance, and now they finally find that turret over the top side, which have took them quite a while to do so. But the Shang has been able to really get a lot of things going on for them. Well, he probably will not want to commit to that even further. Haki is just going to be around. Now, it might just actually bait them right across. Oh, double Tondo!
The Shang is thinking about it. Gonna go in with the Shuriken, now perfect execution. They have the on-call, which lands on the Syndicate. They're doing that with the beat drop. 5-point strike connect. Tidal Wave only connects on the 69. The ball would do enough damage to Geek Fam to prevent them from engaging. 69 called out by the Grand Challenge. He will flash over the wall. The Aqua Prison miss, but Winter will also have to flash away from the idol to Ran. The tug of war between Geek Fam and Berjaya Dragons ends with a stalemate.
I like the fact that Winter is also going in for the Font of Life as well. We saw that Tagi was actually caught up for a little bit, and then eventually when he gets out of that sort of crowd control, he gets a little bit more help. Now here comes the culling as we speak of his name. But this turret will eventually fall. It's only down to a brittle 21 HP. Just a little bit of a gust of a wind would have actually tumbled it upon. Now the next objective though, spawning in a little tad more. Where Geek Fam, they're just quickly going on for a reset. This actually gives a little bit more spacing for inside of Berjaya Dragons, which the Shang going back a little bit tad too late. And seems like Berjaya Dragons may not just immediately startle the Drake if this is going to be the case. Anyways, as there is still going to be a little bit more pressure coming across if they could not actually foresee next year with the ultimate. The ultimate's not up just about yet, so Geek Fam, they're waiting for time for the encore to be available, and that's where you see them having an opportunity to really go in swinging, and the taunt goes through.
Misses the taunt, the speed drop miss, and now counter engaged onto the Syndicate. There is the encore now, connecting onto the backline. Hero's Edge is not sufficient. Hockey does get away. Now the Shaq in the backline has the barrier. Twilight Shroud goes to the Syndicate and he gets the Jarvan. They set him on fire with the Ignite. Shang, does he go down? No, he survives. He survives the Ignite. Geek Fam makes the fight work with Syndicate down. Geek Fam have a bit of breathing space, but thankfully the Berjaya Dragons will stop them from taking the Dragon. No shockwaves though, no ultimates for BJD. Geek Fam, they don't have to worry too much.
They definitely don't really have to. Well, I guess that the Shang, he's still playing with fire here. He's still staying on that lane. Eventually will be picked off by Asilla, undoubtedly so. So, no summers, no nothing. That's a big shutdown goal that he's passing over onto Asilla. And I felt that that could definitely be prevented coming in from Geek Fam. Now, losing one, honestly, not a good way to go, especially with the Drake being available.
Minor greed from the Shang that resulted in a poor exchange. We'll be back pretty soon, but Berjaya Dragons have already positioned themselves on this dragon. I don't think Shang will make it in time. Geek Fam will let go. They'll give Berjaya Dragons their own pet in the form of the Ocean Drake, as Geek Fam will just have to kind of go for the reset. They still have a decent, no, a pretty minor goal lead, just a simple 1,000. But as the later the game goes, it feels like Geek Fam will continue to scale upwards, facing off against BJD.
As we currently look at the standings on both sides, it may look pretty even, and it is only about 1,000 that separates both of these sides apart. But when it comes down to how some of the players have been coping, just look at how Sagi currently is pretty ahead when it comes down to the stash of gold that's currently in his wallet. Meanwhile, I think that there is a lot to also consider for the fact that this is a trio Asilla, which we saw early on. The kill that was given over by the Shang definitely has been able to allow Asilla to come in with all the sort of big purchases. A couple of pings into the Baron right now, and both sides not looking for any sort of commitment as well, as they definitely spot a couple of wards out there, which 69 could only be able to clear one at a time with all too little vaulty sort of space. If Berjaya Dragons tries to force something right here, they might see a little bit of advantage, especially when there's a split focus coming from the side of Geek Fam. But 1v1, bot side.
The Shang can challenge Asilla. Uses the perfect execution, forces Asilla back, but that also means BJD will get this turret, and with the Shang not having his ultimate, BJD will feel a bit more comfortable going on the offense. So that structure now being taken, BJD will have a bit more room to roam around the map, and that's going to give them better access into Geek Fam's jungle for sure. However, with that being said, Geek Fam still tries to maintain the early momentum that they've gotten. The top tier 2 was the initial target, but that structure still stands. Asila will reset, and they have to deal with the way that the Shang has set up.
Now, just definitely playing for a little time here for some of all these objectives. It's quite a stalemate for the moment, but if we really look into the scaling portions of the match, Berjaya Dragons can definitely benefit from some of these scenarios if they can get Asila in prime position, whether if he's going to be able to do a solo split or even participate in some of all these team fight. But Geek Fam, the core strength of them right now really lies on the hands of Nyx, where he cannot afford to even whiff the encore. And if Berjaya Dragon sniffs that one out, they will be able to just run freely to try to get their hands onto Nyx, Haki, or even Momo. This is a little bit of a classic split going on, a 2-2-1 formation, while the rest of Berjaya Dragons are just ensuring that they have all the other 4 members sticking together over onto the mid lane. So with the 4-1 being set for the side of Berjaya Dragons here, they may actually get early access into the dragon once it spawns.
Seems like BJD, they do shove the wave, but Geek Fam has equally impressive D push. Kind of at a stalemate where both teams are just positioning themselves far enough out of reach, but also close enough to get a glimpse of what the other is up to. Berjaya Dragons did use the culling as Geek Fam will try to regain control of their territory. Stewards will come true. Mountain Drake spawns. BJD have the priority, but they cannot let up. Because Geek Fam, if there is a fight, you will be sure that Geek Fam is ready.
Indeed they would be, while the Shang is still keeping himself over on the bottom lane, where this is where the Cataclysm drops right in.
Forces a flash on 69, he still holds on to the Ragnarok. And now Geek Fam to move forward. There's the grand challenge onto the Shang. Here's the perfect execution. Good riposte. And still not able to get out. Now 4-man taunt! Oh, the encore! They throw in a crowd! And Geek Fam finds the audience for themselves. Asila wants to get some redemption. He has to riposte the culling. Is it enough? Sagi gets tagged. Voice Seeker, but he's out. Geek Fam. Oh, you talked about the hero's entrance. You talk about the encore. And they hit both onto Berjaya Dragons. The Shang will recall as BJD will still want to challenge this. They're not ready to let Geek Fam walk away with the free prize, but the pokes might be too much. The Shanks can TP in. Haki gets a good taunt. That is onto Chili. Execution coming through. Chili is golden. Asila procs the grand challenge, but everyone else dies. BJD gets ace, and Geek Fam once more stands strong.
Could this be Geek Fam? They might just actually go on a streak right here. They have not really dropped a single fight out there for the past few moments out, and now looking to secure that Baron power play yet again. Geek Fam may just actually lock themselves at the first seed of Malaysia if they keep going at this rapid pace. Wow. I need to get in my thoughts. I just need to.
I mean, the perfect fight. Look at this replay. We talked about how this is kind of the tail end of the fight, but Chili kind of no business to be in front. He is golden, but the trophy is also golden, and I think Geek Fam prefers that. This conversion into a Baron now unlocks the entire game for Geek Fam, and what a crowd they've drawn in. They forced Berjaya Dragons to sit and watch as Geek Fam completely eviscerates them. We thought this was going to be an even game, but apparently Geek Fam found that opening, and all thanks to Haki and Nyx.
It was Haki right there. Those crazy 4-man taunt that's been able to really render Berjaya Dragons baffled, just like myself, for that moment, to just eventually get that perfect opening for Nyx. It was a godsend, and now Asila is trying to go for a pick off against the Shang. Hero's entrance!
Oh boy, again, they really need to get this kill, but the Shang is already out. Haki pretty tanky. The encore, this time it goes right. Might be a chance for BJD as
Split
Haki
push.
getting... There is
Back
a Zilla
door.
in the back line. He needs to get away. They do lose Haki, but the base is in danger. Berjaya Dragons, they were distracted. Momo plus 69. Taking the first inhibitor turret. Berjaya Dragons need to start running away. They get the free drop into a Zilla. The Shang is going to go in with the shuriken and it's going to get the Twilight Shot just in time. Doesn't die to the lunge. Geek Fam, they might have lost Haki, but the bigger prize is that base of BJD. And they have started the series by kind of figuring out diet of a dragon. They feed them their prey, and Geek Fam slowly wraps that leash around BJD. They're pulling them around the map. It's not over yet, but Geek Fam are in firm control.
Now Syndicate looking for a pick as well. Berjaya Dragons should be the one to find where Nyx is at. They need to stop looking for any other pickoffs, because if there's gonna be any sort of members of Geek Fam that's susceptible for to be taken out, it's got to be the Seraphine. She's not even running either Stasis Enchantment. So yeah, with the Twin Shadows, that's only gonna be a little bit of a few seconds of slow, but once they get that perfect collapse, that could be great for them. Putting Haki aside, sure, the hero's entrance, you could be able to get a few members knocked up in the air, but so long as you don't have Nixer who could just absolutely stall everybody else, that's a worthy trade-off to my eyes. Now 30 seconds for either objectives here, the bigger one being the Cloud Break in the form of Elder already. That could offer some true damage, as if 69 needs a little bit more of that. So, Berjaya Dragons, if they want to stall, maybe they could use this opportunity to maybe look for a little bit of trade, where I don't really think that it's going to be impossible for them to really go on the 5v5 fight. So either if they really want to try to sneak a barriers, they might actually look to do so. Syndicate though, he has been poked out, and the Shang, he's gatekeeping them from marching forward, and now Geek Fam onto the Drake.
The Shang doing his due diligence as the rest of his team starts the objective. Twin Shadows ready used. 69 puts his body in front. This is the one that Berjaya Dragons needs to win, but this is also the one that Geek Fam has firm control of. The next move of Berjaya Dragons doesn't seem to be all that clear, no matter what they do, with Geek Fam pulling them around. The Shang is trying to look for a Celeste. Celeste is going for the retreat, but Syndicate is inching further and further forward. Even though they still have that advantage, the Tide Wave is pushing in. Someone has to deal with it, and it's the Fiora. So BJD, they have to face this lack of manpower. Nate's gonna get gone on, but he immediately uses the encore, and that's on the Syndicate. Gonna back and drag right into a hero's entrance. Haki is there. What's the flag? Haki follows. 2 minutes on. They've got Sagi. They have got Winter, and everyone from Berjaya Dragons. They are on the run. Geek Fam, now they will have that objective. On to the Elder Cloud Drake they go.
Absolutely too clean, and I guess that they did try, like I wanted it to go about, where you want to lock down the Nyx, but where's the follow-up? I don't see any of it, and it's not even enough damage to take on that support of Geek Fam. So now you know there's so much to consider, where Nyx has another big fat shield of his own to just keep Geek Fam all too healthy and alive. Now Geek Fam, not only did they get that Elder Cloud Break, they will also secure Baron Nashor, and I think this is the biggest win condition that they'll ever need, and there's no way that they could actually fumble from here on.
Geek Fam getting themselves a twofer of the tournament. This could at least put them in a position of series point. We go down memory lane, we read through the history. Never have we thought that we would be witnessing a complete rewrite of that history. Geek Fam start barreling down the lanes, and BJD, they know they cannot stand up against Geek Fam. Not when they are this powerful, this dominant, and this far ahead. It feels like there's only one more attempt for BJD, but finding that opening feels to be impossible. Both side lanes have lost an inhibitor turret. BJD, if they want to do something, It's gonna be now because Geek Fam, they're knocking on Heaven's door. It's going to be again encore on a 2. They brought Chili in. Here's Golden. But look at where Geek Fam is towards the back line. They might have done it. They find 3, 4, 5. Ace on the Berjaya Dragons. Geek Fam, one step closer to rewriting history. One step closer to the trophy. And they will be one step closer to becoming the victors. 3-1 is the scoreline. They are at serious point.
Absolutely unbelievable. Just look at how they have managed to just plow through the entirety of the base with so much of an ease. And you have never thought that Berjaya Dragons would be shut down like this in the entire season of the fall split. And what I've said before has been true. What goes up might have to fall here. Only one more game for Geek Fam to be crowned champions.
Remember when we started the whole season, we had this parody video where Ikuto, fall season, Musim Jatuh, followed the great ones. We thought Geek Fam was that great one, but no, it was BJD who was slowly falling down the steps. And this might just complete the prophecy of the fall season. As we take a look at the numbers, it is Geek Fam completely dominating BJD.
It is, and you just look at the score, and it is the Shank who was the MVP. How many plays did they try to make it possible? Like Berjaya Dragons, they were trying to find a pickoff against this Akali that was so elusive, and on top of that, with those layers of crowd control that will raid upon Berjaya Dragons, there's no escaping the onslaught of what Geek Fam could eventually bring to them, and it made Momo's job so much easier to work around all the back lines of Berjaya Dragons. And well, this is the first time I'm seeing Sagi as well as Chili struggling to find any sort of answers.
Yeah, and it seems like after game 1, where Berjaya Dragons won a close match, Geek Fam completely found their footing back. And Geek Fam was the team that had to go through the toughest path. Maybe the saying is true after all. The toughest challenge will grind you to be the strongest warriors. And the Geek Fam, they are playing and they are fighting like Spartans against Berjaya Dragons. All these numbers in the favor of Geek Fam. Even, I think Nyx, he's the MVP. Just like the champion Seraphine, he is the superstar of the team. So much good encore. He held a concert and he sold out the stadium. Geek Fam now, one step away from completely renewing that legacy and rewriting history.
It can't be even more well written than this. This orchestra started off on a really slow tone and it ended on the highest peak of a crescendo. And I'm not talking about a Sona right here. I'm talking about how well they managed to drop every single beat on the dot, in tune, everything laid on the spot, and no team have been able to answer. Just imagine this. Go back to the storyline of not only the group stages where they almost not qualify into the playoffs. Have a look at the gauntlet as well. They also scrape by, and then they go down towards the lower bracket. And we thought, okay, Sam9's the one to crush them. No, it wasn't them. And even with SDGR, defeated 3-1. Go down to Underank, potentially the best team to even take it off for Underank to have their debut in the C Championship. Now, we are seeing history in the making where you have this team here with such a record to now be crowned as a champion to sweep everybody off of the feet. So, can Berjaya Dragons this time go on a 3-game streak to go for the reverse sweep of a lifetime? Or it just takes one game here for Geek Fam to close off today's show of the Sea Icon Series Malaysia? We'll find out after a few moments. We'll see you in a short bit.
Lihat, tunggu Stewie. Wow! Wah, bakar bro! Adakah dia berjaya mendapatkan triple kill mencari yang keempat dan kuasa kill?
but she bring me back like a heart attack. Could take away all the love I had for you. It bleeds for you, it bleeds again. Oh, you bring me to life. Oh, you bring me to life. Oh, you bring me to
Sarah, I hurt myself today trying to make the pain go away. Sarah, I want to fade away, be with the stars in outer space. You come and you go, you take me high, you take me low. But I don't know how to do this on my own anymore. Oh no, now it's my leave for the melancholy. Could he fill a hole inside me? Damned if I do, damned if I don't. Now it's Xannies till I numb my psyche. Cocaine just to feel my heartbeat. Nothing to lose, nothing to gain. Sarah, I lost myself today trying to find ways to make you stay. Sarah, I want to go away, close my eyes, never wake up again. You come and you go, you take me high, you take me low. But I don't know how to do this on my own anymore. Oh no, now it's my leave for the melancholy. Could he fill a hole inside me? Damned if I do, damned if I don't. Now it's Xannies till I numb my psyche. Cocaine just to feel my heartbeat. Nothing to lose, nothing to gain. Sarah.
Lihat, tunggu Stewie. Boom! Wah, bakar bro!
Itu petangkan alamat. Adakah dia berjaya mendapatkan triple kill mencari yang keempat dan kuasa kill?
Welcome back to the League of Legends Wild Rift Southeast Asia Icon Series Malaysia 4-season Grand Finals. You guys are watching a historical moment because in this best of 7, Geek Fam are up 3-1 against the defending kings, Berjaya Dragons. I'm Husky alongside Contra. We're about to narrate you guys the most historical story of the century, so be ready for that. But first of all, how can BJD recover after that defeat?
I'm not entirely sure if it's about time for the transition of power already, where we saw the Geek Fam was the one back in the preseason to be able to get themselves crowned as the Kings of Malaysia, and that only lasted for Berjaya Dragons took over back in summer, and now Geek Fam desperately wants it back. And they say, we didn't need it, Ozora, Becky, or even Ruffle to come by to put us in ahead for this best of 7, and look at that brand new spark of confidence that they had. And now it's Berjaya Dragons here who are just scraping by, looking for an answer, and they could not really find one just about yet. Could this be another show where it could possibly go all the way to the 7 series, or it only takes that one game for Geek Fam to really secure? And we saw how many of all these clean approaches that they've managed to get when it comes down to team fighting being the core strength of Geek Fam overall. And we were just talking to some of the casters out there, and we were just talking about all of us having all our predictions all wrong, and we were all happy about it because Geek Fam has shown us a side that we have never seen before, and that leaves us ecstatic. So now going into this game onwards, Berjaya Dragons really have to put on their best suit here before, of course, if there's going to be any sort of a lacking of a mistake that they would actually commit in this entirety of the battle, the entirety of this series will go into the hands of Geek Fam. So now I want to see what should Berjaya Dragons do from here on, because some of the bans that they have pulled out may not have worked out for the likes of getting Geek Fam's confidence lowered down in any sense at all.
Yeah, and you see Geek Fam, they stuck with the same bands, Ziggs, Camille, Senna, and it feels like those 3 bands are the key ingredients for Geek Fam's success. So this could be the last game, or it could be one more for BJD. We just have to find out. Drafting phase, Geek Fam against BJD. Again, Senna is going to go out first, no surprise there, but Berjaya Dragons now, they kind of have to go through the champion pool and figure out which one is going to kind of give Geek Fam and expose the Achilles heel. They decide on the Lee Sin, but Geek Fam will just go back and ban the Ziggs once more.
It's going to be the exact same prediction of ban that you have mentioned. For the past few games, they have been able to successfully shut down the side of Berjaya Dragons. One pick that I want to see Choli go on is that Addy, because he's been having the higher win rates, but he has not felt that ever since the Senna as well as the Nasus on that Dragon Lane was not being left available to play. So they stick to the exact sort of bans as well as compared to the past match. Olaf for the Shang here, and it will eventually be passed to 69. I don't think Olaf is going to be on the good spot for that Dragon Baron lane for the moment. Well, Asila choose to snatch that Akali away, and we've seen it before. He did play Akali in one of his matchup, and it was facing the likes of a Furor, and yet again, Geek Fam was the one who has been able to still hold just about fine. Now they're going for another take on that Xin Zhao. Do you feel like this is going to be much better as compared to the game with Jarvan?
I definitely feel so. I think Xin Zhao just gives a bit more of that firepower that Berjaya Dragons needs early on. Jarvan has decent control, but in the damage department, I don't think Jarvan provides as much as Xin Zhao. We did see bit of an update from the production side that there is a slight technical issue. We will go for a remake, but at least we can be sure that the bans will remain the same for the teams. It also gives our players, especially on the side of Berjaya Dragons, a bit more time to calm down, to recuperate and re-strategize. Because this is not the fight for the championship yet. This is just the fight for the lifeline.
And for those of you who might have actually just dropped by very recently, I think you're just about in time to see where can BJD still defend with maybe a back-to-back win to finish off this best of 7, or Geek Fam here needing that final victory to close off the entirety of the series to be crowned as champion. So by right, these two teams have already done it. They've managed to secure that spot into the Southeast Asia Championship. The problem is that second seed will have to go through the play-in stages. So that first place spot, the first seed of Malaysia, definitely has a better place to at least hang by, where you don't have to, of course, go through the gauntlet of the play-ins against some of the world's best, I arguably say. And, well, the rest of Southeast Asia may just be watching in this very moment to also study what makes Geek Fam here activate for the entirety of the playoffs. There's really no pinpoint on the answer, and I just gotta say it's the sort of finesse that the support of Geek Fam has under the belt. And you gotta say that Nyx, ever since he went back to the support role, this is definitely a big homecoming for him, and also to employ or deploy 69 inside of the jungle. That has possibly been the best news for the side of Geek Fam. So I guess that we will need a little bit more time for us to resolve this, but don't worry, we'll get back to you in just a bit to continue off with our picks and bans for Game 5. See.
Lihat, tunggu Stewie. Boom! Wah, bakar, bro! Adakah dia berjaya mendapatkan triple kill, mencari yang keempat dan kuasa kill?
It's been the road less traveled. Feeling my body leveled on my own. I can just feel it, no way to stop it. The sounds of the music so through my bones. I can just taste it, no need to fight it, 'cause I'm out here staying. It's life to my soul.
Lihat, tunggu Stewie. Boom! Wah, bakar bro. Itu bertangkap alamak. Adakah dia berjaya mendapatkan triple kill mencari yang keempat dan kuasa kill.
A prophecy might just be fulfilled today because this is the League of Legends Wild Rift Southeast Asia Icon Series Malaysia Fall Season Grand Finals. Again, Geek Fam leading this best of 7 3-1 over Berjaya Dragons, and we are your commentators. I'm Husky alongside Contra, excited as the same as you guys to witness this historical moment.
And we were having a little bit of a banter behind camera as well when we talk about, the past season. It was a 4-1 sweep that went in favor side of Berjaya Dragons. Is it today that Geek Fam returns to favor to Berjaya Dragons? Or could it still be hopes out there for BJD to rise back up from the ashes once more? Now, can't really say that they're in ashes just about yet. They're definitely still alive and still breathing. And all they really have to do is just to go for a little bit of a mental reset, because I'm pretty sure that the past 3 games, they have definitely had a lot of all these tension built up between the team. And now that we have a little bit more time for them to really strategize on what's going to go down on this draft itself, that could possibly cause a little bit of a difference maker in the results that we'll be seeing eventually. So winning 4 back-to-back wins is quite tough to do in any field of competition, especially in the grand finals itself. So now 2 teams with great caliber of play will have to do their utmost best once more. Now Geek Fam definitely on that pole position right now to finish off this race. And what we have to witness is this Maggie Hot Cup Champion Select, as we will see will be the picks. We've already went through this once. The bans will remain the same, as we've already seen the likes of Senna being locked away. Same goes through its a little bit more focused towards the Ziggs and also the Ranger, if I am not mistaken. So Husky, when it comes down to the picks itself, of course, what else can we actually expect with also the Gragas this time? That was the one that spanned away.
This kind of forces BJD to ban the Camille, and I remember Geek Fam, they did open up with the Olaf and BJD. Now they will start off with the Corki, a pick that I don't believe we have seen so far in this best of 7. Syndicate gets the Xin Zhao once more. We went through this discussion whether Xin Zhao, is better than Jarvan. Like, what's the comparison? I do prefer Xin Zhao a bit more over Jarvan, but guess what, Geek Fam? In the potential winning game, they will get Nyx his Lulu.
Yeah, I think that if you give him either or, Nami or even Lulu, they will find ways to contribute. Now you have the wild growth on top of it, Olaf, that can easily go absolutely berserk on the enemy lines and could possibly just give a good chase against the Sid. I think that this is still some really good strat that Geek Fam could actually pull through with, especially now Galio being passed by the side of Berjaya Dragons back in the hands of Geek Fam. This gives me the vibes of game number 2 once more. Or was it game 3?
Also,
I lost count.
I think it was
crazy how
game. In 4, it was the previous game where Haki had Galio, but it was game 2 where the Shang showed us that this Ionian Blade Master is made of in this Baron lane with the Arela pick. BJD in game to even keep themselves alive in the grand final. Sagi will get the Yordo Gunner Tristana in his hands. It's only one way to find out if that is enough, but Geek Fam looks strong as ever.
And I really do like how they still go in for some skill matchup over on the Baron lane where we see Akali going up against Irelia. It's really down to very precise measurement of when they actually use every single one of these spells to get advantages in lane. So that gets me extremely excited, especially if the Irelia can actually find favorable trades. And, well, we saw what the Shang could do. Now, he's here to prove that he is the best Baron laner in Malaysia. So, other than that, we saw the draft and Geek Fam needing that one game. And could this be that one game to send Geek Fam to the C Championship as the victors of the Malaysian region? We'll have to wait and see once again. Now, this time, instead of going barrier, the Shang opt for Ignite.
This has been very long in the making. A couple of months to be exact. All the way from summer to fall. As the seasons change, it seems like the throne will change its no, Geek. They don't snatch away the throne from Berjaya Dragons. With their prowess, you know, Berjaya Dragons might be just pushed to abdicate whatever they have. This whole status that Berjaya Dragons has earned and built for themselves over so many years is slowly toppling. So Geek Fam, they are the antagonists.
Indeed, and it seems like you might be having a little bit of a hiccups on your internet. Don't worry, I'm just gonna be covering on behalf of Husky for a little bit. Let me know if you are still here with us. But Berjaya Dragons first. They may have sit comfortably throughout the regular season, still remaining as the #1 team to beat. And Geek Fam was sitting down low on the standings. They were at 8th position once. Now, Asilla, now going 1 versus 2, hanging inside of the Shroud, getting stunned up by the Shang. Shirley's gonna be able to actually join right in. Asilla, one to get help left, but the Shang will eventually flashes for it to get it.
Syndicate goes on to Haki. Just get the 3 challenge strike out. And the Wind and Thunder is sufficient. PJD, quick opening, getting 2 kills onto themselves. The fact that the Shang still got a trade in return is pretty okay for Geek Fam.
Indeed it is, and well, welcome back once again. I thought you were away for far too long, so hope you don't mind me taking that 1 few kills off. And first,
okay,
now back to what we were looking at as well, right? Like this sort of composition when we're looking at Berjaya Dragons allows them to go in and out of fight with sort of ease, especially Sagi. If he does get those reset on rocket jumps, great. We've seen him play really similar to what some PC players could have actually done in the competitive circuit, where he goes on the offense in most often times where he just uses a flash rocket jump to use the buster shot to knock somebody into the team and secure kills and just resets the rocket jump time and time again. So to enable that, it definitely requires a lot of effort coming in from Asilla as well as Syndicate. So I feel that at least there's a little bit more room for them to wiggle with and play a little bit safer if they want to peel back.
Middle lane, and it seems like there's nothing that Haki can do. He's going to be brought down once more as DJD ramp up the aggression, and that's the 2nd death for this Galio.
Beautiful pickoff right there, and those rotation came just perfectly in time. Winter really getting into the thick of things alongside with Syndicate in order to get a little bit more advantages out there. Just looking at the first 3 picks, it felt like Geek Fam here were just hoping to, you know, have Galio to really play a little bit passively, as the Corki is definitely a very decent trade. Now that he does have the package, they will definitely have to respect what Berjaya Dragons could have actually done in either one of all these objectives that Berjaya Dragons wants to go for.
that is definitely going to slow down the progress of Geek Fam. They're gonna give it a bit more time. They need a bit more time. So that means Berjaya Dragons, after kind of a tragic beatdown for the past few games, will get themselves more breathing room, and they will be able to secure the first dragon of the game.
Now they're also looking for a Rift Herald as well, taking full control of vision on the river, and that's where they also have Azilla here on the Baywatch, or should I say, just by the riverbed. And now cutting across. It's going to be Momo here that will be able to land a few shots of the Cave-in Rain, but there is a little bit of free entry. Valkyrie being used backwards here, so that's going to be Syndicate topping it forward.
Tries to engage. Hero Center sits onto it. Justice Punch forward. They're gonna steal it away. And then the big on Mamaki. This guy is so good. It forces Berjaya Dragons back. BJD, they do get out. But Geek Fam, they steal the objective. Grand Theft Auto style. That must really hurt.
Indeed it does, and this might be very costly for the side of Berjaya Dragons. We saw how many rounds that Geek Fam has managed to utilize the Rift Herald effectively to the advantage of opening up more room for them to play with. And all it took was them to just get a little bit more of that wiggle room, and Hockey gets a free opening as they gave too much respect of Baton. Now, Berjaya Dragons, I kind of wish to see that either they come in with a little bit more of aggressive move forward alongside with Syndicate, because he was the only one recommitting, which maybe they could have actually secured more of all this room and still have the flash to get out of that pit, than to slowly peel it all the way towards the corner where you don't see BJD having any out of leverage out of that.
Definitely this seems so. The DC from Berjaya Dragons continues to be an issue. They do put a bit of pressure on that bot tier 1, but Geek Fam, the reinforcement has arrived. There's nothing that Berjaya Dragons can get out of it. They still continue to pressure Hockey in that mid lane, as Chili will use that first 2 deaths to make Hockey's life as miserable as he can. Syndicate hovering on this lane. The patience of 69 might just pay off. They will see this 4-man dive coming in, but for the side of Geek Fam, they're going to be ready. In fact, 69 is going to run forward, forcing the flash from Winter. That's why Momo follows up with the Killer Instinct and the Voice Seeker. They actually did blow Winter. He didn't even get to use the Tidal Wave. Syndicate is going to pop the Steris Gate, but also use the Crescent Suite to keep himself alive. Momo has this Momo's charge barrier. Oh no! Alive. He's going to blow up and die. But Berjaya Dragons lose 2, and Geek Fam will summon that Rift Herald.
Now, the Rift Herald here as well. It's only going to be chipping some of all these bits of the turret, I hope, but instead, Shelly may not even get a crash onto the turret, so I guess at least Berjaya Dragons, they trade their lives in exchange for the Rift Herald, so it's still very much decent, and it also gives a little bit more room for Geek Fam to really ramp back up to speed, especially those kills going all over onto Momo means a whole lot, and also another kill going on the Shang, while Sagi managed to open up bottom lane. So I think that both sides definitely have a fair balance of what they want in terms of objectives.
It definitely feels like so. The Berjaya Dragons trying to respond to Geek Fam's movement. They have a better read of what Geek Fam wants to do, but it is not perfected yet. In fact, for the side of Geek Fam, we haven't seen much of the Shang. He is up 1-0. Triforce and Negaton Cloak in that inventory. And we saw what he can do in game 2. Now you give him the Irelia once more, you can expect the Shang to be that difference maker for Geek Fam.
And definitely seem to be a very different pacing that Berjaya Dragons is playing this time around. They look a lot more focused on taking the majority of these objectives, and now getting a little bit more lead. He will have the trail of the Valkyrie all set up on the passage, but Geek Fam, they're coming right in as it expires.
Can't let them go through Hero's entrance, used preemptively by Hockey. Vanguard takes the Tidal Wave thrown out. This time Syndicate will take the Dragon again. And the 3-man taunt. Moment with the Killer Instinct goes way too far, but they have forgot about 69. Here's the Viking. He flashes over the wall, but Sagi gets the reset. They're gonna blow up Geek Fam, and there's a Scylla with the quad kill on his Akali. BJD, they're not ready to go down, and they strike back hard.
And will this be the Penta in the grand finals here? Isilla might just be looking for it. His health bars are dropped down low, and Zagi will still be able to shut them down for an early ace for Berjaya Dragons itself. And just look at the execution. Although it looked perfect at the start, there wasn't anybody to land that drop onto Saki, and it gave free reign for Isilla to really pop off. We want to look at the highlights once again, or the recap of that last team fight, to look at Isilla's positioning, because he has been able to find all the core party members. And look at that Vanguard's edge as well. This tidal wave have been able to knock them all up in the air. And as she hung back, Isilla, with that perfect execution, immediately drops onto 2 and looks for Hockey. And then there was another proc on towards Shang, and also the Olaf. And it definitely was a very smooth transition of priorities coming in from the top laner. And Isilla's now in trouble.
Welcome from Mobile. Isilla this time not able to execute the Kaisa. As Geek Fam shuts him down before he gets a hit. So at least for Geek Fam, not all is lost just yet. For Berjaya Dragons though, you really have to breathe a sigh of relief. The fact that they managed to wipe out Geek Fam this early on means that they have gotten a lot of control over the map. In fact, the push continues because this Justana with the turret-taking prowess is just unmatchable. It's going to be engaged from the Shang. Vanguard is going to go for the Blade Surge. Masagi is going to get on the killing spree. Haki, not as tanky as he wanted to be, as BJD going to respond. Good taunt from the Haki. They're going to try and push Syndicate back, and yes, they will. But Geek Fam still loses a member, and they lose that top tier 2.
Good Aqua Prison to also disperse the sort of aggression coming from 69 as well. Now they get to raid that blue buff. And just look at Berjaya Dragons. This is the usual Berjaya Dragons that we had seen in the league that has been able to trample upon many different teams. And that also includes Geek Fam in the regular season. Now, I guess that when Chili goes for something that's a little bit more flexible to also get away through some dangerous situation. You saw in that fight that just happened over top lane, where you have Hockey moving in with the hero's entrance. He waits for the very final second. He knew that the Shang's going to drop in the Vanguard's edge. He waited for that Vanguard's edge to expire, and then only he uses the Valkyrie, which he wasn't exactly in that sort of a panic situation where he had to expend it all. And now Berjaya Dragons calling in for 12-minute Baron buff.
Geek Fam will have to contest this. Hockey makes it in again. Flash, 3-man taunt, but it's a damage enough. It is! They go up Saki! BJD, where have you been? They are all perished as Geek Fam somehow finds an opening, and it's their turn to go into Baron Nash's. Syndicate still alive alongside Isilla. Gets given a voice, seeker to be Hockey going in with this punch. Tries to get the taunt off, but now it's gonna be the flash battle. Who's gonna get it? It's gonna be Momo! Hero Central hits on the Syndicate, and Geek Fam, just like that, with a snap of a finger, they come back straight into the game.
And what a leash it was given to Geek Fam out there. Priorities needs to be straight for Berjaya Dragons in order to get that early call for that Baron that gone absolutely wrong and horrible, where they just left Syndicate all alone inside the pit, which shouldn't have happened. So currently, as it stands, Berjaya Dragons are still having deep issues here, but Padawan connects.
They want to go on to Haki, but immediately Momo blows out Chili. That's the delete button that Geek Fam has. Isilla has the perfect execution, but cannot find an opening in just yet. BJD, 1 man down. Sagi also gets tagged and pushed back. The rest of BJD needing to clear the way. The Shang starts the leash, and this is how you properly set up the objective. Geek Fam gets the Mountain Drake. The goalie completely swung over to Geek Fam's favor. The pendulum has switched positions, and Berjaya Dragons are no longer in control. But it seems like they're positioning in a very aggressive manner. Geek Fam, they will back off for now.
It looked as if they were working like clockwork for a moment, and suddenly the timer stopped over at that moment. Now they are just hoping that this mid lane does not get crushed, but inevitably it will be brought down to the ground. Now, look at Isilla. He might just be a difference maker in some of all these key positions. With also the Shang pressuring on towards the side lane here on the bottom lane. It seems like Momo wants to find a little bit more damage. That's going to be Chili here doing a whole lot of poke. But this time around, Geek Fam, they have definitely had that confidence after snatching away a beautiful Baron buff just right under the nose of the Berjaya Dragons. And, well, as much as they want to try to play this rapid fire style, Geek Fam managed to also match up in the tempo, and just look at the itemization right now. I love that the Shang this time, instead of going for a direct Blade of the Rain King build, which typical Irelas will do, goes into finish off the Wits and Furs in order to have a little bit more of that attack speed, as well as some really good on-hit effects and the magical resist on top of it. Now Sagi looking for those damage against Geek Fam.
They want Momo. Syndicate with the engage. Good wild growth. Tidal Wave is going to be followed up. Syndicate will use the crescent sweep to stay alive. As Berjaya Dragons trying to force an issue, and they didn't get much. Only the wild growth and the heal from Nyx. That means Geek Fam will have a better avenue. Sagi really just putting that gun to good use. But if you are Geek Fam, you know that there are two big ultimates down. So far, BJD haven't exposed themselves to Geek Fam just yet, so they can safely retreat and kind of go for that reset.
Yeah, Baron's gonna spawn in a matter of 15 seconds out there. I think that Berjaya Dragons probably traumatized after that incident on that Baron pit, so they may not look to immediately go for another hurdle directly into the buff that was spawned not too long ago. So I guess that Berjaya Dragons, only when they get one good pickoff, only will they try to start to establish a little bit more control over Baron. Now, vision being set up by the side of Geek Fam, they should be able to navigate some of the movements from the side of Berjaya Dragons, while BJD possibly need to wait for a couple more minutes for the Elder Infernal, a fitting way to actually kick off the final few moments of how this game could possibly conclude. Now, with all the ways pretty much balanced, I'm looking at members here of the likes of Berjaya Dragons trying to sneak this one up, but there is a ward on top of them.
Berjaya Dragons, you can't do this. And indeed, they will back off. The Shang, gate kept by Asilla. But with that Twin Shadows and Berjaya Dragons retreating, Geek Fam will assume control over the Baron pit. But the Elder Infernal Drake is going to be spawning soon in 20 seconds. Maybe the best that both teams can do is to go for a trade. If you're a Geek Fam, Elder Infernal Drake does sound a bit more juicy. But we've seen how Geek Fam take control of the map and the game, and Berjaya Dragons, if they want to go for an engage, this might be the best chance. However, Geek Fam, with just good game sense, plays on the other side of the river. Berjaya Dragons, they want to pick off, but they're not going to get any. If they want to find Geek Fam, they got to walk into Geek Fam.
They just see all of them under the microscope of that perfect ward placement, and Geek Fam just winning overall in the vision control of the map, lighting up like a Christmas tree, like you have said before. Now, Geek Fam honestly don't have to force any sort of issue at all, and if they want to, they already know what exactly to expect coming from the side of Berjaya Dragons. Now, I want to see Berjaya Dragons do exactly the same. If they could actually go in for deep ward setups, that's great. Now, slowly marching towards Dragon. They finally get a little bit of a glimpse onto members of the side of Berjaya Dragons. Ward's being removed, as this is going to be 69. Trying to be a little bit more hopeful on getting a catch. And Syndicate, he's got out!
Another flash taunt. Syndicate has to flash away with the stairs being popped. Sagi now needs to go big. There we go. Hero Center is going to protect Haki for a while. Asuna joins the fight. Does have the Twilight Shroud. Goes to the execute. He finds Nick. Goes golden. The Shank goes into the back line with the Vanguard's Edge. He will turn golden as well, but this fight might well be over. The Berjaya Dragons found the pick, and they want more. They smell blood. Asuna finds a double kill. Haki's going to be the third for him. And BJD cracks open the armor of Geek Fam. This might just be game. 40 seconds is the average respawn time for Geek Fam. Berjaya Dragons have the wave. They have the demolition squad. Sagi, Wet Huge, Estella is bigger. TP will be in from Chile. They're gonna barrel down this middle lane. The dream is not dead yet. The Kings are not down just yet. Geek Fam, they will not complete the prophecy. Not in this game. BJD stays alive for one more round. It's gonna be 3-2 with BJD taking game 5.
Is this the start of the reverse sweep that we've been talking about? It may just be, but Geek Fam may not let go of this perfect opportunity as well. Now, it's 3-2. And thank goodness this isn't a best of 5 because it would have been over long time ago. And now, Berjaya Dragons are back on track with their second point of the series. So definitely a little bit more hurdles here to run on this gauntlet. So it's really hard to pinpoint on how things have gone because Geek Fam, they snatched that Baron. They got themselves a good snowballing lead with that Baron power play. And they could have actually made a decision to really put Berjaya Dragons on the spot, but they didn't use that golden opportunity. They tried to collapse on Syndicate, which he fully steered out of the way of danger. And he's got what? The Sterix online with also the Stone Plate, that it's gonna be hard to commit to that kill. And Geek Fam, they dove deep for it. And the Shang absolutely out of position. And that fight that you saw, Sagi, Chili, they were happily hopping over the wall, going for picks up after pickup. And now Sagi on that Tristana is your MVP of the match.
Could this be the recovery for Berjaya Dragons? The journey is still pretty long, but at least they have kind of drawn the scores closer a bit. We are not going to see Geek Fam dealt the same cards to BJD. However, this is a best of 7. BJD, looking at the overall score, is still one game behind Geek Fam. Geek Fam still has the edge, that series point, that champion title. So if this is the start of a comeback, Berjaya Dragons need to just grab the moment and just power through because they cannot be complacent just yet.
Not the slightest bit. And look at that 31k massive damage that has been dealt by Sagi on that full crit build. While Momo have definitely found some really good opening out there with the help of Hockey as well as Snakes that have always been able to keep him well safe. But that last fight, there was nothing to be done. And you also have to commit Asilla for some of these team fights that was very well executed with the perfect execution in place. So you saw that team fight. Cecilia dove head first, immediately getting one catch, turns golden with the Assassin's Champion, and then recommits. And that's where the rest of BJD, they march on. They saw that chance that they were willing to take, and it was only a little bit of a glimmer of light that they managed to eventually crawl their way out of that tunnel. So are they still going in for that final few step of the journey to the West, or should I say it's to Southeast Asia Championship, if this is the case? I think that they still need 2 more games to go. So there is a heavy chance that Berjaya Dragons, they start to understand how Geek Fam plays their cards for the past couple of rounds.
It definitely feels like so. Geek Fam haven't really let up on that shot calling. It's more of Berjaya Dragons adapting to what Geek Fam is good at. Took them long enough, but better late than never. The grand finals is not over yet. Berjaya Dragons still have one more round to play at least. We're gonna go on a short break and we'll be back for game number 6.
Lihat, tunggu Stewie. Boom! Wah, bakar, bro! Adakah dia berjaya mendapatkan triple kill, mencari yang keempat dan kuasa kill?
As fuck, wasn't looking for love or anything new. It ain't funny, little devil in disguise, think you got me. Yeah, you're so naughty. I feel something happening to my body. 'Cause you shot me in the heart, can't get over it, over it. In the other part of recovery, and I know what you done. You made me Wanna put my body next to your body. Cause you shoot me in the heart, can't get over it, over it. Hit me in the heart, I'm recovering, recovering. Look what you've done, you made me fall too fast. Look what you done, I'm going mad. You shot my heart, the only is dead. I need your love so bad.
I'm so sorry that I wasn't really there for me. Cause nobody else is showing any empathy. Rudely awake and quite undertaken. Did I do something wrong? Life isn't easy. Why did you leave me here with my thoughts alone? I don't wanna wake up messed up. Cause I can't spend another day like this. Another type of caked up breakup where I've been finding any way to my fix. But I need you now. Cause I don't wanna be around. No, I don't wanna wake up messed up. There's gotta be another way past this. I'm so sorry that I didn't go to therapy. Thinking everybody, even you, an enemy. Brutally awake and quite undertaken. Did not do nothing wrong. Life isn't easy. Why did you leave me here to get drunk alone? And I don't wanna wake up messed up. Cause I can't spend another.
Lihat, tunggu Stewie. Wow! Wah, bakar bro!
Itu petangkan alamat. Adakah dia berjaya mendapatkan triple kill mencari yang keempat dan kuasa kill.
The grand finals still goes on in the League of Legends Wild Rift Southeast Asia Icon Series. Malaysia Fall Season Grand Finals. Berjaya Dragons finally found their footing, but they're still behind Geek Fam by one more match. It's gonna be 2-3 in favor of Geek Fam. Game number 6 inbound. With me Husky is Contra as we're locked and loaded. I'm losing my breath, but I'm still kicking and I'm excited for what's to come.
Yeah, and I feel absolutely honored to be joining alongside with you here. You know, like throughout the regular season, we didn't get to pair up together all too much. And here we are on the playoffs here on the very final day to cast this grand finals. And just look at this feast of a best of 7. It could still go either ways because now chances for Berjaya Dragons to equalize is looking relatively great of a chance. While Geek Fam still has that one more hurdle that they need to go through to secure that one game off of Berjaya Dragons to close that on the 4-2 node. Now, going to the bans, is there going to be any changes at all as we're seeing exactly the same bans from both Berjaya Dragons as well as Geek Fam on both ends? No Lee Sin, no Kazik, so it's definitely going down that rabbit hole of what 69 is going to be able to play. But Fiora ban, it's actually going to force something out. So yeah, they're allowing Galio to go through again.
And I think they found that answer to Galio, and of course, it's going to be Akali. Melisilla played a fantastic Akali in that previous game, completely taking over the helm and showing Geek Fam that he he still has something else to give. But that also means Geek Fam gets the Lulu once more, and it feels like we are kind of going down the same trajectory of very identical picks. But 69 is going to show us the vibe. The Piltover Enforcer is in the house.
I think this is also going to be a very efficient, no-brainer way of actually going for some deep commit of a dive. And if they can pair this with Galio, it will be even more perfectly set up. Now, Kaisa will fall in the hands of Sagi. We know this to be his pocket pick, his favorite pick of all the marksmen that's currently in Wild Rift. So, question is, how well can they execute this? Now, this forces the Shang to go on this Riven pickup. Now, let's talk through that Baron lane matchup again, because I feel that Akali this time might just have some trouble in the lane.
Yeah, it definitely feels like so. The game that the Shang played Riven was game number 1. They did lose, but that was to kind of a super tank Gragas with Sunfire and Thornmill that the Shang couldn't even get through. Berjaya Dragons taking everything that Geek Fam seemingly wants away. Galio and Sinja will be the last 2 picks for BJD. Geek Fam still looking for that mid laner. There's the Twisted Fate available. Ari is on the table. We have seen Haki play Annie, Orianna as well. A lot of choices for Geek Fam to choose from.
And they will go with the Ari, as Haki has played this multiple times throughout the entirety of the league. Even in the playoffs, for the past couple of matches that they've been able to take down their foes on that lower bracket. So, is this going to be it? Because there's a high pickoff potential coming in from the likes of Geek Fam. They really want to step on the pedal to the metal right now, as it seems. Well, for Berjaya Dragons, you saw that they have some of all these staple picks back in towards the Dragon lane. So I'm looking back into the jungle matchup right here. We got the Sin Tao that's still on the hands of Syndicate. Last game, he has finally made it work to his favor. And yet, it was relying a whole lot on the Scylla as well to come in with some really great flank. Now, 3-2. Geek Fam still in the lead. But can Berjaya Dragons close up that gap to force this to Game 7?
It's getting more and more possible for Berjaya Dragons. It's one step at a time, one match at a time. For Geek Fam, it's just one more match. There is a bit, see that bit of a difference there, but it makes a huge deal between Geek Fam finally completing the prophecy of the fall season and Berjaya Dragons reclaiming and defending their title. But with Berjaya Dragons' victory, it definitely slowed down Geek Fam's momentum for a bit. But knowing Geek Fam and witnessing their journey from the last chance qualifiers until now, there's no doubt in my mind that Geek Fam will be able to bounce back.
Now this is going to be a little bit of a cutoff point for a moment when he reveals himself. That's going to be him trying to soak a little damage. Nick's got him covered though. Goes in for the third spell just to get a little bit of shield off. So Sagi just doing whatever he can. I believe that's going to be able to proc a little bit more of the runes being set defensively for Tristana. And this time around, just look at Nyx opting for that Airy, which most Lulus will go for. They have to be careful about the whimsy that can drop on either side of the members of Berjaya Dragons if they were to advance forward against this Lulu. And easily, Momo can turn it around and punish them where that occasion arises. Now, we got excited for the top lane matchup here. So let's talk about this interesting interaction between the two in a little bit, because Syndicate now can stick.
Rocket jump forward from Momo. He's gonna flash forward. He wants to kill, but there's a lot of kills from BJD. They will not be able to get Syndicate, but they can force Sagi back. Geek Fam still putting their foot on the pedal as 69 now is gonna make a rotation to the mid lane. Fortunately, there's a huge minion wave, so it's not going to be any sort of contest. In fact, Geek Fam, they've secured the bottom Scuttle Crab. The Shang will help 69 secure the top one as well. Good maneuver and good connection for the jungler of Geek Fam.
Great vision denial and also a good hit start coming in for 69. One level ahead of Syndicate. I will have to correct myself because Syndicate has already been able to hit level 4 as well by clearing off the wolves. So Just paying a little bit of a deep visit into the Blue Sentinel. So it mainly goes on for reset. We are already looking at the catalyst already being set up, so expect to see Rod of Ages on that Galio. Same goes to the side of Hockey. A very safe start for both mid laners when it comes down to the passage of build that they opt to go for. Going almost at even on the gold graph right now, since there's still no first blood to be seen just about yet. So what I want to see coming from the side of Geek Fam is not only, of course, Hockey trying to lend the kiss of death, technically, and that will definitely make things a lot easier for 69 to either go into plow their way either with pretty much a charge or even the assault and battery that he could lock on to units such as Sagi.
It definitely think Vi throughout the entirety of fall season has been one of those champions that when you want someone to hard engage and when you want someone to have a tool to guarantee a lockdown, Vi is your champion. 69, we haven't seen him play much Vi, maybe not at all. This could be his very first Vi pick in the entire season, but it may just be the difference maker. We haven't seen him make much ganks just yet. He did run into Syndicate early on, but the chance to pull up play of the Exile gets a key strike. Asilla will turn back. They both will proc the Conqueror, and they both will go for the retreat. But Shang will at least throw out the Wind Strike, which doesn't really connect onto Asilla. So both Baron laners will get a swift retreat, but 69 dangerously close to Syndicate. Syndicate might just engage onto it with the Audacious Charge, and indeed he does in the river. I'm seeing a bit of a scuffle right there. They still want to go into 69. Good polymorph. Chili comes in with a Justice Punch, but they won't be able to find much on the side of Geek Fam. 69 consumes the Honey Fruit, and now it will be a tussle around the Dragon Pit. Geek Fam.
Keep an eye on to Hockey though. He might just be in a really good position right now, and he might just actually recommit. Gets the Charm in.
There we go. The Charm. Chili doesn't get any taunt off, but Geek Fam still forced away from the Cloud Drake. Berjaya Dragons will be able to claim that objectives for themselves.
Beautifully done from Berjaya Dragons here. But Geek Fam honestly aren't too worried by just giving one Drake off. It does help a slight bit for Asilla, since he's the one that needs to really cut across most portion of the map once they do get any turrets off of the side of Geek Fam. Now, we initially saw those sort of trade going fantastically well for the side of Asilla, as he managed to burn the Blade of the Exile. Now it's still on cooldown, so Berjaya Dragons immediately moved into the Rift Herald Pit. 69, he's going to be lurking right by. He might just be able to pop the Scar's Bloom. Not going to be able to spot him out. Now, Berjaya Dragons get 2 objectives in a row. This is going in for free as well. So Geek Fam, they're on a little bit of a slow starter as compared to the past few games.
Both mid laners are actually rotating to the bot lane. Haki is there to help with the push. Berjaya Dragons will be there to try to defend this. Explosive Charge is going to go off. And it seems like Geek Fam, after that call, they will make the choice to retreat. That means Berjaya Dragons, they had the cavalry ready, but it was not needed at that point of time. Geek Fam will have to shove up this mid wave as he continues to juggle between 2 different lanes, but that is what Geek Fam wants to do. Pull Berjaya Dragons away from each other and get those isolated fights.
They definitely excel in more of these isolated fights where you just need to stack maybe 2 of the 3 members of Geek Fam on top of members of BJB to just completely eliminate them in some of all these circumstances. That's a lot of damage being done to Momo, so it's got to be extremely careful, as all the 100 roots have already been utilized. Now, expected rotation coming in from the Ahri as well as the Vi, as they are already paying a visit. Same goes to Syndicate, but is this the fight that Berjaya Dragons is looking for? I don't think this is going to be all too good if they really want to commit.
It definitely doesn't feel like so. And you can see 69, he did, prop up the Vault Breaker. Would have been really bad if BJD gets caught. And once more, Geek Fam, they are trying to force a reaction from BJD, and the Shang in the meantime just making full use of this Riven, farming wherever he can go. But 69 is ready. Here he comes, get the Vault Breaker. They're gonna get the Rocket Jump and the Solid Battery. Immediately, they beat Sagi to a pulp. Chili will respond with the Hero's Entrance, but only as a protection. They land the bubble and they get the taunt. But what else do they have? Syndicate? He's not gonna join the fight. They don't find the opportunity. Geek Fam, good engage, good kill.
Yeah, I guess that without Sagi, they know that there is a big fall off when it comes down to the damage output that they can actually offer. So no point in re-engaging since there is so many subs still up online. And Berjaya doesn't seem like it's going to be a good case of an option as well. So this is where the charm lands, but since it's on the turret, no problems for Syndicate whatsoever. Looking at the boot, pretty much standard stuff, whereas there will be a little bit of split passage since Tristana relies heavily on auto attacks as well as critical strikes. So eventually getting items such as the stack shift will be very much helpful for him to also clear of all this weight easily. So 69 though, gonna be lurking around. So none of these jungle are focusing on towards the top lane, knowing that it's going to be very slippery to catch either the Nakali or even the Riven. Both sides chose to reset. Now, mid lane's going to have a little bit of party before we go in to start off Drake number 2. Ocean Drake coming up online.
Berjaya Dragons will be the first to the scene, and that means that they get the privilege to set up those visions and control. Also try to force Momo away. His rocket jump will be down for a while. But Geek Fam, again, just swift response. Berjaya Dragons will try to force Geek Fam away by threatening that bot tier 1. But they might have found a Scylla. Look at that. Harky is going to get the jump in again. Ball breaker, sound and battery. Do they have the damage? They have the explosive charge. Hero's entrance. Is it enough? Ebb and flow. It certainly is. A Scylla staying alive. Huge deal for Geek Fam. But 69 is not done yet. Charging on the start, forcing her away. The Shang has cleared the X now up. And Geek Fam happily takes the mid tier 1. Sure, the Rift Herald is summoned, but it will still take a while. And now Geek Fam, they're going to start on this Ocean Drake. BJD don't have the Hero's entrance, nor the Crescent Sweep. That means that Geek Fam will feel a bit more comfortable, but BJD might still try to go for the fight. She just gets the taunt onto the Shang, pops the barrier, gets away. Arca Prison, cancel the Haki. They might go for the engage. Scylla is in. Has the perfect execution against Polymorph and Charm. But Berjaya Dragons will finally get away the dragon. The flash was 69. Did he get it? No, he actually he does. Geek Fam steals the dragon. Now they need to get away. Berjaya Dragons goes on a chase. They do take 2 kills, but Geek Fam, they get something in return. It's the objective.
My word, I thought that Syndicate has been able to snatch it away. Apparently not so. 69 eventually had to burn the flash in order to actually secure it. Now, they immediately collapse on top of the mid lane turret, and the Shang try to buy a little more time. If he wants to opt to look for Winter, there is a little bit of a chance there. But Haki's a little bit too far behind, and you don't want to take any sort of risk, especially when Winter is going to be having a little chance to still perhaps land a good Aqua Prison, although his mana bar looks to be on the low. Sagi now finally gets the Flavor King up online. So if you currently want to look at what Berjaya Dragons really want to do, they want to exert a little bit more pressure on the mid lane, and also to respond to what Geek Fam is going to be able to pull up.
Sagi goes for the killer instinct. Flash, taunt, gets on the tool. Nyx is dead. Tied away to follow through. Momo is going to get hit by it. Syndicate will be here to clean it up. They know that they've got Momo in the bag. Momo is dead, and Haki is going to go in with the Proto. Bell tries to go for a charm, misses it. Still has the Spirit Rush, and Syndicate will force that out. But while all of that was happening, look at where Geek Fam is. Pushing once more. 69. Dealing a bit of a structural damage, not too much. BJD looking for connect. To get over the wall, but they're going to find a Shang who's pop player the X down, and key strikes to safety. Geek Fam gets out, but they do get punished by BJD.
You can definitely tell the communication is definitely on fleek. Well, if that's even a way to describe it. But another pickup. Sagi, what was he doing there? He was trying to take the blue buff? This looks bad.
One button. Gets onto Sagi, doesn't care, does not have anything. He even pops the barrier. Now TP is going to come in from Chili and Scylla. They get the charm. This time onto Scylla. Scylla falls back. Good Crescent Sweep. Swat everyone away. BJD prevents Geek Fam from brute forcing the Baron. But man, losing Sagi was a tough pill to swallow indeed.
And you saw that Sagi was forced to purchase the Stasis Enchantment instead of the QSS this time around. And there's no way to go about it when you are facing a Vi. There's no such thing as using the Quicksilver Sash to even negate it at all. So he does not want that to repeat any given point in the time of this entirety of the match, because that was a very, very costly pickoff right there, and it could have actually given the Baron over to the Geek Fam if they were to go on a full-blown fight. Now, Berjaya Dragons should be able to land the final few blows, but it seems like it may take a little bit more effort, else it may warrant another team fight to break loose. So Geek Fam successfully defends it yet another time. Dragon's still not going to be coming up just about yet. Some real good works being placed on towards the top corner of the map, but that's where Twin Shadow spots out both Nyx as well as Momo. So they know where exactly to play around. But Scylla, now, having the Shang in front of them, and Syndicate just have to burn off the Portal Belt of the Shang.
Yeah, but Berjaya Dragons not want to relinquish control at all. That means that Geek Fam will also have to be very cautious, constantly constantly tiptoeing through the map. Making sure that BJD can't find the jump as Geek Fam thinking about a Death Rush. For a while, they're gonna fall off of that. It's more about the Dragon control, where Berjaya Dragons have vision set up. Inferno Drake's gonna be the next. Geek Fam did steal the last one. The Void Seeker didn't hit on the 69. Maybe Geek Fam can use this as an opportunity. BJD will push in the middle lane, at least giving them a bit of room to go to the Dragon, but that's where 69 is gonna spot them out.
Now that the Dragon is already available, this is where Geek Fam, they need to find the right pick. Sagi always stays right in between them, and Winter should be ready to pull the tidal wave whenever it's necessary. Well, they also have to look out for that Crescent Sweep, and not to be held back by the Sin Sao.
Charm connects on the Syndicate. They're gonna chip in now a bit. Still no hard commitment from Geek Fam. They don't want to make that mistake. They don't want to lose this objective. Syndicate will clear out the vision as Geek Fam now goes completely blind. And with that, Berjaya Dragons will try to sneak this away in the dark, but look at who is there. It's 69. Hovering around this area. Dragon down to 40% health. Berjaya Dragons thinking if they want to force this. They know that 69 has the smite. Geek Fam going for commit again. They're going to secure the Dragon for themselves, and some heroes entered into 3-man taunt and Asilla with perfect execution. They do take out Momo, and maybe this time Geek Fam might have to run away. Haki is kind of caught out, flash into safety, but you have Sagi jumping in with the killer instinct. Finds himself a kill with the Captain Ray, now going onto the Shang, and Syndicate's going to take out Haki. The Shang with the key strike will be insufficient. Berjaya Dragons with 4 kills, and this time they will definitely get the Baron for themselves.
Now keep an eye on 69. Now they will be looking to secure this Baron, but with the Vi still hovering around, it may not be the best of options out there. They finally spot them with the Twin Shadows, so they will have to give way once more. Syndicate does not really have that much health left. Winter trying to tank as much blow. Sagi doing exactly the same, but this is such a risky call. Chili's not here to tank it. Syndicate, he might actually blow, forcing a flash, and they're slowly tipping off already. So, Chili.
Oh, 69.
This much
He's
is
here.
it. 69 here. There's no
steal. Doesn't have the flash. He's gonna die, but oh my god, that looks very juicy for Momo. Thankfully, backup is there in time. Berjaya Dragons living life on the edge. At least they get the Baron, but it's definitely not over yet for Geek Fam.
They're fighting for this best of 7, going all the long mile. And it has to, perhaps, and in the best way possible. But yet again, Geek Fam, they may still find some few opportunities out on the table, especially when you still have the Elder Drake coming up next. So that's what they want to look to fight for. Now, one good Void Seeker connects towards the side of Haki. Well, if you currently look at the form of split, Asilla can definitely buy as much time possible. If he can get a few members up towards the top lane, great. Berjaya Dragons should be able to take this with ease on the tier 2 and slowly work towards the inhibitor.
Taking an inhibitor is going to be the goal for BJD right now. As 69 and the rest of Geek Fam will have to play base defense. Berjaya Dragons with a pretty commanding lead. Now tries to do that first blow in Geek Fam. They have 2 lanes shoved in. Geek Fam They really want to find an avenue. 69 is going to be gone now. They will chip him out. Charm goes wide. 69 dropping pretty low. Geek Fam needs to be very careful. They're playing a very dangerous game. Chillin's going to get the taunt off, but the Shan's going to get away. Tidal Wave expended as well. Berjaya Dragons have yet to find an inhibitor turret. Geek Fam holding on, at least for now, but Berjaya Dragons, they will come back for round 2. And maybe this is the chance for them to crack open the base. They will use that Baron and Power Siege minion, which Geek Fam desperately tries to clear out. Successful once more. Geek Fam protects the base.
They managed to also warn a few summoners to be expended right there. The Shang as well as Nate to be using both the Barrier as well as heal. Now, that Barrier power play would have been able to actually bring some room, and here comes the catch!
Good flash from Geek Fam. 69 gets tagged by the Void Seekers, but in no universe would you want to follow up with the Killer Instinct. At least Geek Fam stays safe. You see the Berjaya Dragons now, they have a 4k lead. Elder Mountain Drake is going to spawn in 20 seconds. If Geek Fam needs to get a steal, if Geek Fam wants a chance to close out the grand finals in style, this is the objective.
That's right, and Geek Fam, they really gotta start to look for openings for Momo, and he's getting shoved around as if he's just this ragdoll for some reason. Now, Syndicate in that real good position to fang. Geek Fam now gets a twin shadow. Here comes the taunt!
Flash taunt on the 2. Geek Fam, can they get away? Nate's gonna try and flash. Rocket Jump's gonna keep Momo alive, but the Shan's gonna TP in. Hero Centers from Chili keeps everyone healthy and safe. Geek Fam, they lose Nyx, and this should be the Elder Mountain Drake for BJD. Geek Fam, how are they gonna go about this? They still have those ultimates available. Chili once more goes in, Justice Punch, gets onto 69. They blow him up, and this might be it. Momo forced to retreat alongside Haki. And where's the rest of Geek Fam? All dead. Shang is the third. BJD might have started the journey of a comeback. Elder Inferno taken. 35 seconds till 69 comes back up, and BJD, they will play it safe. Baron Asher will be the twofer for them. Might be ending this game with this objective.
Not too sure about Haki, what he could exactly do in this very nick of time. Maybe one spell to steal it all, but it's not going to be enough with the smite coming down from Syndicate. This time, make no more mistakes. But our Dragons already securing that 7,000 gold lead, and look at how huge Asilla is right now. I think the richest member who have already completed majority of build, going for Liandries as the final option left. So, you know he's gonna hit home and hit hard, and Geek Fam looking as if they're already exhausted. Now, I just really want to highlight one more time that fast fight that they were trying to commit towards Drake, it wasn't Haki or even Momo to be seen in that circumstance. So if they were to lose right there, that game would already been over, and Berjaya Dragons now already knocking down those inhibs.
And all the spells expended, Berjaya Dragons taking their time. Geek Fam, can they hold this off? Berjaya Dragons have the chance to brute force again, execute or Syndicate. They're gonna isolate 69. GA's in the park, present to a tidal wave coming through. Hits onto everyone. Berjaya Dragons, they don't want to kill, they just want the Nexus. Then they got it. Berjaya Dragons pushes the knot away. Game 7 will happen.
It's a historic ending for either side. And by now, I don't mind whoever takes it. They will rightfully be crowned as the kings of the Malaysian region by the end of it all. And this time around, Berjaya Dragons managed to regain all that energy and the ferocity that they have been known for and have been feared by many of all these teams. And you just got to look at how they've been able to go in for each one of all these respective fights and just see how they've managed to clinch this game, because they might have actually dropped a few of all these objectives over to the hands of Geek Fam, but I don't really see instant response coming from Momo this time around. It seems like he was a little bit off of position, and Berjaya Dragons was happy to take them on.
It definitely feels so. And one more game it is for BJD, and the whole advantage that Geek Fam have early on completely denied. There's no more advantage. This is down to kind of a best of one. Whoever wins takes home the crown. BJD wants to continue that legacy, whereas Geek Fam, they want to rewrite history. And what better way to come into a grand finals and to conclude it by going the full distance. This is Berjaya Dragons coming alive. It's a bit late, but they still make it in time.
Well, Berjaya Dragons, they always know the recipe to success. But yet again, they definitely met a little bit of a stumbling block in the early parts of the series, and we were already starting to get worried. Is that all that's left in Berjaya Dragons after the entirety of the season, where they've been extremely dominant, and now it felt like they suddenly recovered all that memory and they were in the slightest bit of a coma for the past few matches. Now, look at Syndicate being the MVP, and he has managed to go on that full tank build after that Trinity Force. It definitely was a real great showing for him, and I felt that the Shang didn't really have the biggest of impact when he was playing on Riven this time around, where Asilla has been able to really keep him busy majority of the time, not needing to commit to, overzealous 1 versus 1 for many of all those moments.
Yeah, and all of this is just a culmination of Berjaya Dragons reading the moves of Geek Fam correctly, and Chili finally going huge, just showing everyone that the early slow start is not going to stop him. His gather performance was amazing, but also Syndicate regaining his confidence. All started with Asilla's Akali play in that previous game where he went absolutely nuts, and now that butterfly effect has spread to all the members of Berjaya Dragons, which puts them one game away from victory.
Now, is there a need for Geek Fam to really change up some of all these picks and bans here? Because I'm looking at the list of bans which have been left out stagnant for the past couple of matches, and they were also willing to even open up picks like Twisted Fate this time. So Ari was definitely a very safe pick where you could still go in for defensive spirit rushes, but Haki, I was hoping for him to really work in tandem alongside with the Vi here to really set things up nicely, but it doesn't seem like there was any sort of room that was left out for them where, yes, you have something of a linear pickoff out there, but it also means that Geek Fam needs to instantly respond to some of all these members who were hit by any of all these crowd control, and I felt that that was not efficient enough. Geek Fam needs something that's a little bit more easy to execute, if that's going to be the case, if they can fall back to that Seraphim combo if I'm looking at things correctly.
Yeah, so one more game in these grand finals. By the end of the next one, we will crown the grand champions, but before that, let's take a short break and we'll be back to deliver the crown to the kings.
Lihat, tunggu Stewie. Boom! Wah, bakar, bro! Adakah dia berjaya mendapatkan triple kill, mencari yang keempat dan kuasa kill?
To me, I don't understand. It's just I've never seen you smile. You wanna make out, give me a second. It's just you never talk, I never listen. When do we fall in love? Make up your mind, honey, 'cause I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. You need a friend. I can't help this time. I'm in trouble. pretend to like you. I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you.
Lihat, tunggu TV. Wow! Wah, bakar bro! Alamak! Adakah dia berjaya mendapatkan triple kill mencari yang keempat dan kuasa kill?
This is it, the championship match in this grand finals between Geek Fam and Berjaya Dragons. This is the League of Legends Wild Rift Southeast Asia Icon Series Malaysia fall season. A king will be recrowned, or perhaps a king will be crowned. We're about to find out. I'm Husky alongside Contra. What an honor it is to witness this grand finals go the full stretch, and I'm excited. I hope you are too. What can we expect going into this?
Well, in this grudge match, we expect nothing less from both of the best of Malaysia. Although Geek Fam had the craziest story to tell us from the group stage, as if they were the fallen here, and how they managed to pick themselves up and go the long mile here to stand toe-to-toe to Berjaya Dragons has baffled everybody else. Of course, if you guys just tune in and witness this, it definitely felt as if it was just a classic match of Berjaya Dragons versus Geek Fam. But if you just look at the story, you just can't help but to fall in love on how both sides have come up to this point where, you know, they were just made for each other. That when it comes down to fighting for that #1 spot, it can't be more deserving than the two of them. So no matter the result, I hope all you fans out there, whether you're supporting Geek Fam, whether if you're supporting Berjaya Dragons here, you know, keep the chat rolling, no toxicity, and let's all just witness history in the making and be, of course, swept by all this spectacular play. So far, I think that now going down for this high pressure cookover moment, it means that every single split-second decision will count. Here, Geek Fam, 2 chances have passed them by, and Berjaya Dragons, they saw that one last hope for them to push all the way for that #1 spot, and they're not having any of it because they know pride's at stake here. It's not all about the money. It's no longer about that slot. It's about not willing to give any more games up from here on. And somebody will have to take an L by the end of this series. So I don't know if you can actually switch sides on your prediction. Would you have gone for Geek Fam? Now we are already at the Maggie Hot Cup Champion Select.
And you know, Wiseman once said, if you get the chance to play or to be involved in the grand finals, you have to cherish those couple hours, because it goes by really fast. And we're down to certainly the final 30 minutes of this series. Geek Fam sticking with the Senna and the Ziggs as BJD bans out the Kazakhs alongside the Camille. Question is the Lee Sin going to go through? Fiora certainly will not, as BJD have one last ban. It seems like Akali will be their choice. 69 has the Lee Sin available, and Geek Fam, they're gonna go straight for it.
And I think that 69 definitely will be having a little bit more flexibility when he goes on the Lee Sin. He won't be able to opt for a defensive build heading in towards the late game setup, or even go for more damage if he were to actually get any of those sort of good leads. Now, we start things off with Corki. That has been working very well for Chile right here, alongside with the Galio, which could definitely fall to the hands of Winter. It could also be Sagi here to actually take on the role of this Corki. So I'm not too sure which one would be the best way to go about, because whoever goes down to the Dragon Lane will have to face off this Kaisa, which we have seen Momo, who have won games with it earlier in this series. Now, I mentioned about that Seraphine, a lot easier to execute in many of all these team fights. Now, it's really down to Nyx with that golden on-card button, and maybe he might just be singing by the end of this if he could secure this victory run for Geek Fam.
Yeah, and you know, we still haven't seen the mid lane yet. I was expecting an Annie pick, and it seems like you are correct. We have the Annie picked up for BJD. It seems like it's gonna be a Chili Annie, one of the game-winning Annie so far. We've seen two games with this champion in play, and both of them have been spectacular. Undodgeable Tibber Bearhawk. So maybe BJD have found that secret formula. Geek Fam will go on the Gragas for Shang, and it will be Haki with his prize Diana. Everyone getting the most comfortable picks.
Now, we are seeing some huge combo that can be set up for Geek Fam here, where they are playing not only in a front-to-back style that you have known them for, they are just throwing everything on the line here. Whatever element that is going to be online, when they do find that opening, they just hop on board, and if they can get the catch onto Annie, that could actually set things up perfectly to really dent the hopes of Berjaya Dragons. But Berjaya Dragons, you see what Chili can do whenever he goes in for that Proto Belt Tibbers or even the Flash onto Summon Tibbers. He's gonna be able to bring in the pain, and it definitely makes things a lot easier to deal with for many of the likes of Berjaya Dragons. What do you feel about the Renekton pick that we may not have been seeing all too popular in the entirety of the series, and now Asila is going for it, then to, you know, hit in for that Akali? In fact, Berjaya Dragons was the one that banned their very own Akali, not wanting Geek Fam to have the Shang playing it.
It definitely feels like for BJD, they have so much ways to brute force into a fight. I mean, you engage with the Tibbers, there's the Hero's Entrance, Syndicate. We've seen playing in a very aggressive manner on the Xin Zhao. But yeah, Dragons, if they want to brute force a game, this final match feels like the match for them to just run down Geek Fam and, you know, for once and for all, just plant their flag and say that they are the best team in Malaysia.
And I'm pretty sure that this rivalry will continue for many more seasons to come. And I really hope that there won't be too much of a roster switch going on in the upcoming season, because these guys just, if they're not legends about yet, they're already legends in the making. So going into this entirety of the draft, I want to pay attention to the focus of Berjaya Dragons here, where they can easily move in and out of fight, having that Corki, as well as Asila. But if you have Syndicate or Chili to start a fight, if they look to go for something that they want to commit to, it's very straightforward, right? There's only a one-way ticket for them, and if they burn that flash, Geek Fam has to capitalize on that very moment itself. So, in this matchup on the mid lane here, definitely difficult, but Asila might just look to be a little bit of a difficult situation.
Oh! 69, good flash for the counter engage. Chili is coming, does have the stun, which means Syndicate has the courage to move forward. But 69 safeguards the safety. BJD losing that first blood over to Geek Fam thanks to 69's Lee Sin once more. And that means Geek Fam will get a bit of a small lead, though not enough to overtake BJD by a lot. That's a pretty good start.
Indeed, and if we look into the side of Geek Fam, not only do they have mobility, but they have quite a significant disengage tool with both explosive cast as well as Dragon's Rage, which can both be used offensively or even defensively as well. So there are options available for Geek Fam where we mentioned that they control everything all at one go to secure what they needed, but they could also go ahead to utilize either or to get themselves into safety or just really sets a tempo right. Now with that one pick off, it definitely has worked out for the likes of 69 to also amplify the speed of how quickly they can actually get that Guardian Angel. Okay, they do spot him out and they collapse.
Good kick from 69. Save that bot lane. The beat drop doesn't connect. Or it might have been the Death of Winter. So again, Geek Fam 69, right place at the right time. And that's going to prevent a collapse from BJD, saving his bot lane duo.
Yeah, perfectly timed as well. Now, just gonna go for the standard, the Rod of Ages built from both of these mid laners. Chili going for a very even trade. Hockey needing to land every single one of these spells in order to make it effective. But somehow the Shang looking to have an edge against Asila here, out-trading this Renekton, which honestly we don't get to see ultimately. And the Shang taunting him to come forward. Now, good damage coming in from the side of Chili. Well, moments from now, we are seeing both junglers from the top. Okay, I guess they're just greeting each other for now. Not too friendly coming in. 1v1.
And once again, Geek Fam reading the movements of Syndicate. That was a third attempt that Syndicate wanted to do something, and 69 is somehow there. They say that blindness does enhance your senses, and I guess 69 on this Lee Sin has completely, attuned himself to the elements of the universe.
I guess that's pretty much true. But the man behind the mobile phone definitely has the sharpest vision. So maybe having the best of both ain't too bad at all. Now a little bit of switch of objectives, one for each. Geek Fam, they get their hands on that Rift Herald. They're gonna keep a grass hole, and Syndicate goes in for the final smite. Voice Seeker being very opportunistic when it comes down to his views, won't be able to snatch that one away. So we'll definitely need a lot more commitment to that coming in from inside of Geek Fam. Berjaya Dragons, though, they were rotating across the map. You have both Winter as well as the likes of Chili working hand in hand just to try to look for some vision setup, just in case that Geek Fam wants to go for something a little bit cheeky to dive on top of Asila. But then again, Renekton is one of the safest picks that you can play over on Baron lane without worrying about ganks coming overall, because you got Dominus that can keep him a little bit of HP. And he can still out-trade for days, especially with high rage bars up available. So he just gets a little bit more of those VAM coming in. Now, 2 Rod of Ages for the likes of Geek Fam. So the Shang kind of like going on perhaps a semi pathway, or he could still go in for a full AP. Gragas, no harm involved since 69. He might just be able to really get all the setups done. So I really do wonder later on how this is going to go. But majority of the members of Berjaya Dragons are on the bottom side. A little bit of movement coming from Chile as well. And I'm looking at the Seraphine going in for some deep entry wards as Berjaya Dragons need to calculate every one of their moves. Now, with such high risk at stake, and every mistake could have cost one whole series, blood, sweat, and tears of the entire season to just be laid off, not entirely to waste, but their effort of securing that #1 spot in shambles.
Yeah, and BJD now just kind of slowing down a bit. The goal lead is in favor of Geek Fam, and that really shows how much Geek Fam has been able to keep up with BJD, even though they trade the Dragon away for those very small extra gold that they get on top of the first blood early on. Really proves to be an advantage. Look at the Shang, 1,000 ahead of Asilla. Same as 69, he's 1,000 ahead of Syndicate. And speaking about 69, he is in the top lane. Haki's gonna join as well. They might try to go onto Asilla. First of all, they need to wait for the dominance to expire. It's gonna take too long because Berjaya Dragons, they're already here. In fact, they have a ward that sees Haki perfectly. Chile is ready, but there's no follow-up from the side of Berjaya Dragons, so they cannot go for that commitment.
I guess that's good enough. Not being spotted by the likes of Geek Fam as well, but they definitely have a hunch. Not seeing them at the rest of the portion of the minimap. Well, as it stands, Geek Fam somehow managed to get extra stash of gold other than that first blood out there. And it's due to the fact that the Shang has been able to go for a real good trade. He's 1,000 ahead as compared to Asilla here, who's building multiple item passageways where she could either go for a Death Dance, he could either go for a Black Cleaver. Now Aki almost gets caught.
Zooms away. And I think Berjaya Dragons, they were waiting for Haki to try and go for the cannon before they hard engaged, but Haki was just a bit too close to his own turret, and in fact, Chile is gonna stack up that stun, that passive. They might be, they're gonna go in immediately with Winter, following up, forcing the flash from Haki. Righteous Glory is not able to connect, and Haki will try to get away. Nyx is there. Huge encore, throwing out, taunting on the tree. Haki now with the counter engage, gets a 3-man moonfall. Momo can join in, same as 69. Haki trying to get away with Simba. And he gonna get ignited, but not dead. Haki survives all of that. And BJD, now they have to be on the run. Geek Fam assumes control of the Dragon Pit.
And look at all the health bars being lowered. It's going to be really tough for them to actually contest. Now that Geek Fam, they have that slight advantage. Can they actually do something about this? And they have to give it over.
The Shang, huge explosive cast, Syndicate can flash to safety, same as the Shang, but the Sun's gonna follow up. Now they have a hero's entrance, everyone's gonna get away. They still get the stun onto Nyx, but Nyx already flashed him with the wall, and now a bit of damage. Good kick, 69, he's thinking about it, doesn't go for the connection, and when he follows through, he finds the kill. Still gets out, not dead yet. BJD gets the trade back, but Geek Fam at least will be able to punish BJD in return.
And looking at the likes of Berjaya Dragons, they have to pull everything there just to be able to bring a few members down from the side of Geek Fam. And we saw Sagi didn't really have enough mana to go in for even more commitment on towards Nyx or even Momo. This is going to be the turret undoubtedly falling through. So Geek Fam, not only did they get the Drake, they got the objective that they desired. So now they still have all of their structures all standing. Berjaya Dragons got to find a formula in order to at least get some spacing back on their track.
If you're a 69, you definitely want to quickly farm up that GA. There are going to be circumstances where your job is to start that engage and you might be bursted down, especially when there's so much control and damage from the Berjaya Dragons. So 69 making the right choice, going for the GA. He has it already. 10 minutes in with the Baron just spawned. Berjaya Dragons will have to slightly fear Geek Fam. It's a 5k gold lead for Geek Fam, and it is a good start for their march towards that championship title.
And you also see that he has picked up the Stasis Enchantment instead of the Stone Plate, which could have actually contributed maybe a little bit of a layer of shield. But buying a few seconds for the Lee Sin where he could easily safeguard away after coming back out from that stasis enchantment. It could have been a lot more valuable as well when you have so much burst damage that Berjaya Dragons could have offered. Now, with members of the side of Berjaya Dragons lurking around, they do have wards being dropped into the Baron Pit. Now, they're looking to pick off Asilla with him being all alone.
Asilla pops the Dominus, side snap, dodges the ultimate, the explosive catch from the Shang, and this is where Geek Fam, they will need to get this kill as soon as they can because Berjaya Dragons, they're using Asilla as a distraction. Asilla's gonna try to turn around onto the Shang. Shang will survive, Asilla gets out as well. Good diversion from BJD. Now, being able to take down the mid-tier 1, they open up the map a bit more for themselves.
I'm surprised they didn't manage to even punish them or even get something out of that. Where response definitely a little bit slower, and Geek Fam kind of fall for a little bit of that bait and switch. So Asilla, he just had to burn his ultimate as well as perhaps that ignite. That's just about it.
I need to gather.
Honestly, great effort coming in from Asilla, the Filipino mastermind on that Baron lane. Definitely look to make not only his nation proud. And I gotta say that Berjaya Dragon, now with this diversity of roster, is definitely one team that a lot of Southeast Asians can get behind on.
Yep, definitely. Yes. Right now, BJD, Asilla was able to force Shang down low, but Shang didn't actually go for the reset. It wants to shove up the wave a bit more so that Berjaya Dragons will have, a headache dealing with that. This is why Sagi and Winter are heading there, and the Shang knows about it. For Geek Fam, it's all about the objectives. BJD, they got the first Drake. Geek Fam got the second, but when the third one comes out, the Mountain Drake, Geek Fam would love to get their hands on it. That means the Elder Drake will happily be the Inferno. What a way to set up this final game.
The Valkyrie already being expended, so that package won't be able to be expended for the Drake instead. I believe it was expiring already anyways. So Sagi, if he were to get caught in a sticky situation, that's where he will be able to pop that exhaust, not only to slow but to also negate the damage output that can actually come up. Now, Berjaya Dragons will start to tickle down the HP bars of the Mountain Drake. With the Shang as well, 69, they're already locked into position. This is where they start.
Here comes the Tibbers. They're gonna try and blow up 69. That's the GA. Explosive Cats will come through because 69 gets away. Good encore. The Shang gets in. And the Shang with a good body slam. The Hero Centers from Winter is better. Corky from Sagi gets the kill, but 69 will go on a killing spree. They get a trade back, only on the Syndicate. BJD doesn't have the jungler, but 69 cannot finish the job. In fact, now they need Momo, who does not have the killer instinct. Sagi is still standing strong. Heaven Hicks comes online. Tibbers has expired. Chili back to the side, and now follow up with Winter Taunt. They will get the kill onto Momo, and without Momo, Geek Fam have lost their damage. Sagi back to forward with the exhaust. They want Haki, but it's gonna be 69 that loses the slime. Sagi with a triple kill. Next might be the Folk. Sagi gonna go for it. They get the taunt, and Sagi cleans up alongside the rest of his team. BJD finds the ace.
BJD having Winter there with a clutch on a Shield of Durin there to be able to find members of the side of Geek Fam. And look at him go. Just navigating out of that big wobble combo. I didn't thought that Berjaya Dragons could have actually survived that. I want to replay. I want to see that go down again. That extended fight went beautifully well, and I definitely had a hunch that 69 could have contributed, but he went behind the wall, hoping to sneak it up, and eventually Momo as well as Nix faltered in that fight, and BJD was in that perfect position. But we're going for round 2 before we can go for a replay.
There's Chili hovering around the area, and BJD started the lead. Syndicate, can he steal it away? No, he can't. Now, again, the Hero Centers actually cancelled. So they won't be able to get Winter in. I believe he got hit by the beat drop. So BJD kind of losing that objective over to Geek Fam. That is the minor lifeline that Geek Fam has been looking for, especially after losing such a big fight to BJD. They still have the lead, but it's all back to square one.
Indeed. Now, I guess that Berjaya Dragons is also smart enough not to fully commit to that Drake as well, judging for the fact that you saw all these elements were available. It was only 69 as well as Chang who have utilized it, but the deadly combo has to come in, especially when Nyx was also holding on towards that encore. So Berjaya Dragons just poking and prodding, taking a little bit of glimpse on what Mr. Baron has. He's feeling a little bit lonely, so I guess Berjaya Dragons wants to pay a little bit of a visit eventually. With a little bit of vision being set up by the scuttle that was secured by Geek Fam, I don't think it's about time just yet. And this is where Geek Fam, they're sending Haki all over the top lane, which can be a little concerning. And Berjaya Dragons, they can look to secure that turret eventually, or they could just focus down mid lane, where we have a 1-3-1 split coming out of Geek Fam here, which eventually Berjaya Dragons have to answer.
69 is going to force Asilla away, and Geek Fam paying a lot of respect to Chili's Annie. No, you don't want to go out getting hugged by a teddy bear for sure. It's not an ordinary one. It's a toy for the cursed child. So Geek Fam have to be very cautious. And we saw what Chili can do in the previous fight. 2 great stuns was able to win them the fight. Haki will have to get out. The amount of damage from Sagi is just insane. Geek Fam, they want to collapse, but Berjaya Dragons are ready for it.
And this is where you can see that the Warg has been able to actually spot out the majority of the members of Berjaya Dragons already. That's why they're rushing over the mid lane here, while Winter trying to cut off some of these areas. Geek Fam will have to give a little bit of room of respect, and they've managed to do so. Chili, he's moving forward, just wanting to look for a victim for that Summon Timbers right there. 69 having Guardian Angel back up online. The Shango taking too much of a damage on those trades, so eventually Asila should be able to secure that turret for his own. And now, this is where Berjaya Dragons, they're already asking for Geek Fam to come right at them.
And this AP Gragas, you know, you get 1 spell rotation and you just go down. It seems like Asila is getting the better end of the trade as the game progresses. 18.5 minutes in. Infernal Elder Drake will be the one. I mean, what a way to have this element, you know, the fire that burns, that scorches the entirety of Summoner's Rift to potentially be the be-all end-all of the game. BJD still holding on to this out for a while. Chili goes in,
There we go.
Proto Belt drops the full stun. Momo will Proto Belt and get out. That is the encore though, so no encore for Nyx, something that Geek Fam have to be worried about. But BJD, they burn their resources. Now they have some space.
Space being created right there and then. 15 seconds to the Elder Infernal. The best way to close off the best of 7 as well. Now Berjaya Dragons, they are smelling it with this lead that they have initially, but it has been equalized and Geek Fam. Oh! Goes in the boss lap!
Saki down! Oh, the Shang, what a good battle, and now they get a kick back onto Winter. 69 so they go golden. Asila pops the dominance. Can they get more? Momo comes in, rejoins the fight. Starting wave with Asila, and Geek Fam will take down that mid tier 1. But Sagi is the one who cannot die. Sagi should stay alive. Geek Fam setting up an ambush. Now they're gonna check this. Winter's gonna space check, but they found a Demon Turn in! It is Saki! Oh my goodness! Geek Fam might have just found the best engaged of their lives. 2 more on the chopping block. They take down Chili, they take down Syndicate, they take the Elder Inferno Drake, and Geek Fam looking at Baron Nashor. This should be it.
The reverse sweep may not be completed by the likes of Berjaya Dragons. They were walking on top of that ward. This might just be Geek Fam here crossing the finish line. Asila now with a little bit of desperation play. He wants to look for a steal. There's no room for it at all. Geek Fam, they got that Baron.
Oh my god, Contra.
It was all the Shang. It was all the Shang.
It was the Shang. Your choice of MVP that made it happen. I just, in the beginning, I was questioning, you know, how much can this Gragas provide? It feels like the whole AP, you you might get bursted out quickly, but Vision! Geek Fam have been winning the Vision war. This is why they put on those sunglasses. Because they light up the entire map. They have full coverage of the entire Summoner's Rift. The Shank had broken the game open, but it's not done yet for BJD. This is not the end game just yet.
May not be the be-all end-all right across, but look at the rest of the members of Geek Fam who have been able to get that free pass right down bottom side. Now they give up all the tier 2s.
Osilla.
As here comes a
Not
fight.
like this. Encore hits onto a lot of the big drop. Chili needs to get the drop right now. They need to get the kill on the Momo. No Momo goes golden. Chili dead. Osilla down. Winter out as well. Geek Fam, they might have just done this. Berjaya Dragons, they're getting destroyed. They're getting pulled apart. Geek Fam, they complete the fall season prophecy. All hail the new kings. Geek Fam are your fall season champions.
We have waited for their return, and now they are back. The last day match to taste a victory in the grand finals was back in the preseason, and now in the fall split. This is where Geek Fam reclaimed the throne.
Took them one season after that heartbreaking 4-1 defeat where Berjaya Dragons came back in summer. They stopped that momentum, and Geek Fam, what better way to complete the prophecy? They rewrite history. They make everyone believe. They defy the expectation. They defy the doubts. They become the champions. First seed into the Sea Championship. Started from the very bottom, facing elimination. And here they are with this revitalized lineup as the kings. I mean, the Draconic Empire has fallen. It is time to bow down to our overlords.
Wow. This series kept us by the edge. And that one spectacle of a play, that big play coming out of the side of the Shang, has won them the entire series here. And it was that Gragas that dropped in hot, deleted that Corki instantly, and Sagi could not respond. Nobody from Berjaya Dragons can respond to that. And you saw Geek Fam, they just march in, they parade through, and they found not only the Elder Drake, they found that Baron, and they know the game was theirs to take. And that exciting series, we thought that, you know, Berjaya Dragons, they fought well enough. And this is where this whole series completed. It did win all the long mile of that 7 games. And many of us predicted Berjaya Dragons. You guys definitely were close enough with your predictions, but Geek Fam will be the ones here as the first seed of Malaysia.
What started as kind of a parody and a meme has come full circle. You know, the fall of the Titans, the rise of the Phoenix. Geek Fam, no one would have thought that Geek Fam will be the eventual team to hold the torch and cross the finishing line. Everyone had their eyes on Underank, on Saudaga E-Blaze. But tonight, we rejoice on behalf of Geek Fam. We forget about every single prediction and expectations we put on other teams. All eyes are going to be on Geek Fam. And it all came down to one last game, one final ride. But whatever people say about the family staying strong, this is it. This is reality.
And they pull off that heist. They stole everyone's heart while at it as well. And this is why you should still, of course, chase your dreams so long as you have the capability to do so. And Geek Fam never gave up on that dream to one day be able to challenge the best of Southeast Asia and reach all the way to the top. I think this might just be the beginning of something new.
Yeah, it's the miracle run, the Cinderella story, the perfect crescendo, you know. At one point, Geek Fam was dead last in the group stage, and people thought that this is it for Geek Fam. But no, last place to first started from the very bottom. Now as the champions, Berjaya Dragons do make it to Sea Championship, but it's not going to be a direct ticket. They will have to play the play-ins where Geek Fam now finally rewarded after almost 2 months of trials and tribulations. Most of our predictions, if not all, went against them when it came down to the series that mattered the most, and they just proved everyone wrong.
Indeed, and well, oh well. It's time for us to, of course, eventually speak to them whenever they're ready. I'm pretty sure right now they're celebrating in their respective homes. And, well, it definitely has been that Cinderella story here being all wrapped up with that happy ending for Geek Fam. So, this has to be spread out there to everybody who is currently enthusiastic of Wild Rift all over the world on how they've managed to accomplish such a hurdle, and of course, every one of the sort of setback that they've been facing have managed to get them stronger and stronger. And this growth that we saw from the start of the season all to the end, it was basically like an anime story that has seen a hero rise to glory.
Yeah, just birth from all the challenges. Like, I mean, there are so many storylines that took 2 seasons, but it finally, connected with a happy ending. All started from Summer, all started from Geek Fam getting dethroned by BJD. Then we moved into fall. Geek Fam was kind of, labeled as one of the more underperformed teams, if not the worst. Even at one point, people think that Insomniacs had a better chance over Geek Fam, whereas Berjaya Dragons always held up on a pedestal, kind of cruising through the group stages, only dropping 1 game, goes to the upper bracket without losing a single game, waits in the grand finals, whereas Geek Fam had to go through last chance qualifiers, the lower bracket quarters, all the way to lower bracket finals. They played like what, 10 games today. What a way to celebrate that victory. And of course, we have to talk to the voice of the team, the mind, the heart, and the soul. It is Haki from Geek Fam. We're gonna invite him onto the broadcast. I can't wait. Haki, hello. First of all, I lost my mind, but congratulations. How does this feel? You guys are finally the champions after so long.
I feel very happy because for quite a long time already. I missed my chance the last time in Singapore Icon Series, and I actually made it this time. Yeah, and I'm really happy that the team made it this far as well. Yeah.
And this being your very first major in an international tournament or regional tournament, if I must say, is there sort of expectation coming in from you and how you really want to approach the rest of the team, and what is the target right now? Now that you guys are champions of the Malaysian region for the CICon series, now what is the bar that you guys are looking for to set for Geek Fam?
Actually, like I wouldn't say like we'll be going in for like a huge expectation. We definitely still gonna train up and maintain the standards right there, and yeah.
I mean, the last time I remember the first and second time we spoke to you, you had a very serious look. There's a lot of, pressure. It's good to see you smile. Now I want to ask, yesterday when we talked to you, you said, we asked you what can we expect from Geek Fam today, and you said there's nothing too special. But I think that there's something that you're not telling us. What was the secret sauce? You guys played 10 games. You went all the way, but you ended up winning. It's a long journey for you. You can write a book out of it. But I want you to tell us what is the most important moment of this particular journey from start until end.
I think it mostly came from the team by itself. Like when it comes to the drafting, like especially in the grand finals today, during the drafting, there was like no pressure at all. So it's like, what are you feeling today? Like if you're feeling to playing the Galio mid like what I played just now, yeah, then just go for it. Yeah. So it's like no pressure during the grand finals. So play what you feel like you're feeling best at today. Yeah.
And I just love how you guys have been also been able to break down which are the few sort of bands that you guys need to look towards in order to negate Berjaya Dragons from, get some of their core strength champions up available. So in the first few matches that we saw, you guys went back-to-back wins. I believe that you guys were on a roll already. Was there at any point in a time in this whole series where you guys felt this sort of a hunch that, okay, this is already it, we're going to win this entire series? Or were there any sort of doubts that you felt like, oh, we might actually fail some of all these games? So what was the mentality behind the rest of the players?
I mean, coming into the playoffs, like since we don't think about losing or winning, we just play the game. So by not putting too much thought into about losing or winning, where you just ride on the flow. So I think that's the important point as well. So you get a mental edge, so you don't get too pressure about winning the game or losing the game. Yeah.
I love that mentality.
Yeah, I mean, you just come in, everyone is ready to play and just have fun. So throughout the entire fall season, there were a lot of doubts about Geek Fam from the community to our predictions. We always put you guys a level below, and time again, you proved everyone wrong. It must feel very vindicative, right? There's some sort of vindication right there. But what is the one? Have you ever been affected, or has the team been affected by all of these questions that people throw at Geek Fam, or do you guys just push the noise aside and just let your work do the talking?
Yeah, I mean, definitely put the noise aside and all the other comments aside. Yeah, don't let all these comments affect you. Like being a professional player, you always have to remain your calm and try not to be affected by other external factors. Yeah, and whereas for me, it's like I tend not to go and see all these comments. I'll just focus on the game and play to my best. Yeah.
Yep. And I got this question for you. Now, you guys are the first seed representing the Malaysian region in the Icon series. Is there a team that you actually look forward to face against, or if there's going to be a one-on-one dream matchup that you can actually pick against, who would that be? Either it could be an individual or a team.
I mean, for me, it's definitely Alliance. Definitely to versus my home, my Singapore team. Like I've always wanted to come close with them and give them a really good match. Yeah. So that's the team I'm hoping to play against.
It's pretty interesting, right? We have previously, Ozoroveki, he went to Alliance. He couldn't win summer. He went to Alliance. He wins fall. And you came in just at the right time to fill in that void for Geek Fam. And you won fall as well. So this rivalry is going to be very interesting for sure. But I remember last time we spoke, you did mention about kind of the struggles, right? Coming to a different region, playing with a new team, and having to get together, the synergy of the teammates and getting everyone together. But do you feel like you have finally found that voice in the team, or is it still kind of a collective mentality where everyone's input matters?
I think definitely I found a voice in this team. Yeah, I mean, like, definitely I'm not the main voice here, but I would say most of the hard work goes to actually Nix. He puts in a lot of effort, trying to lead the team, and we the players itself, we just trust his call and follow him, and put no thoughts behind it. Yeah, just follow it, and no regrets, and you just win the game. Yeah.
Okay, I really want to have a lot of more of questions towards what you have to say out there, and I wish production could give us like 2 moments here, like 2 questions. So, have 3.
We can have
okay.
3. Okay.
We can have 3. Okay. So currently we are also thinking, like, if you were to go head to head against Ozorveki, I want you to send a message to him or the rest of the alliance right now. So is there anything that you want to say to them?
I would just say, like, I'll try my best to give you guys a really, really good game. Yeah.
All right. And another one will be, of course, now with all the fans of Geek Fam who have also support you guys from thick and thin, and up to today, the highest of moment out here to be able to celebrate this massive victory. Any words out there for those who have been behind your back and who will continue to support Geek Fam throughout the C Championship?
I mean, just continue believing in us. You know, whether we lose or win, yeah, we will always try our best. Yeah.
All right, and I think this is gonna be our last question, and we want to end it on a high note. You guys obviously are on cloud 9, so tell us how do you guys plan to celebrate this victory? There must be something planned, right?
I mean, for me, I don't know much about how they will celebrate because, like, you know, I don't stay with them, so yeah, so it's like probably just take a break from the game for a while before we come back for an actual training again. Yeah.
Probably they'll send you a special package or help you order food from across the river. So don't worry about that. I'm pretty sure that there's a way that the rest of your teammates will be able to get that sorted. It's always a pleasure to have you here for the interview. And I hope that the rest of you guys who are currently watching will be able to cheer on Geek Fam for their entire run of the C Championship, as they will be your Malaysian representative for Z Icon Series, the first seed of Malaysia, as well as Singapore, in a sense.
Yeah, just congratulations once more. We held you, with us long enough. It's great to see this whole progress. We can't wait to see you guys perform at C Championships. But it's time to let you go, so go celebrate with the rest of your team. Thank you once more and congratulations. Thank you, Haki. That's all. Goodbye. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Bye. Wow.
Wow. My cheeks hurt. You know, I'm very happy. I'm overjoyed, but I also can't believe that we are at the end. This is curtains call for fall season. But I have to admit, at the start of fall, I would never have expected us to have a change in our kings. I always thought that Berjaya Dragons, is going to be the strongest because of how they perform. But today is the day that everyone changed their mind. Berjaya Dragons are still strong, but just like what Sagi once said during the interview, it's good to have contenders, and they've met one.
And indeed, it was a rivalry that was a match made in heaven, and that's where Geek Fam eventually have been able to answer back to Berjaya Dragons. It has to go all the way to the final game, and that $1,000, how many $1,000 of the explosive cash coming in from the Shang secured that. I did manage to ask this question as well. I wonder what was the reaction once that cash dropped onto Sagi. But
oh boy,
first, we don't really we gotta ask them the next time around. But guess what? This is where it all might end. But you guys definitely can look forward to the Southeast Asia Championship, which will be happening in a few weeks' time. So Husky, I guess that we gotta show them a little bit of something special here of what you guys can expect for the C Championship.
Go signal for SBTC. Look at that though, BMM diving towards the back line.
Explosive cast, Jets down. Incredible stuff. Here's Javio on the flank.
He's gonna zone away the rest of the members of the MVP as he spins around for defense. Chili entering in the fight with the double net shot.
Shiba already in trouble. Arkany will be roaming in to join this fight, so keep an eye on the shockwave.
Bad attackers are locking down the primary carries. Back on Flashes once again. And
there's the big Inferno Ball who only hit 2. TF is in the pit already, and they steal the Baron.
14th September is going to be the beginning of a new voyage. Fall season might end today, but in a couple of weeks, the journey continues on the regional stage. I mean, Geek Fam and Berjaya Dragons once again have been able to make it into that arena. Berjaya Dragons now having to play the gauntlet, a slightly different treatment than they got during summer, but it was Geek Fam who was able to kind of really make that effort paid off. So now moving from here to regionals, there's no rest for the wicked. Even after a short break, everyone continues their training. I just want to quickly highlight once more how amazing this has been, and all of you guys in the comments, if you guys made the prediction that this is going to be the plot twist, whoever made that comment yesterday, you are a legend because your prediction came true.
And this is the craziest character development arc for the likes of Geek Fam. And, in the good way, of course, they have been able to complete that full run in the best fashion possible. And it definitely gave hope to those of you guys who are aspiring to become a pro player who will be crowned as champions one day. It all starts from here. And make sure you guys register for the next CI Icon Series Malaysia. And now it's time for you to unveil the MVP of the entire series. It's the Shang!
Of course, it's him. I mean, a 5-digit explosive cast. What more can you ask for? Geek Fam, they blew the game wide open. Berjaya Dragons got sent out with the bang. Whatever puns you want to make of it, you cannot deny the fact that the Shang is that MVP. I don't care what anyone says. He won the game for Geek Fam. He sent Geek Fam on a roll, and he completed the whole cycle of this underdog story. I mean, he has been here since the start. He's went through the failures, and now he gets to rejoice and enjoy the success.
Indeed, he has. And just look at the damage average being dealt throughout the whole entirety of the matchup. It's definitely hard to keep a high KDA ratio against the likes of Berjaya Dragons, but there were games where they popped off. And just look at this entirety of the bracket, all summed up here in one picture. Geek Fam, low bracket, takes down Sam9, takes down SDHR Iblis 3-1. Went on to face Underank, who were not from the upper brackets, 3-0. And Berjaya Dragons, all they needed was to take down Underank, and facing off against Berjaya Geek Fam, they don't seem like they had much answers early on until very late into the series. And that final game, the decider of it all, they had to surrender the crown to Geek Fam as your brand new champions of the CE Icon Series M1.
Yeah, I mean, we can see right now, the social media feed blowing up, Geek Fam fans rejoicing. Berjaya Dragons, they kind of got a taste of defeat, but in a good way. Nothing completes the story better than getting taken out by your rivals. They will still have a lot of chance to meet again. Maybe on the CE Championships, maybe in the next season. This is definitely not the end, but at least we know in this long drawn out rivalry between these two teams, Season 1 is Berjaya Dragon, Season 2 is Geek Fam. They're 1-1 in their head-to-head grand finals.
Indeed. Now, I can't wait for the next season, but I'm not looking on that as well, because there is something bigger than that, and that is the Southeast Asia Championship. Mark your calendars once again, 14 September, and that's about 2 weeks from now, and I am stoked. I want to see them perform, and this time it seems like there is an expansion where we have a lot more regions involved, including Oceania.
Yeah, and that is a region, down to the wild south. They always bring in some creative plays. We've seen them, on the official channel as well, and you have to be ready to be surprised. The Tryndamere, we've seen a Mumu, Ramus. You don't see it in Malaysia, Singapore, but Oceania might just surprise you with what they have in store. So that can be one of the things you guys look forward to. Nonetheless, how else can we recap this? We've expanded, we've expired all of the words. One thing though to look forward to, at least if you're a BJD fan, is that all of this victory for Geek Fam, it came with their struggles, their effort. But on BJD side, it definitely showed that Kings, they do bleed. But as a team, I think Berjaya Dragons still has a special place in everyone's heart.
Indeed they do, and of course they aren't down and out just about yet. But Berjaya Dragons, good news for them is that they definitely will be playing in the Southeast Asia Championship as well. So the news is that they will have to play through the play-in stages out there. Definitely going to be a little bit of a challenge out there, but we've already seen Berjaya Dragons last season of the Summer Super Cup. They've been able to, of course, get themselves placed in a lack of a better word, a group of death, and they were almost qualifying to the playoffs as well. This time, definitely setting their sights once again to not only qualify, but hopefully reach to the pinnacle of that Southeast Asia Championship trophy.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the story of Geek Fam going against all odds, against the odds to become the kings. But I think we talk a lot about Haki, the Sheng, and Nyx. Not to forget, I think Momo and 69, especially 69, being probably the like you mentioned, right, the most precious, the most prized addition to the team, and having Nyx back in the command center of the support role, it really catapulted Geek Fam ahead of everyone else. No one knew how far they can go. This is definitely not the end, but this is a milestone that will be etched in history. Whoever is watching this, you have just witnessed a historical moment, and this is where we also want to lighten up the mood and tell you guys the match might be over, but your comments might be not. Community Spotlight. First of all, Abdul Aziz, Abdul Halim, salah satu daripada 7 keajaiban di dunia pentakill di fall season. We didn't get a pentakill, but the other miracle is Geek Fam making the Cinderella story.
That's right. That's one of the 7 wonders of the world that he is hoping to see eventually. I do hope. But indeed, today is something that you don't always get to see in any esports tournament when it comes down to how Geek Fam has been able to create a chapter in the books of history. So here comes Abdul Aziz Abdul Halim, which says salah satu. Wait, this is the same comment.
Yeah,
I was just repeating myself. Anyways, now I was just looking on some of all these lists of teams that will be joining the likes of Geek Fam as well as Berjaya Dragons. We have teams such as Buram United, Invade Esports, and of course defending champions Evo's Esports Thailand to be playing out there, as well as a few familiar names such as One Team Esports, as well as Flash Wolves, SPTC, Saigon Phantoms, Team Flash, Banana, QWQ, the Alliance. So the C Championship is going to be stacked and it's going to be lit.
Yep, and of course, the second community spotlight we have is Ayman Atlan. Nothing is stronger than family by Nyx Toretto. Yes, that meme has come full circle. So many things came full circle today for Geek Fam, and what a day to celebrate. They should commemorate this. 29th of August is a holiday for Geek Fam. It's where everyone wears their Geek Fam jerseys, wave Geek Fam flags, and just parade on the street, because you don't get that every day.
That's right, and I love this comment the most, coming from Itadori Yuji Akuma Sukuna. So, strong draft versus strong draft, lose or not, it depends on gameplay, and good job to both Geek Fam as well as Berjaya Dragons. Both sides representing Malaysia in the C Championship eventually. So make sure you send them both love than just one side. We know you guys may have your own bias, and we absolutely understand. We absolutely do. So, I was just thinking, how would they actually fare eventually when we go into the thick of things? Because I thought Summer Super Cup was already the best that we can get. I think this season for the Southeast Asia Championship is going to be even more of a crazy wild ride here in Wild Rift Esports.
Absolutely. The competition just gets more and more intense every single season. And you cannot let your guard down, and I truly believe that at least for Malaysia, both Geek Fam and Berjaya Dragons will be able to go farther than what they've shown us today. It's definitely not the end. Of course, those who are featured in the community spotlight, you guys actually get yourself a badge, and those who were active on their Insta or Facebook story, we might just select you to win this official exclusive jersey that we're wearing right now. So if you're contacted, congratulations. But any last thoughts, or expectations going into the C Championships for these two teams?
Well, I definitely think that both sides definitely stand a very good chance to at least first play through group stages out there with some really great results. Well, I'm not going to be setting too high because we will still need to see how the draws of the groups will be like. I don't want to jinx anybody just about yet. But if this is the level of play that they can play on the international waters, I guess they are definitely at least making us proud already of what we could actually expect out of both Berjaya Dragons as well as our newly crowned kings, Geek Fam.
Yeah, they can definitely enjoy the warm seat of the throne. And of course, with that being said, that concludes our fall season for Malaysia. This has been an absolute amazing journey from start until end. It's an honor to even be involved in this grand final alongside you. This reunion has been a long time coming, but we got to end it on a high note. Curtains will be drawn. So with that being said, we're gonna give you guys let's express how appreciative we are that this is happening. But I mean that's my last words. I'm out of thoughts. I'm just very happy. So with that being said, we're gonna sign off. Look forward to the C Championships on the 14th of September. We'll see you guys on the regional stage. On behalf of everyone, it's Contra, I'm Husky. Goodbye, good night, we'll see you soon. Woo! Yes!
It's a wrap!
It's a wrap!
Woohoo!
Oh, dang, son.
Thank you too. Why?
When the world burns down, we will stand together. We fight forever. We fight forever. We fight forever. Standing together. We fight face the storm coming. Ground is shaking. Down inside.
Nice. Alright, go. Down first. Can. Alright, down already. Nexus. Alright, okay. Nice! Victory! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
Pulapan lagi nyawa Nanda dan into the infernal pounder Turi Solar Blade. Fokus pada seorang saja untuk matikan. Bobo sudah jatuh. And call make Mati pertama, damage yang dilakukan. Tizi sekarang diperlahankan. Tizi akan menerima damage. Dan kali Berjaya mendapatkan triple kill. Mencari yang keempat. Dan kuasa kill.
Embrace your destiny, slay your enemy, raise a legacy. No more apologies, trust your abilities, gather the energies. Pull yourself back together and stay off track forever. Child of the nation, will seek redemption, time for salvation. Today is meant to be day of victory, time for history. Reverse the tendency, fight the entropy, channel your rivalry. You're praying for fortune to come, you're hearing the sound of the drums. It's too late to backtrack, go back, you're back now. Keep your feet on the ground and stand up. You've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out, out, out. Stand up, up. You've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you black out, out. Give all you got and show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, up. You've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you black out, out. Give all you got and show them how to make a miracle. Go save your team, be a hero. Take home the cup, be a star. They waiting for you, take aim, shoot your arrow. It's your time to shine, show them who you are. Stronger, gotta go faster, gotta get better, gotta work harder. It's fight or flight now, get up now. Go make the move, go for the goal, lead up the stadium, you know how it's done. Stand up, up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got and show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, up. You've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got and show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out, out, out. Stand up, up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you black out, out. Give all you got and show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got and show them how to make a miracle.
It's been the road less traveled, all alone. Feeling my body leveled on my own. I can just feel it, no way to stop it. The sounds of the music so through my bones. I can just taste it, no need to fight it. 'Cause I'm out here staying, it's life to my soul. 'Cause lightning and thunder so It's been a road less traveled. All alone. Feeling my body leveled. On my own. I think I'm up in heaven. 'Cause you were hell. I gave back my freedom. Made me well. I can just feel it. No way to stop it. The sounds of the music so through my bones. I can just taste it. No need to fight it. 'Cause I'm out here staying. It's back to my soul. 'Cause lightning and thunderstorms are never stopping me before. This night is never over. Not until I leave the floor. So that's the question, baby. I can't ever get enough. So don't you try and stop me dancing till the sun comes up. Seeing the stars reminds me of you. You left me with scars, but I know that one day you'll see it through. You give me air to breathe. You give me light to see. When things are out of reach, you bring them back to me. Back to me. You see it through. You see it through. You see it through. You see it through. Talking to myself and I can't focus. Yeah, I'm broken. The door is closing. Wanna be a part of something more than this. I've lost control of it. I've lost control.